And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the second test between South Africa and India. My name is Simon Gear. Next door to me is Mpho Motlwane. Good morning, Mpho.
Morning, Simon. We're ready for a great day of cricket.
We are indeed. Lovely sunny day. There is a little bit of high cloud about. The sort of sky that we get in the mornings in Gauteng, where we might get a bit of rain in the afternoon. So there is moisture about. The two umpires are at either end. The two batsmen are conferring in the middle, and the Proteas have just finished their huddle and have now starburst out across the field and are ready for what is going to be the moving day of the match today. It is so evenly poised. India overnight, 85 for 2. Two men who are, I think it would be safe to say, batting for their careers at the moment. Jaya Pujara and Ajinkya Rahane. Pujara is 35 overnight, Rahane is 11, and their partnership is now worth 41. But it is very, very important for both of them personally. This partnership is vital for India as a team because they lead by just 58 at the moment with those 2 wickets down. And of course, South Africa, 1 down in the series. They have to bowl India out cheaply to stay in the series. If India get a lead of even say 150, that might make it very, very hard for South Africa to go to Cape Town with the score at 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, Simon, it's a massive day for these for both teams, especially these first 2 sessions of the day. They will let you know where this game is going to go. I wouldn't say it's evenly poised. I think it's more in the ambit, it's more falling towards India, but luckily for South Africa, especially with that counterpunch at the back end of yesterday between these two, Rahane and Pujara, who put on 41 runs in that last hour, they could make sure that India comes through.
Right, first ball is delivered by Marco Jansen. He's coming in from the golf course end, and it is defended into the offside by Rahane for no run. That score 85 for 2. Now, Jansen bowling his 7th over of the innings, took 1 for 18. Very, very exciting prospect for South African cricket. He's the name that everyone seems to be talking about here as he starts his run in again, coming towards us from the golf course end, past umpire Paleka, and back of the length, just left alone, goes through to keeper Kyle Verreynne, and no run. There are 2 slips in place. There is a gully. The ball then gets passed through to point, which is Temba Bavuma. KG Rabada is at mid-off, a conventional mid-off. On the onside, mid-on is Dwan Olivier. Under the helmet is Rassie van der Dussen, and there are 2 men out catching on the boundary. I'll tell you about them in a moment, as that left arm over the wicket. Jansen right in the block hole and defended, and Temba Bavuma does the fielding, fires it back into Kyle Verreynne. The 2 men out, a deep square leg, who is Keshav Maharaj, I think, and down at a fairly square fine leg, that's why I call him a catching position rather than a defensive position, is Lungi Ngidi.
Yeah, they're for the hook, the other one's there for the pull. Marco Jansen, obviously, that's part of the one plan. But South Africa have gotten a lot of joy with Marco Jansen, and Dean Elgar rightly opening up with him.
I'm just going to deal with something. I'm going to ask you to please do ball by ball while I sort this out.
And that ball from Marco Jansen is a short one outside the all-stump, pulled to that man a deep square leg. It was more of a checked pull, a lot of control in that shot by Pujara. and they go through for a single 87 for 2 as Pujara goes to 35, Rahane goes to 13. And Marco Jansen is ready from that golf course end. 2 slips, gully, backward point, short leg, and Rassie van der Dussen bowls a full one outside the off stump across the right-handed Ajinkya Rahane, and it goes through to Kyle Verreynne for no run. You remember you can tweet into us at OneWorldSR, also at Gorilla SA. We'll read out your tweets. We've got them already and set up here. South Africa need to make early inroads to try and arrest this partnership, who have put India in a very good position. I think 150 today might be a very good target for India to make South Africa chase, as Marco Jansen bowls one straight on off stump, defended off the back foot by Ajinkya Rahane. End of that over, it's 87 for 2.
Right, well, I'm back, and it looks like it is going to be Lungi Ngidi to start the attack from the call it driver end, which is the end that we're sitting in. We're right up, probably about 5 or 6 stories high above the ground. It's really quite a breathtaking sight. The Wanderers, unfortunately, are very, very empty Wanderers. The only figures in evidence are the security guards, and then these brightly painted statues of the Johnny Walker man that are distributed around the stadium. Lungi is going to be running away from us. He also has 2 slips, a gully, and a point. In fact, it's an identical field to the one that Marco Jansen had, including that forward short leg.
Dean going with his 2 strike bowlers.
Lungi Ngidi coming in right arm over the wicket, and he strays down the leg side. It's just clipped off his hips and immediately runs down to the boundary for 4. That is going to get Pujara off the mark. First thing this morning, he goes to 39, the score to 91 for 2, and that, I'm afraid, was a bit of a gift this early in the morning.
2 tweets from our faithfuls. Ravi Nair says, what a day's cricket air. Bangladesh won. England miraculously haven't lost yet. And then there's this exciting contest. What a time to be alive. Leah saying a couple of 40 seconds ago that our audio is silent, so we'll be sorting that out right now.
Right arm over again, and this time in the channel, left alone on a 5th stump line and through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, we have sorted that out, and that was why I got Mpho to do ball by ball the last two balls of that previous over. The joys of having the 2 producers actually on the mic instead of checking what is going on. We've got a really, really top-class commentary team lined up this morning. We're going to have Jenna Searle, and I think she's on with Seppo after this. Dave and Ken are going to be together to bring us through to lunch. A really, really lovely day for cricket. Lungi again past umpire Maria Erasmus, and full on the off stump, but driven on drive past Marco Jansen. It's going to come all the way down to the boundary, and yet another 4. And Pujara goes through to 43 now, and the score to 95 for 2. And this has not been a great start by Lungi.
Yes, but a good start for India. That shot from Pujara was more of a not necessarily a traditional straight drive. He actually angled it across. It was more of a swat. It was across the line and ended up going straight down the ground.
It was very much an ODI shot, wasn't it? Your classic on drive is when it's pitched on middle and you sort of punch it straight back past the bowler. But this was dragged from outside the off stump somewhat. Back of a length on that 6th stump line, and left alone by Pujara. He doesn't need to play another ball this over. He's got 8 off it already on that 43. And the partner that also brought the 50 partnership up, actually.
Yes, and that's really crucial for India. These 2 struggled in that first innings to keep that Indian middle order together, especially with the injury of Virat Kohli. But yes, they're having a very horrible 2 years, but a new year brings new hope, and these 2 are counter-punching and counter-attacking against the South African attack.
Good line, and back of the leg, forward defensive, and Marco Jansen collects it, and no run. The rate achieved at the moment, 4.4. Ravi was talking about what a day for cricket. I mean, it has been magnificent. I happened to be up at 3 o'clock this morning That's happening to me a lot at the moment. There's a lot on my mind. And of course, I switched on the TV and discovered that Bangladesh had 5 runs to win, a historic victory. So I watched, them get to that target of, I think, 42 they had to get to. And then the sort of half an hour of celebrations and interviews after that, because it was raining in Sydney. And then when I woke up this morning, I had my breakfast while Sydney happened. Back of the length and just defended off the back foot, square of the wickets, and Temba Bavuma collects. That is the end of the second over, 95 for 2 after 22 overs. That was Lungi Ngidi's 4th over. He's taken no wickets, but gone for 13, 8 of which were in that over.
So if you're waking up just like us and wondering what we're talking about with Bangladesh, Bangladesh managed to beat New Zealand by 8 wickets. The World Test champions humbled by Bangladesh, who have had one of the most roller coaster 2021s any cricket team would have had. Well, I think more roller coaster than the Proteas. This was their first win in New Zealand versus New Zealand in all formats. Their first test win over New Zealand in 16 attempts. Their first test win over a top 5 ranked side away from home.
Marco Jansen in from the golf course, end short, and just worked into the offside with a square bat by Rahane. And the man at point collects, no run.
Yes, it was also the 6th win away from home in 61 tests. They broke New Zealand's 8 series winning streak run at home from 2017 to now. The team that actually beat them before the streak started was South Africa. And then the unbeaten streak, they ended New Zealand's unbeaten 17-match test match streak.
Marco Jansen, left arm over. There is an appeal down the leg sides. Verreynne, I think more in hope than anything else. Verreynne, like all good wicket keepers, well, he tried to look certain about it, but he didn't throw the ball up. And certainly no one else believed, and neither did umpire Paleka, who has had an exceptional debut game.
Simon, I've just noticed that the umpire Paleka in day 1 was umpiring was standing at the caller drive, and now he's at the golf course.
I'll explain that to you in a moment. As left arm over, Marco Jansen again hammers it in. It worked off his hips by Rahane. Lungi Ngidi is going to come round and collect it right below us at fine leg and sends it back in. They go through for 2. The score 97 for 2, sorry. Rahane through to 15. So we're in the 3rd innings, and the umpires swap after the 2nd innings of the match. So once each team has had a bat, then the umpires swap ends.
That's why we have you here as our resident climatologist and umpire. We've got a weather report, we've got an umpiring report, and we also spoke about Bangladesh because you were up at 3 a.m.
Full ball and driven straight back down the ground, just a punch to the offside of Marco Jansen, and that runs all the way down the field to the boundary. 101 for 2 now. That 100 comes off 95 minutes, 138 balls, 17 fours. They've gone along at 4.5 runs and over. And India quite rapidly taking this away from South Africa.
Dean's starting to lose control of this test. Started out even yesterday when South Africa bowled with a 27 deficit in the 3rd. Starting with this innings, Kagiso was very wayward, conceding many boundaries, similar to that period yesterday.
Shorter ball just dropped into the offside, but there isn't going to be a run because Kagiso is the man who comes and collects it, hands it off to Temba at point, and no run.
And if you think about now where India are, you've got Vihari coming in, you've got Pant, you've got Thalkur, you've got Ashwin, you've also got Shami, who are very aggressive, who can get very aggressive in terms of their batting style. And a lead of 74 with these 2 in the middle, senior statesmen, guiding India through this day is probably what made them, this Indian side, one of the best teams in the world.
Angled across the right-handed batsman through to the keeper. He leaves it well alone. That is the end of that over. Anderson has now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 26. The score is 101 for 2. The men at the crease, Pujara is on 43. Rahane is on 19, and that partnership 57. And the lead, as Mpho said, 74. India scored 202 in the first innings, all out. South Africa replied. At one stage, didn't look like they were going to get there. And actually, the tail wagged somewhat, which is a rare experience for South Africa these days. It used to be that our tail was one of our strongest features. And but they did manage to get to 229. And so that lead at the moment, 74. it's I think still evenly balanced. But if South Africa doesn't draw that scoring rate back and take a couple of wickets soon, this game is going to rapidly get away from us.
I slightly disagree with you. This is moving more into India's half of this game, unless we have like a spell where they lose like 4 wickets for cheap.
Right, well, here is a good chance. There's a big shot. Lungi Ngidi running away from us, wrapped Pujara on the front pad. It looked like it might have been a little high to the naked eye. The DRS timer goes 3, 2, 1. They're not going to take it.
You have 3 reviews. You need a breakthrough. You need something. You need something to stop this momentum that India have.
It hit him high on the flat, and I think would have been going possibly down leg. He did roll his fingers over the ball, and it came into the right-handed Pujara and it hit him quite high as well.
And this is also something that Dave and I were talking about yesterday. India's use of Ashwin yesterday when South Africa were in full flight with Calverain and Timber Bavuma stopped and slowed down the pace of the game. You need something like that right now. You're conceding a lot of runs.
It would be a very, very defensive move, wouldn't it? Right arm over, back of a length, flashed at it, and it goes on the bounce to Timber Bavuma, who makes a tumbling stop at point and no run. Yeah, I mean, it would be incredibly defensive to put Keshav in now. Do you know who we might be missing?
No.
Dare I say Björn Mulder?
No, not that. No, my suggestion is not necessarily Keshav, but you need something like I would have gone up for the review, take 30 seconds out of the game, a minute out of the game, try to take the batters out of rhythm. Even though I'm going to lose the review, I just need to try and change some sort of the momentum in this game.
Sure, that would be a bold move as a captain. The man has come out from forward short leg. He's now at a catching mid-wicket and has lost his helmet, past the umpire, right arm over, back of a length, and just played into the ground, and it is through to Keegan Peterson at Gully, the man who scored 62 in his maiden half century yesterday, but absolutely distraught to get out.
I know you're only about 4 overs in, but you've conceded 4 runs and over.
More than,
It's since the start of playing today. And so just like the whole, how proactive he was yesterday in giving Kagiso and Juan only 5 overs and then bringing on Marco and Lungi to much success, I think Dean might need to start looking into that right now because his 2 opening bowlers aren't giving him much.
Lungi away from us and quite a full ball, which is just driven straight back to him. He collects off his own bowling. 101 for 2 is the score with that lead of 74. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, of different pressures to different people at the moment. Lungi Ngidi, I think, still finding his feet somewhat. He did do well at SuperSport Park. Took a 6 for there. I think much to everyone's surprise, honestly. I think a lot of us weren't expecting him to hit his straps that quickly because he is one of those bowlers. I remember they used to say the same about Makhaya Ntini. The more he bowls, the better he is. And Lungi definitely a man of that ilk, but hasn't played a hell of a lot of cricket in the last 6 months. Again, very, very full and driven. Keshav Maharaj does the fielding at Madoff and shines it a bit. Is going to hand it over to Marco Jansen, who will gift it to Lungi as he walks back towards us at the corner drive edge.
This has been a much better over from Lungi. No runs yet after his 5 balls. Leah and Otto are going through some technical. Otto's now taking Leah as his technical person, making sure that our stream is running well. But AB sent a picture of Sanal Gavaskar, who I think is smartly dressed, and the comment is Colonel Mustard at the Wanderers with a candlestick.
Lungi again, back of a length, defended into the offside. That will be the end of the over, a maiden over, which is exactly what Dean would have wanted from his big strike bowler. And Lungi gets a slap of the palm from Marco Jansen, who is going to be handing his hat to, I was going to say to umpire Palaka, but of course those days are gone. He's handing it to Keshav, I think, and he will be getting ready to bowl from the goal.
Everyone stresses about the importance of starting early, making early inroads, and that is true. But the most important thing from a captain in this game would be control. You slow the game down. You make sure they don't score runs. You slow down the momentum, just like how Dean was stuck yesterday, not being able to score runs. You know, you create additional pressure for the batters. You can't just be giving away free runs.
Marco Jansen angles it into the pads of the right hander. Remember, he's batting left arm over. And I have noticed something interesting with Rassie van der Dussen, who does the fielding. He was at forward short leg for Lungi in the first over. For Marco Jansen, he's actually just behind square. So probably in line with the stumps, even slightly behind the stumps. Not quite at a leg slip. He's still very, very square, but certainly backwards short square leg rather than forward. Defended off the front foot and just trickles out to the offside. Timber does the fielding, no run.
That's the line he needs to bowl, the line and length he needs to bowl to Rahane, back of a length, going across that off stump, engaging Rahane in playing forward with presenting a full face of the bat that he can then nick an edge off, just like how he got KL Rahul. He bowled that line a couple of times, and there was just one that nipped away, got the edge, and KL Rahul was out.
Marco left arm over, bangs it in, and Rahane just ducks underneath that. It's actually quite a long way down the leg side. And Veranda does the work behind the stumps. Yeah, well, the thing is that if you've got Rassie behind square at short leg, the implication there is you're going to bang it into the ribs, and you're looking for that one where you work it out of your armpit. Whereas if you have him front of square, that is when you're looking for the inside edge onto the pads, and the one that loops up. So I think that we're going to get a bit of short work here. Marco Jansen bangs it in, and it's just slapped away through the offside. It might have even gone all the way. It has indeed landed in the wooden stands just underneath the scoreboard, and Umpire Baleka signals 6.
Short, wide. Rahane played it very late, and he picked it up on the bounce. And with the pace that Marco Jansen's bowling, short, wondrous boundaries. That is a beautiful 6 for India. Moves it up to 107 for 2. The lead is now 80. Ravinia on Twitter asking us, how much do you think South Africa can chase? What do they have to get India out for 250? Less?
I don't think we can chase 250. I think I'll be uncomfortable with anything more than 175, to be honest. And that means with a lead of 80,
90 more runs.
90 more runs. So 190. Basically, they've got to bowl India out for under 200. That's the message. So this is just worked into the onside, and Keshav Maharaj, who's also been moved slightly squarer. He was at a true square leg. He's now more at a deep mid wicket, although he is now walking into. No, he's been sent back out again. He was slightly backward of square in a traditional deep square leg, but is now more a traditional deep mid wicket position. But Lungi Ngidi still in the same place in that square fine leg. Marco Jansen left arm over and just in the channel left alone through to the keeper. No run. That is the end of that over. 108 for 2 after 25 overs. 4.3 is the run rate achieved. Pujara is on 43. Rahane on 26. The partnership is 64 and the lead is 81.
6 runs coming off of that last over. I'm thinking as to whether Dean made the right idea opening with Marco and Lungi. He normally went with Duan and Kagiso, who are your strike bowlers, your traditional strike bowlers. Yes, Marco and Lungi have had a lot more success over the past few days, more than Kagiso and Duan, and I understand that, but with captains around the world, they always go to their go-to guys, regardless of what's happened the day before. I think for me, that's one thing I would have considered. But right now, because you need to have a very good hour, and right now he's losing slight control of this game. We've got like 90 more runs if you want to talk about 175. Yeah. I think 220 South Africa should get. And anything above 220, India wins.
Right arm over, and it's short. It was played off the back foot, past a tumbling Keegan Peterson at gully, and runs away for 4. It was a controlled shot. It wasn't, I think, any real danger. But yeah, continuing to leak runs here, and I agree with you. I suppose the previous over from Lungi was a maiden. Yes. So it's reasonable to keep Lungi on. I think the change must come at the other end.
And today's the day we have to be proactive. You have, just like how when Kagiso went for like 18 runs in the first 3 overs, and Dwan went for 7, automatically Dean went for these 2. I think you need to try and rotate. Try find someone who's going to get you something.
They are bringing the square leg up now. Is that Dwan Onofil who's jogging into mid-wicket now? So he's a conventional mid-wicket. And he's coming all the way to mid-on. And then they are taking Marco Jansen from mid-on and sending him at the moment running past Keegan.
Oh, yes. So the world's tallest gully and with the world's shortest backward point. 2 gullies, 2 slips.
There's actually a potentially fantastic photograph there as Lungi Ngidi comes past umpire Erasmus, defended off the front foot into the offside. Keshav does the fielding at mid-off. So you've got Temba Bavuma, who is 5'0", and then you've got Marco Jansen, who's 7 foot everything, and Keegan Peterson, who could be Temba's height brother. So it's very much a V shape, a pyramid shaped cordon.
Yes. Beautiful story yesterday at the press conference about Keegan Peterson talking about his father, his father's influence in the game. His father used to play with Marais Erasmus, I think in the early 90s.
When he passed Marais Erasmus in the channel, left alone, and no run.
And like a typical youngster, he was like, no, I would go to my father's games. I don't know what he was playing. I just would sit there watching him playing. And I don't know what team it was. I just was there. And then people dug up the stories. People dug up the pictures. And it was like, hey, he was playing with Marais Erasmus in the 1990s. And it's really, it feels full circle to me, you know, because I'm sure he would be calling Marais uncle back in those days. Yeah. You know, and he spoke about how his father would do throwdowns at him, and really beautiful that, you know, he gets to go play Newlands in the next test, even though he is a boy from Paarl.
Lungi back of a length, and Rahane takes a big stride forward, gets a bit of an inside edge, and it runs away to fine leg, where is that KG who came in and collected it. It also brings brings to the fore what quite a small community cricket is. I've just with my umpiring and my daughter playing, you very quickly get to know, in my case, all of the female players in Gauteng and all of their families and so on. And I can completely believe that a generation hence, we might be talking about their sons and daughters and sort of transgenerational connections. Lungi bangs this one in, just defended into the pitch by Pujara. And no run, 113 for 2.
And if there ever was a proponent for the transformation of the game, Keegan Peterson is probably one of the answers, because his father, Dirkie Peterson, probably was good enough, if he was even in those sides with Marais Erasmus, to play at a provincial level up there. But it was in the 80s, it was in the early 90s, when he never got those opportunities. But now, 25, 30 years later, his son is playing in his first test series in South Africa.
Very, very true indeed. And it would have been so nice to take people by the hand, as this is played with soft hands, outside edge. It goes through the vacant third slip region. It was a safe shot, and it runs away for 4. That is the end of that over. 117 for 2. Pujara now within sniffing distance of a half century. He's on 47. Rahane is on 31. The partnership rattling along to 73, and that lead now at 90.
What happened before that last ball was they took out the world's tallest gully, sent him back to where he came, which was mid-wicket. And then that opened up a massive gap between second slip and gully, and that's where Pujara decided to direct the ball, well-directed 4.
Yeah, it was, it looked like an outside edge in that it was a forward defensive, but it was just played with soft hands, and he just let it run off the face of the bat. Very, very safe shot if you have the skill to execute it.
And as we're talking, Dean Alga being proactive, bringing in his strike bowler, Kagiso Rabada. Otto on Twitter says, Otto Simon at Ozmaster, I think the Protea Fire will be able to chase 200, not much more than that. Moving there indeed. We need wickets. He says, enjoying the live commentary on YouTube. He's put up the YouTube link.
KG Rabada bangs it in, and Rahane is squared up somewhat, gets it on the splice of the bat, and runs down to point where Temba does the fielding, and no run, 117 for 2.
How many times has South Africa started days of cricket?
Sorry, hold on. That has been given as a no ball. Umpire Paleka was given the news by the third umpire, and so he does the signal, and so we go to 118 for 2, and Kagiso is going to have to bowl that one again, which he does indeed now, comes past the umpire, full ball, and a very similar shot to the previous one that Pujara played, off the front foot, outside half of the bat, runs safely between slip and gully, or in fact between gully and point. And Keegan Peterson will chase that all the way down to the boundary in front of the Kent Park Taverners, and the score goes along to 122 for 2.
If cricket was like soccer and the coaches were on the side of the field, I'd be shouting at these guys.
I think you're right. They would be.
How many times have we seen the South African team start days of cricket off color?
Yeah.
Like they're unprepared. Like, what do they do? Maybe they're busy playing this volleyball, tennis, soccer ball thing.
Bangs in down the leg side. There's a half a shot, but a good tumbling stop by Kyle Verreynne, and no run.
There's a big question about this team's mentality to be able to not start days of cricket like this on the money. This is where you win games. This is where you win. This is how you become a better test cricketing side. You need to be better at this. You need to start days a lot better than this. You can't be this loose. You can't be this wide.
Kagiso Rabada from the golf course in short of a length, left alone, and through to the keeper, no run. But if you think about it, when we started with a 21-year-old in his second test match, when you have Kagiso Rabada available, and you have the man who's got to 50 wickets, second fastest for any South African in Duan Onofia. So you do have these big guns in your closet. And to start with Marco Jansen, who wasn't actually, he went for 8 in his first over, didn't he? A similar sort of shot off the front foot, angled into that gully area, but this time Keegan Peterson is able to make a tumbling stop and no run. 122 for 2.
What's the point of warming up? We watch them warm up. We've watched them warm up an hour before. They have these cones, right, set up to be like, this is the good length for UKG. And they've been hitting them religiously. Then all of a sudden, the moment the game starts, everything goes out the window.
And I mean, particularly Lungi's very, very first ball was on the hips of Pujara and worked into the onside for 4, which somewhat set the tone. Shorter ball, and Rahane has to get up onto his hips, onto his toes rather, and plays it on the splice that goes to Peterson at gully.
Look, the one thing is there is adrenaline, there is pressure here compared to when you are busy warming up. But you need to get to a point where you prepare a team, and your team, captain, coach, and even these guys, even Marco Jansen, he's an international player now, where you just are able to overcome all of these things.
Bangs in, and Rahane tries to paddle this around, but I think he misses it and just comes off his thigh pad, did it? Anyway, no run. That is the end of the over, with Rabada having bowled 7 overs now, 0 for 31, so he's been quite expensive. And the score 122 for 2. That lead is 95, and we reckon. So I say 175. You say about 200.
Yes, but 150 is game, anybody's game.
Yes, I think after 150 is India are very much in it, and after 225, South Africa are out of it.
Let me go through some tweets. Armchair Cricket Podcast says India began day 3 at a gallop, having made 16 runs of the first 3 overs. SA would want to start exerting control quickly. Once the lead crosses 100 mark, India will feel on top, and they have a bevy of attacking batters to come, and the game may get away from South Africa quickly. Ravi then says, I suppose it's time for Pujara and Rahane to come good, particularly with Kohli absent. KL Rahul can't do all the scoring for India.
Lungi Ngidi, good line and length, and defended off the front foot by Pujara. No run. Pujara's on 47 at the moment.
This is very interesting because yesterday I felt Duan Olifia was very unlucky to lose, to be taken off the bowling after 2 overs, right? So he's only bowled 4 overs in this innings because I thought he bowled really well. Lots of control, came with like 7 runs at the time. Kagiso on the other end was just wayward. But this time, Dean doesn't do a double change. He keeps Ngidi on.
Yeah. Ngidi past the umpire. It's similar sort of ball, good length, but they are able to scamper through for a single as it is squirted into the offside. Keshav comes around to do the fielding. They go through for that 1, 2, 3 for 2, unfortunately, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Pujara to 48, Rahane to 35, and that lead now 96.
So whenever Rahane gets to bat, Marco Jansen goes to the second gully. So you've got 5 fielders behind square. Or
That's what's happening. Okay, so they're changing it for each batsman.
yes, and then he normally for Pujara he's at square leg. It's more he's trying to attack, but he's not trying to attack. He's also trying to save runs.
As Lungi comes right arm over and floats it up to the batsman somewhat,
Oh.
who plays it to mid-wicket, and I think a bit of a bobble that caused Rasif van der Dussen to miss field, and he had to chase the ball back behind him. It allows them to come through for 2, 125 for 2. That takes Rahane to 37, and the partnership now goes past the 80 mark.
Yes, we've also got a comment. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, indeed, they seem to be free between the ears. Talking about Pujara and Rahane, their strokes are flowing off the bat easily, and any bad ball is being punished. Starting off from last evening, these two have added 78 in 14.4 overs. It was last evening, as in when they came together, at 5 runs and over, at over 5 runs and over.
Back of the leg, defended into the offside. Keshav Maharaj does the fielding, it but off, no run.
And then we'll go on to mention this is really a match-changing partnership on a tough Wanderers pitch. Ravi, the heavy roller already, I think he should consider himself light roller with all the work he's done in the last half of the year. Pujara showing his class here, quickly remedied his flaws from the last 3 innings.
Now, these guys have looked really, really good together. They are not batting like men under pressure at all, are they? And as the confidence begins to flow through their veins, this has the potential to be a 200-run partnership.
Oh, and the world's tallest gully now goes to become the world's tallest third man.
Or possibly
Flying.
becomes the world's deepest gully.
So Marco Jansen moved back.
2 slips in a gully with Marco Jansen at third man. Lungi Ngidi away from us, again back of the length, in that channel, left well alone by Rahane. He stays on 37, 125 for 2. Lungi has bowled 6.5 overs, 0 for 25, and has been played really, really easily this morning by these batsmen. There hasn't, they've left well when he's invited them to drive outside the off stump, but had no problem getting back on ball when he's been a bit straighter.
Yes, and every run now is going to feel like a dagger to Dean, and which is the reason why he's now got a third man to try and save any boundaries.
The third man is an incredibly defensive position in test matches. Played with soft hands into the offsides and a tumbling stop by Keshav, but to run round to his left on the corner of the square. They go through for a single. That is the end of that over, 126 for 2. Rahane is on 38, Pujara is on 48, and the lead now 99.
To contextualize where we are right now, well, this South African team is right now. For the past 2 years, we've been trying to get a team that plays hard cricket, that doesn't give up, that always is in the face of the opponents, even though from a quality perspective or a competence perspective, or even from a talent perspective and an ability perspective, they may be a step below these great teams. Mornings like this are mornings where you should be able to see that dogged cricketing spirit that we've been trying to build. It just hasn't been that way.
Lungi to resume, he bounces it, and it clears keeper Verena as well. It is given byes by umpire Paleka, and so that, I'm afraid, goes against Verena's scorecard, although it never does. We always say that, but no one ever keeps that stat. And free runs.
Because when you're an underdog, Simon, the only thing you can control is how you play. And things like line and length for fast bowlers, yes, sometimes you can have off days, you can be off rhythm. Those are things that, as an underdog, you have to be on top of. And especially because bowling is South Africa's strength, this cannot happen. This cannot fly.
Lungi again, a much better ball, back of the length, squaring Rahane up somewhat, and he gets the outside half of the bat through to point and no run. Oh, who did I say?
Lungi.
Oh, my apologies. It is indeed Kagiso. That was purely a slip of the tongue because, of course, Lungi's been bowling from this end.
Yes, and Lungi's got the thinner numbers. His numbers
Yes.
are on a diet, and everyone else's numbers had really lovely Christmas.
It's like his mom did his shirt for him. No one knows. Kagiso again, and it was an edge, but played with soft hands through that vacant third slip area, down to the boundary for 4, and still just leaking runs. 8 runs now off this over. The lead is now 107, and the score 134 for 2.
Pujara on 48, Rahane moving up to 42 with that 4. It's now looking to a point where the batters are now dictating terms.
Completely.
Throughout this test match, it's been the bowlers dictating terms. Now the batsmen are dictating terms. And the only reason about this is that South Africa are bowling very wide outside the off stump. They're not keeping the batsmen honest.
So right arm over, a much better ball, just cramping Rahane for space somewhat, and defended no run. Rassie van der Dussen is still in that short square leg position, but he's now forward short square leg as opposed to backward square leg where he was for Marco Jansen. This is the sort of situation where I could imagine Rishabh Pant coming in and scoring sort of double time 60-70.
At this point in time, if I'm Rahul Dravid, I'm telling Vihari Pant, Thakur and Ashwin, if you see it and it's in your half,
Smash.
take it out the park.
Lungi full of ball and just defended by Rahane and no run. Rahane on 42, Pujara on 48. The partnership is on 90. So there's plenty of milestones coming up in the next couple of overs. The field is still bog standard. I mean, 2 slips in the gully and a point. Madan, the forward short square leg, and then the catching square leg in that deep position. He's about 5 meters off the boundary, and Lungi is right on the boundary at square 5 leg. Wayward down the leg side is Kagiso for the final ball of the over. The sort of ball you would bowl if you were trying to keep Rahane off strike, actually. But I think it was just genuinely a dreadful ball.
Let's go through a tweet from Ravi Nair. He says, India batting by position 2020-21, openers 1 and 2, runs 2,573 at an average of 36.75. 3, 4 and 5, that's the middle order, 2,830 runs at an average of 28.58. 6 to 11, 2,892, which is the most, but at an average of 19. Pujara, Kohli and Rahane haven't been pulling their weight.
Okay, so just to summarize that, because it sounded like a lot of numbers.
Okay.
But it was, so basically the openers are averaging 36, the middle order are averaging 28.5, and the lower order 19.5. Right, well, there is a change of bowler. It is going to be Dwan Olivier, who has borrowed his hairstyle from late career Imran Tahir. He runs away from us, right arm over, and immediately onto the hips of Pujara, who just works him easily into the on time. They jog through for a single.
I'm truly disappointed right now in this team. Where is the bowling plan? What are you guys trying to do? Here, there's no apart from that man over from Lungi that had a semblance of a plan, trying to get Rahane to play off the back foot and deep in his crease. There's been nothing.
I mean, I would honestly maybe say, guys, for 2 or 3 overs, let's just keep it on
Off stump.
On 7th stump. Like, let's get back into it, which is what he does now, and it's left alone outside the off stump. Let's just get our breath back. Come and just play. Dale Steyn has a lovely phrase for it. He talks about running in and playing catch with the keeper. And all he does is he just bowls in that 6th stump channel. And if the batsman wants to take the risk to come out and have a flash at him, well, he's welcome to it. But it just gives you a chance, the whole team, a chance to feel like they're getting back into the rhythm. This does bounce off a length, and Rahane does quite well to actually get his bat out of the way there. certainly sways back as well, goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, that was a good ball rising off a bit of off a good length. That one is a sign of the inconsistent bounce that the South Africans are going to have to deal with batting second, which is why giving free runs to India in the first 40 minutes of the day is not a good thing. And that's why I would have taken that review to get the team to huddle together, shout at them again, because Dean seems to say he uses choice words.
Can't imagine him again backward of length, but too straight. And Rahane is able to just work this into the onside, and they jog through for a single, and that just takes the pressure off. They've got to be defensive and bold in that offside channel and just get themselves back into this morning. We've got 2 balls left in this over. It's the 30th over of the innings, after which we will have a commentary break. It will be Jenna Searle and Tsepo Taira who will be replacing Mpho and I. But it's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you through this morning. Here goes Dwan again, away from us. Better line, just and left alone by Pujara, who's on 49. It goes through to the keeper, no run.
Simon, this is our first actual commentary stint at an international stadium. Yes.
We must have done one when the Pakistan women were sure.
No, I didn't. Who did I do it with? But anyway.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, congratulations to us, Mpho. Not only on this stint, but on the entire project.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute pleasure partnering with you through this adventure. Again, a little bit too straight and just worked into the onside. Pujara goes to his 50, and he's going to raise his bat to his colleagues at the on the balcony. We'll give you the details of that.
That's Pujara's 32nd Test 50, and it is his second at the Wanderers. So he is putting South Africa to a sword right now, but batting also very quickly. 50 coming off of 62 balls, which is not synonymous with Che Pujara.
And we'll be back just after this.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship.
And we're back here at the Wanderers, South Africa, bowling to India at the moment. India sitting on 138 for 2. KG Rabada just bowled his first delivery, was back of a length in line with leg stump. Tickled to the leg side for a single. My name is Tsepo Taira, and I'm joined by Jenna Searle, and we're watching the second ball of KG's over. It's back of a length. It was hit the edge of Rahane's bat. It looped in the air for quite some time, and Aiden Markham looked like he was on his back foot. Didn't get to the ball diving forward, and a catch dropped.
Good morning, everyone. That looked like some serious hesitancy there in the slip cordon. I think Aiden Markham was waiting for Temple Bavuma to make the decision or to try and see who was going to go for that catch in the end. Markham taking a very unsuccessful dive and only really hitting the floor after the ball hit the floor.
Yeah, I know it was very unfortunate there. Keegan Peterson and Aiden Markham both trying to go for the delivery, but unfortunately, a bit of hesitation from the two of them, costing South Africa a wicket. Hands on hips moments for KG Rabada.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good start for South Africa. We didn't start off really well at all this morning. Our first 3 overs went for 16 runs, and this is definitely just letting the South African men down here with that lost chance.
Yeah, lost chance, and we're just seeing the support staff of India coming onto the field, maybe just to check out the finger of Ajinkya Rahane. That's hitting him very high on the shoulder of the bat, actually hitting him on the glove, trying to get out the way. That was some steep bounce from Kagiso Rabada, showing this pitch it's got some gremlins in it.
Yeah, it definitely does. The support staff of India seem to be spraying Rahane's wrist. That seems to be where he's been hit.
Yeah, freebies left, right, and center. If it's not boundary after boundary, if it's not an achieved rate of 4.6 and over, to drop catches like this, the South Africans not doing themselves any favors here.
No, definitely. And I think this would be a good opportunity for the South African men to come together as a team while the Indian support staff are busy with the batters, and just to regroup, regather, get their thoughts together. But that doesn't seem to have happened. Captain Dean Elgar took a quick jog to the bowler Kagiso Rabada and had a quick chat, but none of the other men seem to gather together. And that is worrying for me because they don't seem to be playing as a unit this morning.
That's a very, very interesting point here. They do need to regroup. They need to grab hold of this game, and no one's looking to each other to draw something out of them, to draw something out of each other. And they're making it too easy for these Indian batters who, at the beginning of the innings, were under a lot of pressure, not scoring a lot of runs, but a counter punch from the two of them, and the South Africans just seem to have capitulated after that.
Yeah, the body language of the South Africans looks very negative at the moment. Hands on hips or hands crossed in front of their chests.
Third ball of the over. It's back of a length in line with the stumps, and Pujara just ducks under that. He's sitting on 51. He has a half century here. Rahane on the opposite end, not far away, 44. They've taken the lead up now to 112, while they're on 139. And another no ball from Kagiso Rabada. This is comical. It truly is.
Yeah, definitely. I think we need a little bit of leadership. He needs to really rally the troops and try and get them together again.
That's exactly what he needs here. A good length delivery. This Pujara gets behind it as it was in line with the stumps. No run there. 140 for 2. And something interesting I found out when I was just populating my score sheet from the CSA scorer Lauren. Kagiso Rabada in this game has conceded a no ball with the first or second ball of his over. So in the first innings, his 11th over, 14th and 16th over, all of them no balls. In this innings, his 5th, 6th and 7th, and now even his 9th over, the second, first and third balls have all been no balls. So a bit sloppy here from the South Africans. This one, a good length delivery going down the leg side. Kyle Verreynne picking that one up, no runs there, still 140 for 2.
Yeah, just speaking on that no ball, it's one thing trying to get as close to the batter as possible, and it's another making that mistake of letting that foot slide over that line. It is disappointing because that is something that bowlers can control. Taking that half step back in the run-up, and I think that as South Africans, we need to focus on the things that we can do. We can't concentrate on what we are receiving from the Indians.
A fantastic delivery, showing his quality here, Kagiso Rabada. Back of a length, squaring up Pujara, just beating the outside edge. And Kyle Verreynne picks that up. So one good ball here. Oh, fantastic delivery that.
Yeah, and just looking at the batters who started this morning, Ajinkya Rahane and Pujara, they really have shown their class this morning. Very experienced batters.
Kagiso Rabada for his final ball, back of a length. It's a bouncer that Pujara just ducks under. That ends the 31st over. India 140 for 2, Pujara on 51, and Rahane on 44. The lead is now 113.
Yeah, the partnership of these two batters is now 96.
It's huge.
It's huge, and if they can push that up to 100, 120, maybe even 150, and that's definitely going to be a match-winning performance.
We keep hearing that the South Africans would want to chase anything over 200. Right now, the lead 113, still 8 wickets in hand. And not just that, it's only day 3. Still 2 days and 2 sessions to play as Duan Olivier comes from the corner driver. And he's coming over the wicket to Rahane, goes across the right hander, back of a length delivery, tried to hook this, but he missed that. All ends up as Kyle Verreynne picks it up. No run there.
Yeah, just thinking about the way that the South Africans have bowled this morning, there seems to be no plan at all, which is very disappointing. Yesterday, we were out with a plan, but this morning we really seem to have forgotten about that.
Looking sloppy is the word for me. 2 slips a gully. There's a man at point, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. And a back of a length delivery just outside off stump, leaning on the back foot, punched backward of square by Rahane. And unfortunately for the South Africans, that goes for boundary. Rahane score now 48 and India now on 144.
Temba Bavuma and Keegan Peterson really did try and make good work of that chase. They sprinted after the ball, but unfortunately Temba Bavuma's dive was unsuccessful and the ball just bobbled over the rope.
The South Africans really need to arrest this. It feels like what would be a bowling collapse right now. Nothing is happening in the field. There's no clear plan. The previous delivery, Olivier bowled went down the leg side. This one went down the off side. Both of them nothing balls, no pressure on the Indians. It's looking pretty dismal here for South Africa as this one back of a length. Once again, Rahane just has to lean back, slices this, but now finds the gap between the two slips and gully. And he's just making it look so easy.
Yeah, that brings Ajinkya Rahane up to 52 runs. Well done to him on his half century. And the previous shot brought their partnership up to 100, so currently on 104 runs.
With that said, as much as there's nothing here happening from the South Africans, it takes a good batter to pounce on these types of deliveries. And these two have been batting quite well, bringing the control here back to India.
Yeah, just on that shot, looking at the replay of Ajinkya Rahane on the big screen, he's very controlled. He waits for the ball. He plays very late on the ball, on top of it, and making sure that the ball goes off the bat into the ground so that there's absolutely no chance of the South Africans getting a wicket in the slips.
Olivier coming in again, full length delivery just outside off stump, shoulders arms from Ajinkya Rahane as Kyle Verreynne picks it up. Still 148 for 2.
Yeah, I definitely think both of these batters are really showing what it means to play good cricket, waiting for the ball, playing late, making sure that when their point of contact is underneath their eyes, it really has been wonderful to watch.
Truly, the free-flowing run scoring here, scoring at a rate of 4.7 as Olivier comes in once again. This one, good length delivery, but it goes down the leg side, strays down the leg side, a nothing ball once again. From the South African pacer. And we're just seeing Keshav Maharaj here at cover, just doing some stretches. And that feels like a very defensive move, trying to mitigate the lack of runs coming through now.
Yeah, I do think as Keshav Maharaj is warming up there, I don't think it's a bad thing that he comes on to bowl.
This one, great length delivery. This one was going to clatter into the top of off stump, but kept out by Pujara. That ends the 32nd over, 148 for 2. The lead now 121.
Yeah, just looking at the South African team, very few international caps amongst the men. We are a very young team, and Keshav Maharaj is one of the senior players in this team. So maybe bringing him on for a bowl is a good idea, just to consolidate and let his experience shine through with the ball. Bring us back. Let's maybe give him a go and see what happens.
You make a valid point about experience as we see Kagiso Rabada coming in from the golf course end. This one beats the outside edge of the bat. A good length delivery. The South Africans are up. A big appeal here, but the umpire unmoved. And they don't even look like they're going to review this. I don't believe that there's something in there. Stay nice and calm. Keshav Maharaj here at deep square leg. Looks like he's having a conversation here with Dean Algar. He looks a little bit aggressive. Just those field positions. Algar at first slip, Markram second slip. There's a gully, a backward point, short square leg, deep square leg, a fine leg, cover, and a mid on.
Yeah, that ball from Kagiso Rabada was a little bit more on the money.
This one also great line outside that off stump. This one a lot shorter bouncer length. And Pujara just leans back and avoids all contact, avoids the danger there.
Yeah, that first ball really pulling Pujara out of his crease onto that front foot, getting him to kind of throw his hands a little bit at that defensive shot and just beating that bat. I do think not a bad plan to get Indian batters out of the crease and make them play on the front foot, see whether they can take that risk or not.
That's exactly what this delivery does. A fuller length delivery in line with off stump. Pujara blocks that out, and KG Rabada hitting his straps here. Good rhythm, good line, good length for his first 3 balls. Also, no low balls.
Yeah, I do see that as well. Hopefully the next 3 balls can kind of hold that rhythm as well.
Now, it's interesting that you mentioned at the beginning of the over seniority is what's lacking here in the South African lineup. But somebody that does have caps is Kagiso Rabada. He's not shy of caps at all, 48 caps for South Africa. So he's close to his 50th. This one, a great line, back of a length delivery. Pujara just gets his bat in the way, an inside edge that bounces just in front of short square leg. So now looking a lot better, even getting a pat on the back from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, I do think, speaking about seniority and experience, having that experience of Kagiso Rabada bowling at these 2 very experienced batters, as long as KG can find his rhythm, as long as he can show that he has those caps and why he has those caps, I do think we can be in for something here.
Rabada over the wickets once again. Great line, back of a length delivery, shoulders, arms here from Pujara. So now giving the South African pacer a little bit more respect, which is good to see from the South African point of view here. 5 balls, no runs yet. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR.
Now, we do have a tweet here from Ravi, the heavy roller ready. He says, this pitch has plenty of life in it. We need to bowl the right line and length. And I do think that Kagiso Rabada has found that in the last 5 balls, and hopefully he can carry that through as the morning goes on.
Final ball of the over. Once again, good line, back of a length delivery outside that 4th stump. Shoulders, arms from Pujara, and finally a maiden for the South African team.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of away movement there on that last ball. Calvert-Lewin having to stretch his arms to the right a little bit there and moving his feet just so that he could catch that ball.
Hopefully we get a little bit more test cricket going on here. The run rate's way too high for conventional test match. 4.5. These batsmen are racing right now, a partnership of 104 off 132 balls. And as much as there have been freebies here from the South Africans, these 2 Indian batsmen have done well to take the pressure off themselves. Duan Olifeed comes in from the corner drive end. Good line, good length. Hitting the body of Ajinkya Rahane, just plays this square of the wickets to the leg side. He moves on to 53 with that single, 149 for 2.
Yeah, and while we have said that South Africa have not really hidden the straps this morning, as you said, the Indian men have made sure that the good balls have been well treated and that the bad ones have gone for boundaries. So I do think it is a little bit difficult for the bowlers at the moment.
2 slips, a gully, backward points, mid wickets, mid on, mid off, short leg or deep leg, fine leg, and Duan Olifeed pitches this one in short. In line with the stumps. Pujara ducks under that, no run there, still 149 for 2.
We have Pujara on 51 and Ajinkya Rahane on 53. Both of these players have definitely been due for runs. And we were speaking about it a little bit yesterday that should these 2 batters still be in this Indian test side, and they've definitely shown who they are and shown their experience last night and this morning.
Duan Olifeed coming in again from the corner drive end. A good line, good length rather. Delivery going down the leg side. Calvert-Lewin diving to his left and getting a hand to it, but the batsmen take a single, and that is a bye. That brings up the 150 for India, an extra, another one.
Yeah, it's 150 runs of 205 balls. They've been out here for 145 minutes. They've hit 23 fours and 1 6.
And it's funny that the 150 comes off an extra. Calvert-Lewin, unfortunately, not keeping the ball in his hands. This one straying down the leg side a little bit. Good length. Just played off the hips. From Ajinkya Rahane as the man at mid-wickets swept to pick that up. 152, Rahane on 54. 3 relatively easy runs here for the Indian team.
Yeah, just looking at the way that the Indian batters just took that single to Marco Jansen at mid-wicket, might have said, okay, the ball's on the floor. He's going to take a little bit of time to get all the way down. And that could then give us a chance to get through for that quick single.
Very sharp. On the front foot, the Indians. This one just outside of off stump from Duan Olifir. Shoulders, arms, a good length delivery. 151 for 2. They're just going to what was identified earlier today as the area where a crack is probably opening up. Thakur was mentioning that in his press conference, and both the batters, Pujara and Ajinkya Rahane, are doing a little bit of gardening there in between the delivery. Duan Olifir over the wicket, back of a length, outside off stump. Pujara gets his bat behind it and dots it down for 8 dots. 151 for 2. And it looks like we're going to have a drinks break here.
Yeah, just listening to Keegan Peterson's press conference from last night. He's one of the journalists asked whether he thought that the pitch was going to become easier to bat on. And he said no, he didn't see that happening, and that it was going to be difficult for the batters to find a rhythm and to really capitalize on the starts that they've made. But we do need the South African bowlers to kind of test the batters and use the wicket well. Because if it isn't a batter's wicket, then certainly it should be a bowler's one. But South Africa are definitely not using that to their advantage today.
We listened to the same press conference yesterday and expected that the first session of the third day would be quite difficult for the batters, but a run rate achieved now of 4.4, it went up to 4.9 at one stage. These batsmen have made it look very, very easy, showing their class, dispatching the bad balls. But unfortunately for the South Africans, so many extras, so many free runs, so many boundaries so early in play. It's a bit of a surprise, you can say. There's just a little bit of a huddle there while the South Africans take a drinks break, and maybe a much needed huddle.
Yeah, I would hope that in this unit coming together now, that they do talk to each other and they have those hard conversations. We know that Dean Elgar is a hard captain. He's hard on the men, and he wants them to do well, to perform at their best. And hopefully that gets through to the players. And we saw on day one of the test that straight after the drinks break, Marco Jansen got the breakthrough of Mayank Agarwal. And I do think that perhaps that could happen again. Obviously, hoping that the South African team do really gather back together, play as a unit, and come out hard now after the strength break.
So just to give you an update on the day's play, the day started with India on 85 for 2, Chideswa Pujara on 35, and Ajinkya Rahane on 11. 20 overs into the innings. We are now rather at 151 for 2. Still no wickets lost for the Indians. Fantastic news. Both of the batsmen there, Pujara and Rahane, have their half centuries on 51 and 54 respectively. They also have amassed a lead now of 124 runs. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'll be reading your tweets here. Very interesting conversations to be had. Maybe you're a South African fan in anguish. Maybe you're an Indian fan in jubilee rather. But we'd love to hear from you at OneWorldSR.
Yeah, we do have a tweet in here from Ravi, the heavy roller, ready once again. And he says, wow, another shocking retirement thus far. Quinton de Kock, Pattinson, and now Rajapaksa, all good players. And I think definitely the world of cricket is losing some great players, and that just gives space for young players, up-and-coming cricketers to kind of showcase what they have and show what the next generation of cricket has to offer.
I'm glad that you mentioned that now. We heard Quinton de Kock recently retired. That brings in Kyle Verreynne. He's had a sketchy, not his first test with the gloves, but hasn't been too clean behind the stumps. But you'd hope that with time, with more test experience, he just gets better and better. But yes, it did make room for someone who performed very well on the domestic circuit. We're back with Kagiso Rabada. He's going to come from the golf course end. He has 2 slips and a gully, so not the most aggressive field. A good length delivery outside off stump, but punched through the offside as Marco Jansen from cover tries to retrieve that ball racing to the boundary. He put in a dive. It looks like the ball didn't go all the way there. It looks like it might have been stopped by Marco Jansen as he's still there just adjusting his shoes. Definitely going to have another look at that. But at least they would have gotten 3 runs.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot there from Ajinkya Rahane. He just leaned into that, really timed it very well on that front foot and made the most of that ball.
Now we're just seeing the replay now of Marco Jansen. He dove, stopped the ball from getting to the boundary, but then it just kept rolling, creeping towards the boundary, but it didn't. So it probably will only stay 3 runs. They just want to check if he made contact with the boundary and the ball at the same time, and he hasn't. But he did make contact with the advertising screen, moving that. A little bit of anguish there for the South African pacer. But he saved 1 run, put his body on the line, got very low to get that, and saved 1 run. Good to see.
Yeah, he did. And I think in limited over cricket, those small wins that we get, those single run...
they're just checking the field that retrieved the ball, checking that he didn't touch the rope when he picked it up, Keshav Maharaj. And they decided that he has. So all that work was for nothing.
Oh no, South Africans really making a couple of rookie errors this morning.
That is comical. It's if you're a South African fan, it's gone beyond the points of frustration now. It's actually gone to a comedy of errors as Kagiso Rabada back of a length delivery. It's in line with the batsman and the Marco Jansen doing the fielding at cover to save the single. The score 155 for 1. Rahane with that boundary moved on to 58. Pujara still on 51 in the lead now on 128.
Yeah, the partnership is 111. These 2 batters doing really well this morning, really taking advantage of the mistakes that the South Africans have made.
Quite a lot of mistakes, actually. 2 slips, a gully, backward points, short square leg, back of a length delivery blocked out by Rahane. There's also a man at cover. You heard Marco Jansen, a man at mid-on, deep square leg and deep fine leg also on the field.
It'll be interesting to see if we have a bowling change on that end, on the golf course end from Kagiso Rabada. We're thinking maybe Marco Jansen can come in and he can make a bit of a change here.
Kagiso Rabada for his 4th ball of the over, in line with off stump, a good length delivery blocked out by Rahane with an inside edge on the leg side for no run. And you'd think that the final frontier, getting over the line here to conquer the South African team on their home ground, would have been a little bit more of a fight. But right now, day 3, South Africa looking very lackluster in the field. The energy is quite low as Kagiso comes in for his penultimate ball of the over, back of a length. Shoulders, arms from Rahane as it just sails past the 4th stump line.
Yeah, I do think the body language, as Armchair Cricket Podcast has been saying on our tweet, is that the South African men really are looking listless, as you just said, Tsepo, hands on hips, crossed arms in front of their chests. And this is definitely something that the Indian men have noticed and are taking advantage of.
No one really trying to get the energy up here. Dean Elgar not really rallying his troops as Kagiso Rabada comes in. Back of a length delivery has squared up Rahane. He's gone up and he's been given. And finally, the breakthrough for the South Africans.
Yeah, definitely. That was something that we were hoping for. And the man, Kagiso Rabada, made that breakthrough. I think just clipping the shoulder of Ajinkya Rahane's back there. A simple catch in the end from Kyle Verreynne.
Oh, yes. And it looks like it just bounced on a crack and just jagged away from the right-hander. It looked like it was angling towards the body, so squared up Rahane and just clipped the edge of the bat. He has to walk after scoring 58 off 78 balls. He scored 8 fours and 1 6 for that score. Now India 155 for 3.
Yeah, that is a big wicket for South Africa. To break that partnership is crucial, but they definitely need to make sure that that 1 wicket brings 2, even 3 before lunch. I think that'll be critical. Depending on what the Indian men decide to do, whether they consolidate or they continue playing a free game.
Looks like we'll have Hanuma Vihari coming to the crease. He's had 13 matches, 4 50s in 23 innings. He has that 1 century, 111 against the West Indies in 2019. Also played in the SAA versus India A series in Bloemfontein. The stand-in captain had 3 half centuries in a row in 4 innings, and now comes to the middle. Won't have to face up. It was the final ball of Kagiso's over. So Duan Olivier will be continuing from the corner drive end. He has 2 slips, a gully, man at point, a man at cover or a very short off, a man at mid wicket, a man at mid on, fine leg and deep square leg. Olivier coming in, good length delivery in line with the stumps. Pujara forward defends this for no run.
Yeah, that ball going out to the point fielder in the form of Temba Bavuma and just throwing the ball into the keeper. I think that back and forth of fielder to keeper, no matter where the ball is or whether there is a chance of a run out or not, always important to keep the fielder's arms warm, to keep Calverena in the game.
And keep people engaged as Duan Olivier comes in again. Good length delivery as well. A little bit closer to the body now of Pujara. Same result, blocked out. Marco Jansen doing the fielding this time round.
Yeah, and hopefully that wicket of Ajinkya Rahane can be the change of the South African innings.
Yeah, instead of having 2 half centurions at the crease, there's now only 1. Pujara on strike on 51. Vihari still yet to get off the mark, and the lead 128, 155 for 3 as Duan Olivier comes in. Very short length delivery in line with that off stump, and Pujara just leans back, avoids that delivery.
Do you think, Tsepo, that the Indians are going to try and consolidate here and make sure that they can get themselves to lunch all the way, or do you think they're going to try and accelerate and just try and get as many runs on the board as possible?
That's a good question. I don't think they need to accelerate. They already achieved at a rate of 4.4. Is this one a very good length delivery? Very full, rather. It looked like it squared up Pujara. It looked like they were appealing for an LBW or an edge. It bounced short of Calverena. The skipper is talking now to Duan Olivier. 3 seconds left on the DRS timer, and he sends this one up. A little bit of change of momentum here, giving the South Africans some confidence. A great delivery from Duan Olivier to square up Pujara as well.
Yeah, and it is the man who is on a half century. So this is definitely another big wicket for South Africa. This could be the tumble that we've seen so far at the Wanderers after 1 wicket comes to you, and maybe we can have a look. Maybe we are lucky on this review.
It's the cutter from Duan Olivier. Scramble seam just kisses the pad on the rolls of the pad of Pujara, but that impact might just be outside off, if anything, umpire's call.
Yeah, he did come quite far forward there, so he could also be missing the top of the stumps.
We're just checking Ultra Edge to see if there's any contact with the bat. Looks like bat and pad, maybe bat. Looks like there's not a lot of daylight between the bat and the ball, but it definitely did impact the pad. So a very difficult decision here for the 3rd umpire to make.
Yeah, that is great work there from Rahane.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the South Africans, they're going to lose a review because the impact was outside of the stumps there. So we're not even going to check if it goes into the stumps. So another unsuccessful review here for Dean Algar.
Yeah, I do think that they did need to go up on that one just to get the men together, get them going again and make sure that we're always looking for an opportunity to get the wicket.
I believe Umpo was talking about that in the previous stint, just to sort of take the momentum of the game and bring it to the South Africans. You could see that their tails were up. They wanted to bring the second wicket quickly, and that's that forward or aggressive. That's a very aggressive move from the captain, and you'd hope to see more of that.
Yeah, definitely. It is nice and aggressive. It shows that we're thinking, which is good.
Duan Olivier in again, just back of a good length outside the off stump, and this fended to the man at gully for no run. 155 for 3. Pujara survived an unsuccessful review on 51. The lead now 128, and at the non-strikers end, Vihari is yet to get off the mark.
What is the success of Dean Algar's reviews so far?
That's a good question. I would like someone to actually find out right now, just thinking off the top of my head as Duan Olivier comes in. Good length delivery. It's going towards the body of Pujara, who just tickles this down the leg side to find leg for a single. 156 with the single to end the over. Pujara retains the strike, and the lead now 129. I believe he lost 2 reviews in Centurion. Not very good reviews, but he did also get 1 right. So I think there are 3 reviews. Out of 3, he got 1. And in the Wanderers test, there were... we lost a review here, and I believe I know we lost 1 in the first inning. So right now, yet to get 1 right. So it looks like 1 out of 5. But I will be happy to stand corrected. I would like it if someone could just check that for us. Maybe Chris would be able to. Would ESPN Cricket Info give you that information? I'm not sure. He's Rabada coming in from the golf course end to Pujara. This one back of a length in line with the body and just tickles this to the leg side. Now the new batsman is on strike. Maybe that was all part of the plan. Give them the easy single. 157 for 3.
Yeah, I think if I was in the shoes of Dean Algar and having lost a couple of reviews, maybe a little bit hesitant to go up if it was a 50-50 kind of decision. But I don't think that he definitely didn't shy away from going up for that one. So it is good to see that he is being brave and going up and asking for those chances to be made.
He's got himself for Kagiso Rabada 2 slips, a gully, a man at leg slip. Keshav Maharaj coming from that deep square leg. Fine leg, point, short leg, cover, and mid on. This one, a bouncer, a very steep bouncer, has been given as a wide, as Calveren could do nothing to stop that from running all the way to the boundary. 4 wides takes the score up to 162 for 3. Some more free runs.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between being aggressive and then just being completely not in the game at all.
Reckless. Doesn't look like there was any control there from Kagiso Rabada. That, I think, has been indicative in the first session. Or this one just outside off stump here brings back a little bit of control, gets Vihari coming forward to that one, driving, but absolutely missing. So that's a good sign for the South African bowler. Maybe trying to lull India into playing false strokes to make us look a little volatile here. But it's interesting how free runs come and then a good ball comes. And then free runs come and then a good ball comes.
Oh, there has been a lack of consistency this morning.
KJ Rabada coming in again. Good length delivery just outside the off stump. This one left by Hanuma Vihari. Still 162 for 3. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I do think if Kagiso Rabada can kind of hold that off stump line and try and drag the Indian batters out of the crease onto that front foot, that's when you're going to be asking the correct questions.
And we're just getting visuals of Vihari's dismissal from the first innings. It was a ball that just bounced off a good length, hit him on the shoulder of the bat, and Rassie van der Dussen took a fantastic catch at leg slip. This one back of a length in line with the stumps. Vihari gets himself and the bats out the way. Another dot ball.
Yeah, we do have a tweet here from Anees Mohammed. He says, again, after a lackluster first hour from the Proteas, they get a wicket first over after drinks. I think the horse may have bolted already unless there is an epic collapse.
No, it would have to be an epic collapse now. A lead of 135. Kagiso Rabada coming in. Good length delivery in line with the body of Vihari. And all he has to do is tickle this past the man at leg slip. Kishore Maharaj diving to his left. He's disappointed that he wasn't able to stop that. He's been a fiery character in the field. We've been seeing him constantly warming up, sending messages to his captain. Put me in.
Yeah, he has been. I think that eagerness is going to be really vital, and maybe he can play a bit of a leadership role in this South African fielding innings to get the South African men back on their toes.
And you'll be hearing about that with Umpo and Ken, as this is our last ball. And our last ball is an LBW appeal is full straight, and Pujara has been caught in front by Kagiso Rabada. He looks like he's sending that upstairs immediately, not hesitating at all. So a little bit of drama at the end of our stint here, Jenna.
Yeah, very exciting. As we said, Kagiso Rabada really pulling the batters out of the crease onto that front foot. Pujara was caught in a trap there. Maybe the ball tailing in a little bit and catching him there on the front leg.
Something that Keegan Peterson mentioned in his interview yesterday, I just quickly want to say, is that batsmen are never really in here. He was asked about what happens, why it happened that when you got to that half-century mark, people felt it was Temba Bavuma. He also fell at 62. This is looking absolutely plumb on the replay. Off stump is exposed. It's hitting Pujara just under the roll of the pad. The bat was nowhere near it, still behind the pad. So he's probably going to be walking. That was just a desperate review, possibly. But yeah.
Yeah, we are seeing that they're going to ball tracking now. But that OJ really does show no sign of the bat there.
Pitching outside off impact in line and smacking middle stump, literally pipping it. So that must have been a desperate review. A review lost for the Indian team, and that is also a loss of a wicket. Cheteshwar Pujara, after scoring 53 runs, has to go.
Yes, a very good decision there from umpire Palakar. He hasn't been wrong.
Not much. And this gives us space for the commentary change. So we'll see you next time.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And welcome back to the final 35 minutes of this day 3 morning session here at the Wanderers. India have lost their second wicket of the morning. It was the wicket of Pujara. He was caught LBW off the bowling of Kagiso Rabada. And now South Africa have a glimmer of hope. India lead by 136 runs. But here comes the intriguing part of the match. Rishabh Pant is now entered with Hamuna Vihari. How aggressive are they going to be to try and take this lead up closer to 200? Duan Olafia starting from the corner, drive in to Vihari. He bowls a short one on off stump. Vihari defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, the game has suddenly shifted in the last little bit here. You've got 2 new batters at the crease, and it's going to be interesting to see how South Africa look to squeeze these two as they head towards that lunch break. We're just half an hour away, maybe just 34 minutes away from that lunch break. And from going at 4.4 to the over, you might imagine that things will just take a bit of a backseat now. as South Africa look to squeeze these two Indian batters.
Duan into Vihari. It's a full ball back to the bowler, but it's a bump ball as Vihari played that straight back to him. And Duan Olifere doing a really great job of defending and stopping those runs.
It was a great stop. He just got his body behind that line, the line of that shot, and then threw the ball as well. So wonderful to see from him. And they were talking, were our predecessors on commentary, Tsepo and Jenna, about Kesha Maharaj doing the fielding. But it's so important for when you see wickets falling to motivate the team.
So we're getting a change in field. You've got the two men out back on the leg side, Deepak, a square, fine leg. You've got short leg, forward, short leg. You've also got two slips, a gully, backward point. And there's a short ball from Duan Olifere. That was the trap that the South Africans were setting for Vihari. He does not bite. He just ducks underneath it. 163 for 4.
That's how he was dismissed in the first innings, was Hanuma Vihari. It was a blinder of a catch from Rassie van der Dussen at that forward short leg that Mpo was talking about. And so they know that if they get it once, there's certainly an opportunity for a second.
Yes, and wickets have been falling in clumps, and South Africa will be hoping to use these final 33 minutes until lunch. Duan into Hamuna Vihari outside the off stump. He lets it go through. An intriguing situation for India right now, because now these two have to build a partnership. They both are on, punters on North, Vihari's on one. You always just want to have like a senior batter in there. You don't want to lose both your senior batters early in the morning.
Certainly, and South Africa were at exactly that space in their own innings, and so they'll want to make sure that their new batters the new Indian batters aren't able to get away. India would love to put on a lead of 200, 230.
Duan into Hamuna Vihari, the right-handed Hamuna Vihari. This one's full on leg stump. It's a half volley driven out with an on-drive down to mid-wicket for 4.
It was a glorious shot. He's overpitched as Duan Olifere, and that's been the story of the day, and for the inconsistent lines and lengths of the South African bowling lineup, and it's just been poor, really.
Very good shot to get up, to get you he was on 1, now he's on 5 as the score's 167-4. But it's a nice ball to get early in your innings to settle you up. You know, getting anything on the legs is joy for anybody at this test level. Duan into Hamuna Vihari. He's bowled one, back of a length into the body, defended out on the bounce to that forward short leg. That's Rassie van der Dussen. End of that over, 167 for 4. The lead is 140. Rishabh Pant yet to face a ball. Hamuna Vihari on 5.
And Paul, how crucial do you think that innings would have been for those two that have recently been dismissed, Pujara and Rahane? They've been really fighting to guarantee their selection for the next Test series, and they might have just assisted themselves in getting another opportunity.
Look, it's possibly a match-saving partnership or a match-winning partnership for these two. They carried India, as we look at those stats, they've carried India all the way from, I think it was early teens, from 44 for 2 to 155 for 3. So that's over 100-run partnership.
Absolutely, it's a massive
111-run partnership.
Yeah, so Nelson struck again, Paul. You cannot avoid it.
But we haven't seen a 100-run partnership in this game.
No,
and that could be the game breaker for this one. Kagiso Rabada to bowl his first ball to Rishabh Pant. 2 slips, gully, backward point. You've got short leg, conventional short leg behind square, mid-wicket, close and catching, mid-on, mid-off. You've also got fine leg.
Yeah, Murray Erasmus just having a word with Rassie van der Dussen, possibly too noisy into the wicketkeeper's ears.
Kagiso into Rishabh Pant, right arm over across to the left-handed Pant, who drives at that first one and misses at a full ball outside the off stump. No run.
Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen again walking towards Rishabh Pant there, who's currently facing Kagiso Rabada, and you're almost certain to imagine that they are having a lovely little conversation, just trying to get under the skin of the Indian wicketkeeper.
South Africa's plan here is to keep Rishabh Pant quiet. A quick fire 30 could put you in trouble. Kagiso into Rishabh Pant. He wears one on the shoulder. It's the short ball straight in at the body. He wore one on the shoulder, popped out, bouncing in front of the slips. But the aggression from Kagiso is something we haven't seen all morning.
Crucially important, a well-directed short ball, because we've seen too many times this morning that the Indians have been it's too easy for the Indians just to duck under it, and we've seen both 4 byes and 4 wides.
It's either been down the offside, down the leg side, easy to be pulled, easy to be cut. There was that 6 that was cut over square leg by Ajinkya Rahane earlier on today. Kagiso into Rishabh Pant. He comes down the wicket. He edges the ball, and it is a catch to Kyle Verreynne as South Africa get their 3rd wicket. Very reckless from Pant to come down the wicket to Kagiso, but well-deserved wicket as Kagiso's looked like the bowler who's been on the mark this morning.
Yeah, he's not only been on the mark this morning, but he's been on the mark for the last 2 years in leading the South African attack. And it's just a senseless shot there from Rishabh Pant, trying to hit himself out of a bit of trouble down the wicket, and he's completely outside the line of the ball, nowhere near where he needed to be. He's gone for a duck. He only faced 3 balls, and India now 167 for 5.
Kagiso getting his 3rd wicket this morning. He has been the spearhead that you've wanted from the Proteas. Very accurate with his line, aggressive in his bowling, and really good to see Kagiso back to his fiery best.
Yeah, there was a bit of a lackluster performance this morning and as well last night from the bowling group. And so there's only something that you want is your South African man to really just come to the fore and speak loudly about what it is that he's expected to do. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, at the number 1. WORLDSR, and we'll be happy to chat with you.
And on YouTube, Elamazai S says India will win this match. I don't hate PK says thank you. We've got a lot of comments coming through from YouTube, largely asking us if 200 is enough for South Africa to be able to chase. They've struggled to put scores above 200, in and around 200 this year. We've only done that about, I think, twice.
Sure.
And actually once, because it was in Pakistan. Well, not this year because it's 2022, 2021. They did that during the Sri Lanka series. They did that last time they did that was against Pakistan on that tour when Ed Markham scored that 100 and Rassie scored the 90. But after that, even in the West Indies series, we won that West Indies series, not even getting a score above 200. So it's an interesting psychological mark for South Africa. Dave Gear says, this is Simon's father, another weatherman, says, interesting weather scenario developing. Rain between 2 and 10 hours of the remaining time lost to rain. Between 2 and 10 hours of the remaining time lost to rain. If the least reliable forecasts are to be believed, they aren't, then tomorrow will be rained out.
So if tomorrow's rained out, you might imagine that we could
be back on day 5.
Yes, we could be back on day 5. We really thought that either today or tomorrow things would be wrapped.
So the new batter in, R. Ashwin, scored 2,801 runs, averaging of 27. He scored 42 runs in the first innings. He looked very comfortable at the crease. He gets one from Kagiso back of it down the leg side, and he tries to play that fine, as fine leg is a little bit wide, but no run there. Great take from Kyle Verreynne. 3 slips now. Dean Elgar's feeling very aggressive. A gully, the tallest gully in the world, Marco Jansen, backward point. And you've got short leg, who is Rassie van der Dussen. He's backward of that line. Backward of square, you've got mid on and mid off. Kagiso coming into Ravi Ashwin. He bowls one full and straight. Ashwin defends that back to the bowler. That should be it. We've got one more ball left. It's 167 for 5. Ashwin still on 0. The Hari is watching the carnage on the other end. On 5.
It's always a horrible thing as a batter when you're just watching helplessly as your colleagues at the other end are falling. But South Africa have the momentum here, and they'd love to get maybe 1, possibly 2 ahead of that lunch break. We're 25 minutes away from that lunch break, and South Africa want to make more inroads.
Kagiso into Ashwin, who drives this full 1 ball outside the off stump, looking to, it was straight. It was going to go, if it went past Kagiso, it was going to go for 4, but KG doing well to field that. End of that incredible over from Kagiso. 167 for 5, a wicket maiden, and South Africa are now wrestling themselves back into this contest, wanting to be counted, because it would look like they were going to lose this game, but India and this collapse have started to bring them back.
Yeah, Lennox Lear on Twitter is just saying that just as we were talking about monumental collapses, But it's just going to be interesting this next passage of play. Dwan Olafier's really got to back up his counterpart from
2 slips, a gully, 2 Hamuna Vihari with that forward short leg. It's foolish outside the off stump, defended out off the back foot to extra cover, no run.
Do you imagine Rassie van der Dussen's now going to have another word with it's Vihari? Yes, Vihari. Knowing that he got involved in Vihari's wicket in the first innings, do you think he's going to have a word with him?
Yes, that wicket where Rassie caught it at forward short leg with that one-handed catch. Amazing. And that's what South Africa are looking to do with this plan. And Vihari is well aware. Dwan Olafier coming in, short ball, well-directed. Vihari swaying across, dropping his hands, and Calverena taking that. What a beautiful, well-directed bouncer from the Bull Rings premier fast bowler.
Yeah, Dwan Olafier's really just been loving life here since his return from that Kolpak agreement, and he's just ripped up through the domestic 4-day stuff, and that's why he's been selected. Initially said he not looking to be selected, he's just looking to do the job, but now he has. And he has
2-1 coming past the umpire, short ball outside the off stump this time. He doesn't have to sway past it, does Vihari. He just drops his hands and lets the ball go through.
2 for the over. 2 for the over, indeed. And so I think that's essentially his job, Paul. Kagiso's got to pitch it up, maybe try and get an edge, or the one coming back into the batter and look for the leg before. But Dwan's job here is to push them on the back foot.
Yes, put them on the back foot, especially Vihari. I love the fact that it feels as though this bowling partnership is keeping people at their ends. There's no movement. There's no running in between the wickets. Dwan Olafier full. It's driven out. It was full and straight. It was driven out by Vihari, and it was played straight to Lungengiti at mid-on, no run. That was more of a block hole ball than anything else.
I'm Check Cricket Podcast saying, well done, Kagiso Rabada. He's changed the complexion of this session in India's second innings in a matter of a couple of overs, dismissing the set batters and taking out the danger man Rishabh Pant. The last will be noted with interest by fast bowlers everywhere.
And Dwan Olafier is just doing some running repairs, probably fastening his shoelaces. It's a long way down, so he's actually sitting down and doing that like a kindergarten child.
Yes, yeah. So 2 slips and a gully, backward point in place. There's a man at forward short leg, deep backward square leg, fine leg, mid-on and mid-off is the current field. And so he cannot let anything be full on outside that off stump because there's that vacant cover region.
And remember, you've got those 2 fielders on the leg side for the hook and the pull. Should Vihari want to take it up, he's not wanting to do that as Dwan Olafier comes in past Maria Erasmus at the caller drive in. He tries to ramp a short ball and he misses it entirely all the way through to Calverena, no run. It looks like South Africa are in with something here. You feel like another one's going to come through. Vihari doesn't look comfortable out there.
You've got to ask the question, with a lead of 140, why the Southern look to be aggressive for the Indian batters? You know, Rishabh Pant down the wicket, swiping at a delivery really shouldn't have. I wonder why they've
because you want to put them back under pressure. You are feeling under pressure. The only 2 ways about it, dealing with pressure in cricket, is to leave balls or to be as aggressive as what you're getting. And I think India, with this low order, are wanting to do that. Full ball outside on that off-stump line, getting a healthy edge, but it bounced just in front of Aiden Markram at a second slip, squaring up Vihari to end that over. 2 maidens from South Africa. This is the type of control we've been wanting from Dean Elgar's men all morning. We're getting it now with 20 minutes to go before lunch.
Yeah, certainly. It's exactly like you said, what the doctor would order. Kagiso Rabada, 13 overs, 3 for 49, and his partner at the other end, Dwan Olafier, 10 overs, 1 for 40. The other man to pick up a wicket in this innings, Marco Jansen, he's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 33. Ngiti, 7 overs, 0 for 26, but he's been far cheaper than anybody else, as Keshav Maharaj was just a solitary over.
Just to give you a summary of what's happened today, we started the day with India with a lead of 52. Pujara and Rahane were batted on to dominate the first hour of play, getting to their half centuries, taking the lead to about 120, and then they lost their wickets. Kagiso Rabada, the chief destroyer there, he's continued to take further wickets, the one of Rishabh Pant, as he resumes on the edge, from the golf course end. He gets a leaning edge on a ball back of a length off the bat of Ravi Ashwin, and it will squirt away over Temba Bavuma at Gully. They'll run. He stopped it at the boundary, so only 2 runs ensuing from there. Good ball from Kagiso. He's been on the money. He's taken 3 wickets. The only 3 wickets to fall today. South Africa, after that first hour, have been in the business.
Absolutely, and what we've seen also, Mpo, is the nature of this wicket means that a 50 is almost an equivalent to 100 on this type of surface, and so you see the guys get to 50 and get a kick on after that. Yeah,
so it seems like there's a ball with your name on it. India have added 90 runs to this morning, but they've lost 3 wickets. Kagiso, the lead is currently 142, 169 for 5. As he comes into Ravi Ashwin, he bowls a full ball over pitch, and Ravi Ashwin drives that one down the ground. It will be saved and stopped and brought back in by Lungi Ngiti. The Indians will run through for 3, and the score will go up to 172 for 5, lead 145. Ashwin on 5, Vihari is also on 5. The extras column, Dave, also very worrying, is 20.
Yeah, it's the combination of the 2. One of them was 4 wides, and the other 5 wides, and the other was 4 byes, and so that's how those numbers kind of spike as they do. But just a small release of pressure here. We saw back-to-back maidens, and now 172 for 5.
And this is where Ashwin was saying in his day 1 press conference, he just wants to hit the ball. He doesn't mind. He doesn't feel any pressure. Down the leg side from Kagiso, it's Vihari tried to pull that one, but a really good catch from Calverain as the ball was actually swinging back in to him. I went very leg side-ish, but he caught that really well with the ball that was coming back in.
I think he was just hoping for the ball to take a little bit of a nip, and that's why he's moved to his left down the leg side. And then when it didn't, it just held its line, and so Calverain had to shift there.
Yes, Mukta Laskar on YouTube says SA will not be able to chase a score of 180 runs. India doesn't need more than 179 to win. As Kagiso comes in outside the off stump, it was Vihari just shouldering arms to that fuller ball. It died on its way to Calverain, but no run coming from there.
A little bit of inconsistent bounce that we've seen, and it was the case as well at Supersport Park. You might attribute it to the amount of rain that's been had, particularly here on the Highveld. Last night was also quite a prodigious thunderstorm.
Kagiso into Vihari, who comes across his off stump and defends this back of a length ball out on the back foot, back to the bowler. No run. 15
minutes before the lunch interval, and there's a couple of thoughts going through these Indian batters' head. You would imagine that one of them was just to survive, get to lunch without much fuss. Don't be reckless with how you bat.
Yes, that is true, Dave. You've only got 1 fielder now to Hamuna Vihari behind square. That is fine leg. You've got 3 slips, gully, backward point, short leg, as Vihari gets a ball full outside the off stump. He drives that one, and it bounced, on its way to Keshav Maharaj for the end of that over. 172 for 5 after 41. Ashwin is on 5. Vihari is on 5. This is probably where this test match will be won and lost.
Certainly. It was a little bit of a slow ball there from Kagiso Rabada to wrap up that over, but the lead of 145, a lot of you on comments are saying, 180, 200. We'd love to hear from you on Twitter as well. Chat to us at OneWorldSR. Tell us, what do you think is a good score here, a score that India will be happy with? And conversely, what would South Africa like to bowl the Indians out for in terms of a lead? These two put together 5, so they're just brand new at the wicket, but crucially for them, they've got an opportunity to really kick on here, especially if they can last a lunch.
Duan from the caller drive end, he's got the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, deep square leg, fine leg, forward short leg to R. Ashwin. That is Rassi van der Dussen. You've also got mid-on, mid-off, 2 slips, gully, backward point. Duan coming in past the umpire shoulder to Ravi Ashwin. It's a short ball. Ashwin will pull it. He didn't connect with it well, as he managed to get an underage down to fine leg for a single.
He didn't look confident in playing that shot. He knows exactly the shot he should play because he's just shadow batted at the non-strikers end. But crucial is execution. You've got to make sure that if you're going out there, you're going to attempt a shot that you feel confident enough. Change in the field now as a deep backward square goes out to what looks like a third man.
Oh, Marco Jansen, he's been running.
About 3 steps for him across this field. It's about 90 meters across the distance.
That is a fly, more third man, fly slip, short ball outside the off stump. Vihari defended that, getting in line. He was looking to come down the wicket. His partner said no as the ball squirted out to mid on no run.
It's certainly possible that Marco Jansen's just there at that shorter third man, like you said, a fly slip almost, for something like a ramp shot or perhaps maybe a mistimed cut shot.
Yes, because he's too fine to be third man, but he's also more in.
It's about 10 meters off the boundary, and so it's for a mistimed shot off the back foot.
Or that ramp that Vihari tried to play in the last over. Duan Olivier in. It's a it's a shortish ball aimed in at his pads. He played that ball off his hip. Rassie was in the business there, not so much as the ball did bounce in front of him. An easy single to be taken. And with that, India go to 174 for 5.
But a good stop nevertheless by the man under the helmet, preventing it getting away. And the field changes again. As Marco
Jansen goes from fine leg, third man to fine leg, with each of the batters. Ashwin is more comfortable and wants to play the pull shot. So, could this be the double bluff?
Certainly, there's an opportunity here for Duan Olivier to bowl something in the block hole. Let's see how it goes.
Coming past Maria Erasmus, Duan bowls a short ball, and it's pulled well connected by Ravi Ashwin and well directed down to fine leg for a single.
TM on Twitter saying 220 lead are favorites here. So for India, if they have a 220 lead, you would think that they're all the way home there. I can't disagree.
Okay, this time the person who's going to third man and fly slip is Kagiso Rabada. So we're keeping fine leg for Hamuna Vihari, but we're now having a third man / fly slip who's like 10 meters in from the boundary. Duan Olivier, short ball into Hamuna Vihari. He gets in line with the ball this time, defending it back to the bowler. Much interesting now that Hamuna is now coming across and getting in line with the ball. Previously, he wouldn't want anything to do with it.
Sure.
So he's getting a little bit more comfortable, even though he is on 6 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making sure that he covers up that off stump and just gets his body behind the ball. It's all about a confidence thing. The more you're getting bat on ball, the more you feel like you're in control of your innings.
That is very true. Duan Olivier coming in from the caller drive end into Vihari. It's a full ball outside the off stump. It's a play and a miss that Vihari coming forward with that bat and pad, and nothing for the South Africans there, but a dot ball nonetheless into the 42nd over, 175 for 5.
11 minutes away from lunch, and you wonder whether or not there might be a change in bowling before lunch. These two have bowled together nicely now, but the key is to continue with that pressure, continue bowling with it. Looks like we're likely to see a bowling change from the quarter drive end as Lungi Ngidi makes his way down to fine leg, and Duan Olivier is trundling over to mid-on. He's forgotten his hat at fine leg and has asked Lungi Ngidi to collect it for him and bring it up when possible.
And Marco Jansen is going to be bowling from the golf course end. It's going to be very important for Marco Jansen and Lungi Ngidi to keep up the same pressure that Kagiso and Duan did. Marco is going to be coming over the wicket. Around the wicket, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Ravi Ashwin. 2 slip Scally, backward point, short leg, as well as the 2 fielders behind square on the boundary. And he gets the first ball from Marco Jansen is a bouncer. He gets in line with it. It does come off the bat and it pops out, but doesn't roll much, just 2 pitch lengths there. There is no catch on the offside for that type of a ball, but we can see the plan from the South Africans.
Certainly, they're going to come around the wicket, attack the body of R. Ashwin, and hopefully extract a wicket here late before lunch.
Marco Jansen into Ravi Ashwin, who gets a short ball outside on that off-stump line. Ravi drops his hands there as the ball goes through to Kyle Verreynne for no run.
Yeah, you've got to just be mentally strong here. You've got to be resolute in your approach to the final 9 minutes before lunch. You've done so well. You've gotten a little bit of a comfortable start here, and you've just got to make sure you weather the storm.
Marco Jansen into Ravi Ashwin. It's short, it is wide, and it's punched off the back foot to the point boundary for 4.
What a shot. He's just given himself a little bit of room, has R. Ashwin. He just smashes this in front of square on the offside, and Timba Bavuma can only just trundle it out to that boundary and go collect it. 179 for 4, and Ashwin's on 11.
It's a really good shot from Ravi Ashwin. And this is the type of attacking intent the Indians want. You don't need to be reckless like Rishabh Pant. You just need to wait for the bad ball. There's so much time in the game. You don't have to force a result. It will naturally happen. You just need to make sure that when it does happen, you are on the other end as the winner. Marco Jansen into Ravi Ashwin. It's short. It is a checked pull down the leg side to Keshav Maharaj, deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, Russ Fernandez just ducked underneath that one. He looked like some of those youngsters who are still learning to catch. He just put his hands there and hoped that they would come together and that there would be maybe a wonderful blinder of a chance, but it wasn't to be. Don't forget, you can tweet us as well at OneWorldSR. Go to our YouTube channel, like this video, and subscribe, as well as ding the bell so that you know exactly when we're going to be live. We're going to be bringing you the entire South African summer.
Marco Jansen around the wicket to the right-handed Vihari, who hangs his bat outside the all-stump to a ball that was full and coming into him, shaping into him. But on that 6-stump line, he hung his bat out there, but no edge for the South Africans.
And a bit of a discussion now between R. Ashwin and Hanuma Vihari. There's 1 ball left in this over, and you might imagine that there's a single in the offing.
Score is 180 for 5. Ashwin is on 12. Vihari is on 6. The lead, 153. India will be very happy with the amount of runs they've managed to get through in this session for the amount of wickets they've lost. Short ball directed into the body of Vihari, who defends that with soft hands down to the leg side. It's fielded by that fielder at short leg. No run at the end of that over. 180 for 5.
153 in 4, and the South African top order struggling, particularly the opening partnership. And you would possibly think about whether or not this is a do or die situation for somebody to come right here.
I think Simon and I, earlier when he started the game, we kind of felt that 150 is where the game would be in the balance, and you'd still need to try and win the game. So someone would still need to make a play to win the game, either with bat or ball. And the more it goes, it would fall into more South Africans needing to make more of a play to win the game.
Okay, so the possibility of a win falls more to the South Africans once you've crossed that 150 lead.
More to India once you've crossed the 150.
Sure.
And South Africa will someone needs to bat out of their socks, or 2 people need to bat out of their socks to get them through over the line with the way this pitch is playing. Lungingiti coming in from the corner drive in. It's full. It's a bump ball as Ravi Ashwin drives it back to the bowler for no run. It was full. It was on off stump and played back. The field to Ravi Ashwin for Ngiti. You've got the 2 slips, the galley, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. You've also got the 2 fielders behind or on the leg side, backward square, as well as fine leg.
No man under the helmet for Lungingiti that we did see for Dwan Olivier, so you might imagine it's going to be a lot more pitched up.
Ngiti coming in to Ravi Ashwin, who plays this ball back of a length outside the off stump. He edged that one, and second slip had to dive to his right to try and get it. All he could do was palm it, and he palmed it all the way down to the boundary for 4.
It was an attempt in vain there to try and catch it, but it was just fingertip stuff there from what looks like Aiden Markram at second slip. Looked like a football goalkeeper just pushing that over the bar.
He's not having a great day at second slip.
He's not having a great test, is he?
Yes, that is that those are facts, because those the stats are there. But it's the ball had a bit of extra bounce, and that's where Ravi Ashwin played on that. He's not going to sit there and wait a little bit. This one's down the leg side. He's been strangled down the leg side. Has Ravi Ashwin? He thought umpire Murray Rasmus put up his finger, and Ravi Ashwin will walk. South Africa get a wicket 4 minutes before lunch, 184 for 6. Ravi Ashwin is out. Caught for Reina Boldingidi, 16 runs or 14 balls. And South Africa keep on chipping away.
The plan has worked, Mpho. It's exactly what South Africa would have wanted, to dismiss one of these two ahead of that lunch break. And the plan here for South Africa is executed probably 2 hours too late, Mpho, because where was this morning when they had the opportunity to change the momentum of the game?
It's really frustrating that when you know the team has a period of bowling spells like this, that they are struggling to get into their rhythm at the start of the game, where it's the most important. You have to set the tone. Back in the days when Sean Pollock would bowl and he was captain, he bowled himself to set the tone for the rest of the game. Obviously now with batters becoming captains, it's a little bit harder and tougher to be able to do that. You need to find ways to get the guys G'd up, get the guys remembering the plans, get the guys remembering what you had discussed before then, because you lose so much advantage by doing that. And that partnership between Rahane and Pujara was really important. They put on, I think, 60, 70 runs this morning, as the next batter in, Shardul Thakur, averaging 25 in international cricket. His best is 67. He has scored 3 half centuries in 8 innings. This is his 9th.
Yeah, these South African bowlers just lack something. We've seen Pat Cummins. You spoke about Sean Pollock in days gone by when he was captaining, but Paddy Cummins has done exactly that for India, for Australia rather, and it's something different. It gives that different feel when your captain is able to lead from the front. Dino Aba struggling as well. I mean, he faced well over 100 deliveries yesterday and didn't get more than a 20 odd, and so it's always difficult when you're captain, but even more so when things aren't going your way in terms of your own performances. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, but off mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and a fine leg is the field to the new man, Shardul Thakur.
And Lungingiti coming in at 2. Shardul Thakur, he gets one that comes into him, squares him up a little bit, but squares out to the offside. It was a fuller ball aimed at middle stump, no run.
It's not long now before the end of this session. 1 minute remaining, but it'll be the end of this over, in which we will see umpire Murray Rasmus call over and lunch. And South Africa would certainly like to believe that they are in the driving seat here and this game is in their hand. Whether they win or lose is whether or not they can wrap up the final couple of wickets before they come out and bat.
Ngiti into Shardul Thakur. It's full on leg stump. It is a half volley, and Shardul Thakur plays that exquisitely well through the leg side for 4 runs.
Despairing dive there from Keshav Maharaja to catch him mid-wicket, but it was a poor ball to somebody who's coming in at number 8. You would expect that South Africa's leading wicket taker in this series, at least, to make sure that he puts his hand up.
Yes, you have to bowl outside the off stump or on off stump in itself, not necessarily more middle, but he's aiming at the stumps. He's trying to make them play. The lead is 161, India 188 for 6. Thakur is now off the mark with 4, and Vihari on 6. This is probably the last ball before lunch. Lungingiti coming into Shardul Thakur. It's a lot straighter. Thakur defends at that one. And umpire Murray says it's lunch. So let's give you a summary of what happened today. India started off the day. As we get through that, just give us a moment as we get through that. It's lunch. It's 188 for 6. India started day 3 on 78 for 2. And then Rahane and Pujara got to their half centuries. They put on a stand of 70 throughout that period, and then the wickets started falling. The first wicket falling for Rahane on 155 for 3. India then lost the next wicket at 168 for 4. That was Pujara. All of the bowling of Kagiso Rabada. Rahane was caught for Reina, caught behind. Pujara was LBW to Kagiso Rabada. And then India, 4 runs later, lost the wicket of Rishabh Pant, 167 for 4. Then the last wicket to fall in the session, the fourth wicket to fall in the session, was R. Ashwin at 184 for 6. Currently, the score is 188 for 6. The lead has gone up from 52 to 161. So India feeling a lot calmer going into the dressing room with a sizable chunk of a fourth innings lead. You don't want to concede a lot more runs than that if you're South Africa, but it's still in the game for South Africa. They've bowled really well. Kagiso's taken 3 wickets in this session. Lugingidi's taken the 4th wicket. There is a chance for South Africa. It's a glimmer of hope. It's always there. They always say it's a hope that kills you, Dave. What do you think?
I think South Africa need to make sure that they wrap up this Indian innings swiftly within the first hour after lunch. A lead of 161 is still just balanced for both teams. But if South Africa can restrict the Indians to under 200 with that lead, I think that's when you'll see a certain guarantee of a game happening with either result possible. We don't want the 4th day to be rained out and to have to come back on day 5 and maybe out on the draw.
If Simon's father...
Yes, if Dave Gear is right, this game needs to be won or lost now, so that if we do have to come back on day 5, it's just a mere formality.
Yes, that is true. It is lunchtime. We'll be playing some of our archive footage on 1WSR.com, so do join us after lunch for that post-lunch session. Myself, Mpumutlani, and Dave, see you after the break.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match, Andre, for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Hello and welcome to the third day of the Test match between South Africa and India at the Wanderers. I'm Ken Borland and I'm joined by Sean Mayers. Good afternoon, Sean.
Good afternoon, Ken.
This is all very exciting. After a dramatic first session, India totally pummeling the Proteas, who I must say were very poor with the ball and in the field in the first hour. But then a Kagiso Rabada inspired fight back after the drinks break. It leaves India on 188 for 6. Their lead is 161. The Proteas have come out onto the field, and just behind them are the Indian pair of Hanima Vuhari and Shardul Thakur. Sean, this is going to be a big session, isn't it, for South Africa?
This is a key session. Two new batters at the crease. Not to take anything away from them, they are talented players, but it will be key for the bowlers now just to continue just putting them under pressure, continue making sure that it is difficult for them to score any runs, make them play out of themselves, chase after a few balls. But it will be key to see what happens with their line and their length, especially given what the Proteas did the first hour this morning.
Yeah, way too many balls down the leg side, way too many half volleys. And Shardul Thakur is out there. It's been his test match so far. His figures of 7 for 61 in the South African first innings. The best ever by an Indian against South Africa. So he'll be feeling confident about his ability to also make a big contribution with the bat.
He'll be excited. Usually you just draw on the confidence of what you've done in the previous innings with the ball. I mean, that's the beauty of being an all-rounder. You can perform with the ball and the bat. So hopefully, for him, he'll be hoping to want to build on it.
It's Bihari who will be on strike for the first ball after lunch. Kagiso Rabada will get us underway. He was the man who turned South Africa's fortunes around with 3 wickets in successive overs straight after the drinks break. He'll be bowling from the golf course end. He's got 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square leg. Here he comes. This is short and takes the shoulder of the bat. Hanima Vuhari pushing forward, and the ball went to ground fairly quickly and went to gully.
Oh, very, very animated on the field they are after lunch. Sensing that if they want to stay in the South Africans, sensing if they want to stay in the series, they have to put all kinds of pressure on these two. Weren't out here long before the lunch break, and basically starting again. So wanting to let them know that they're in the bull ring, they're in the South Africans' house.
That lead is 161. As Rabada in again to Vihari. This is foolish, outside off stump and left alone by the batsman. What do you think South Africa will be comfortable chasing in their fourth innings?
They will want to about 200. I feel anything 200 and below will be perfect for them. Anything above 200 on this pitch that has so much to offer the bowlers will be very difficult for the South African lineup right now.
Rabada in again from the golf course in, right arm over to Vihari, short, but it's angled down the leg side and Vihari just gets out the way. Tumbling stop by wicketkeeper Kyle Varane. There's also a bit of an appeal here. Rabada had his arm up, was asking the question, and it looks like they are going to review. Dean Elgar has been talked into it, I think.
Not a bad way to put your captain under pressure. The strike bowler taking 3 wickets. It's like, Skip, I want check. I want this wicket check.
I'm not too convinced by this review. South Africa have 2 left, so they'll have 1 left after this one if it's unsuccessful. Rabada short, angling down the leg side, and I think that's very clearly come off the thigh pad. And nice one-handed take by Varane.
Usually a better nose. The moment it was sent up, I think Vihari would have started to make his way towards the dugout. Told Punt that told Takur that I've strangled this one. All the best. I'm going back in.
Is there a worse feeling for a batter than getting out caught down the leg side? I don't think so. Maybe run out. But caught down the leg side always just seems like such a waste, as it has now officially been given not out.
Yeah. It's similar to going out to a long hop, a very slow long hop, and then you just you hit this one, but straight down the throat of a fielder. It's one of those, or missing a straight one. That's not doing anything.
Sadly, I know those feelings all too well. Rabada replies with a bouncer to Vihari, but it's very comfortably over his head and no alarms for the batsman.
Long from a spinner, and just sits up, waits there, and you either mistime it to the field on the boundary, or you miss it completely, and you just hear the death rattle of those stumps.
We've had the TV umpire intervene and inform the umpire that was a no ball from Rabada, and he comes again. Good line of leg, just outside off stump. Vihari pushes forward, and it's a thick edge that is nicely fielded by Marco Jansen, tumbling to his right in the gully. No run.
King, lately we've been seeing a lot of these tall men standing in the gully, managing that area. Is this a new sign of where cricket is going, where these tall, long men, no longer the short and more agile fielders fielding in the gully?
As Rabada comes in again to Vihari short, and Vihari just defends us out to backward point, no run. Yeah, it's funny, I was actually chatting to my colleagues in the media centre about it. I can remember back in the late 70s, early 80s, the last time I saw someone as tall as Marco Jansen field in the gully was a guy by the name of Willie Morris, Chris Morris's father, in fact. He was about Marco Jansen's height. A left-arm spinner, though, but a very good gully fielder. It's Rabada in again, back of a length, and Vihari defends this to mid-on. No run at the end of a tidy first over back after lunch by Kagiso Rabada. He's taken 3 for 55 in 15 overs now. India 189 for 6.
So these tall men in the gully, this is not a new thing at all.
Well, they will have reach. That's the one thing you can be sure of. And quite difficult to clear Jansen in the gully. Temba Bavuma feels a sort of backward point, almost a gully sometimes. And although he's got a very good jump on him, Temba Bavuma, he gets a lot of air time. But
we saw him yesterday jump up to give Marco Jansen a high five after he took a wicket, and it's a classic picture. Marco just standing there very nonchalantly and Temba jumping to reach his arm.
Well, at least Temba wasn't left hanging like there was that famous picture a few years ago where Temba was trying to kind of get into the huddle and had his hand up, and no one saw him, unfortunately. Marco Jansen is bowling from the corner drive end to Tucker, who thumps this wide of extra cover, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
Slapped through the covers. Beautiful shot. Just waited for it under his eyes, and just let his hands go with it.
Looked like a bit of a loosener by Marco Jansen after lunch. But that's the first ball he's faced since the lunch break, and he absolutely walloped that.
Confidence must be brimming, almost overflowing. Maybe just calm down a little, just I've hit a 4, just calm down.
India had plenty of time, of course. Jansen in again, left arm over the wicket to Tucker, who this time defends very solidly back down the pitch for no run.
Talking to fast bowlers or bowler or strike bowlers, they say it's one of the worst things where you stand at the top of your mark and you're like, I'm going to bowl super quick at this batter, I'm going to get the wicket, I'm going to bowl in a good area, and then just the batter just stands there very confidently defends it.
Indeed, Jansen in again to Shardul Thakur, left arm over. It's a lifter. Thakur has actually ramped that over the wicketkeeper. An extraordinary shot, or I think he missed it actually. It's been signalled bars by Maria Rasmus. He certainly had the bat up like a periscope trying to get the ramp going there. And 4 more runs to India by way of bars.
Maybe consider himself lucky. He didn't get anything on it. Could have changed the angle to much higher.
Well, he's certainly showing some intent. India may be keen to bowl today. But just on how demoralising a good defensive shot can be by a batsman. Jansen in again to Thakur. This is shortish. Thakur wafting outside off stump, narrowly goes past the edge through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, it was a decent delivery, 2 balls back by Jansen, and shaped back into the right-hander, and he would have thought he maybe had a chance, but yeah, it is a bit demoralising when you just get thoroughly blocked by a very solid full face of the bat.
And then you bowl that next one, aggressive, attack the batter, but unfortunately goes over the keeper, full buys.
Jansen in again to Thakur, outside off stump. Thakur has thumped a cut shot, and that goes racing away to the boundary for 4 more runs for India. Their lead now is up to 174.
Okay, that wasn't a bad length, but the line was shocking. You can't be giving a batter that has shown intent that he wants to go after you. You can't give him too much room to free his arms.
Yeah, bowling left arm over the wicket to a right-hander to pitch it that far outside off stump. Jansen has really missed his line, as you say, by a long way. Even if he pitches it on off stump, it would be a better line to go as he tries again to Thakur, who's raced to 12 after lunch. That's a better ball. Good line of length, and Thakur can only defend it into the covers. Bavuma spots Vihari out of his crease and has a shy, but misses. And that is the end of the over. 201 for 6, India. Thakur has gone to 12, and Hanuma Vihari is on 6 not out.
Fantastic display of aggressive bowling, but also just as aggressive batting. Thakur, he's not here to waste time. I would believe he thinks that India have done the job, got enough runs on the board to defend. So why not have a go? Quick 550 take after what Ashwin did in the first innings.
I was just going to say, we saw Ashwin do this to great effect in the first innings, as Rabada is in again from the golf course into Vihari, short outside off stump, and Vihari just defends this behind square on the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, India were in a spot of bother when Ashwin came to the crease on 116 for 5 in the first innings, and he just batted with freedom and scored 46 or 50 balls, and a very vital 46 runs indeed. And just a positive way in which he played, helping to turn the momentum. And Thakur seems to be reading from his playbook as Rabada in again. Again, this is shortish, and again, Vihari defends. This time the ball actually goes down to the ground and then rolls to the slips. No run.
Vihari playing very tight, very compact, very circumspect compared to Takua, and wants to bat long, make sure that there's no way the South Africans could chase the win.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, I guess, for Vihari to drop anchor at the one end as Rabada comes in again to him. Again, back of a length, nice line, middle of leg, and Vihari has turned this through mid-wicket for a single. He'll go to 7 not out and the total 202 for 6. Perhaps that's his plan, just to hold up his end, get the ones and allow Takia. Shami can bat a bit. Bumrah we saw with a couple of boundaries in the first innings. Siraj, maybe they'll just throw the bat around and see if they can get runs quickly for India.
Potential opportunity here for him as well. We know that Rahane and Pujara have been struggling with the bat throughout this series, and before this series, they haven't been averaging over 30. So potential opportunity for Vihari to take with that middle order spot, especially once Kohli is fit enough to play, which I think he will be in Newlands.
Yeah, well, for two men out of form, Pujara and Rahane, it was really quite rude the way they set about the Proteas bowling this morning. Rabada in again to Takia. That's a probing line and length, and Takia comes forward and just defends it back to the bowler. Both Pujara and Rahane getting half centuries, and they were quick fire 50s as well. Pujara's only took 62 balls with 10 fours. Rahane 67 deliveries with 7 fours and a 6. And they lashed 111 runs in all for the third wicket off just 144 balls. So for two men out of form, under pressure for their places, it was very brave cricket. Rabada in again to Takia again. Good line and length. Takia prods forward off the inside half of the bat, and it bounces to short leg, no run. Rabada operating with 2 slips, a gully backward point. The short leg is in there. Rassie van der Dussen, who took that wonderful catch in the first innings there. Mid-off, mid-on, and there's a deep square leg as well.
And all respect, Pujara doesn't have a very high strike rates in general, and he was playing some really positive cricket.
Rabada in again to Takia, beats him outside the off stump, pushing forward, just snipping away from Rabada, and that will end the over. India 202 for 6. And their lead is 175. Yeah, it was brave cricket, Sean, wasn't it? Without being stupid. I mean, we saw, I think, Rishabh Pant the other side, charging down the pitch to his third ball.
Yeah, it was very encouraging that Pujara could up the ante. We don't usually see him do that within his, you would say, to get to his first half century. You usually see him later on in the innings play a little bit more positively, accumulate more runs. It was nice to see him play very positive, very, played some calculated shots, but just the moment they strayed with their lines and lengths, majority of the time with their lengths, he pounced on it.
Jansen is in from the corner drive in, left arm over to Vihari, and that lifts up into the gloves. Vihari plays it well though, gets it down to ground very quickly in front of short leg, no run.
Not always the easiest shot to play, knowing that Rassie is right there.
Yeah, that's the thing about a left arm quick coming over the wicket. You kind of know that your body's going to be targeted, and it's a difficult angle also to. You've got to open your stance a bit just to be able to see the ball properly. Always a bit awkward. As Jansen will come in again to Vihari. Fuller length this time, Vihari pushes forward very solidly and defends that into the pitch, no run.
It's a very solid technique. You don't see him falling over when he's playing those shots. Sometimes, especially with inexperienced batters or batters with, technical faults, they occasionally will fall over to the offside, especially with the bowler coming left arm over the wicket. So it's really nice to see that he's playing that anchor role, letting Takur, play with freedom, and he's just staying in there.
Looks like Jansen is now switching to around the wicket to Vihari. Here he comes. It's shortish, and Vihari just prods us into the pitch in front of him. He's thinking of a single, but Bavuma is in quickly to stop any thoughts of that. Yeah, Hanuman Vihari, we saw a lot of him in the India A series against South Africa A in Bloemfontein. He was India's best batsman in that series. Made 3 50s in 5 innings in that series, averaged 75.66. A well-deserved call-up, and he looked a man who is ready for Test cricket, who's got the sort of game to do well. Jansen, and again, this is shortish. Vihari pushes it quickly to mid-on, and they scamper a quick single to Lungi and Gidi. That was well judged. Vihari will go to 8, and a total of 203 for 6.
Great running between these two. A little bit of a risk there. I think a different fielder would have, brought on a potential opportunity. I think if Tim Bavuma was fielding there, or somebody who's a little bit quicker on their feet towards the ball, that would definitely be a chance there. Make the game a little bit more interesting.
Jansen stays around the wicket to Takir. Shortish Takir chops this away square on the offside. But Bavuma quickly across and scores a direct hit at the bowler's end, but Vihari wasn't going anywhere.
Good signs there from Timber, just keeping Vihari honest. You can't steal a run here. It's not happening. He is a phenomenal fielder, and to be out in the field for as long as he has been, and he's a specialist batter, it's not always the most ideal position. You always can get lost in your own thoughts, drift a little.
Jansen in again to Takir. Back of a length on the leg stump there. Takir works this around the corner, and deep backward square leg will do the fielding. Keshav Maharaj, just a single to Takir, takes him to 13. He'll keep the strike. It's the end of the over. 204 for 6. 48 overs gone. And just a reminder of the wickets that fell this morning. As we said, Pujara and Rahane taking their partnership to 111 for the third wicket. India were 155 for 2. And then Kagiso Rabada struck. He had Ajinkya Rahane caught behind Makar Verena for 58. A wonderful short delivery that jammed away to find the edge. In Rabada's next over, he then claimed the other set batsman, Cheteshwar Pujara, LBW for 53. It's Rabada bowling now again. Takir awkwardly plays the shortish delivery. It was almost a bit of French cricket behind there. The ball goes straight back down the wicket to the bowler. And Pujara beaten by, he was only half forward, and Rabada got a really good delivery just to nip back and hit him on the roll. And then in his following over, Rishabh Pant, having been roughed up with a short ball onto the gloves, the next delivery came charging down the pitch and tried to slog Rabada back over his head and could only edge a catch to be out for North. Rabada in, lifter on leg stump, and Takir has swished this away down to fine leg. He'll get another single, takes him to 14, and the total 205 for 6. The lead 178 now. This partnership has grown to 21, so South Africa will be eager to nip this in the bud.
You could almost say Takir is playing similarly to Rishabh Pant in wanting to attack the batters, but still very aware that he isn't, his position isn't solidified as yet. Very aware that he isn't a mainstay yet, but hopefully after this test, we'll see a lot more of him.
Rabada into Vihari, short down the leg side. Vihari has glanced that fairly fine. Verena can't get across to cut it off, but Rassie van der Dussen, Duan Olivier rather does. And that'll just be a single. Vihari goes to 9, 206 for 6. The other Indian batsman dismissed today was Ravichandran Ashwin, caught down the leg side by Kyle Verreynne off Lungi Ngidi for 16.
Lungi Ngidi gets the odd wicket, that ball that's it's going down the leg side. You can almost, Ashwin can be very upset that he got a little edge there to Verreynne.
Rabada in again, right arm over to Takir from the golf course end. This is full, and Takir punches it back down the ground, but Rabada is in the way. There'll be no run.
I like the aggression. He wants to bowl hard. He wants to finish this innings as quickly as possible. fast bowler, you want to get off, get your feet up, get the boots up, take them off, just relax for a little, and hopefully not bat again.
Yeah, he looks fired up, Rabada. He looks like the main man. It's good body language. As in he comes again, this is just down the leg side, and Verreynne has not been able to gather, and that's going to be 4 byes again.
Not a great ball at all. That ball was not bad length, but the line and just continued with the angle. Not what Rabada would have wanted, and so a little bit unlucky for Verreynne. Got a little bit of a glut to it. So
yeah, 15 byes in this innings already, which is not what Kyle Verreynne would have wanted in his first test as the designated wicketkeeper. A few of those have been balls that have bounced excessively straight over his head as Rabada is in again. This is the bouncer, and Takia ducks underneath it through to Verreynne, and that is the end of the 49th over. India 210 for 6. They lead by 183. It's a lovely day here at the Wanderers. Just again a few scattered clouds that they look as if they're coming from the sort of Jan Smuts Road area, drifting over towards the East Rand. But set fair at the moment. We have 61 overs scheduled to be bowled still in the day.
It's a beautiful day, given how there was, a little bit of violent thunder showers last night and the early hours this morning. It's a wonderful day for cricket.
Marco Jansen continues from the call at drive in, and Viari has just pushed us away on the onside for a quick single as mid-wicket and mid-on converge. Yeah, he's just happy giving Takia the strike at the moment. Yeah, I was woken at 3 a.m. by that storm. It certainly was quite vicious, but it dawned a lovely day again. And of course, the drainage here at the Wanderers, top class, so no delays in this test match so far. As Jansen in again, left arm around to Takia. Short, Takia hooks. He's got it away fine. And it's gone all the way for 6 runs. An extraordinary shot by Shardul Takia.
But not the direction he would have wanted the ball to go. That's very fine. Almost in line with wide line on the leg side. So, but the result he wanted. He will not be complaining about these welcome runs to the Indian attack. Oh, a bit of an edge there, top edge. So he's saying he wants to, quick 50, take the game forward.
There are 2 men back behind square on the leg side. We'll see if Jansen drops short again. Now it's full of Yana Takia, straight drive of the highest quality on the up, straight back over the bowler's head. Wonderful shot. And it seems to have gone for 4 runs. The umpires are just conferring a moment with each other. What a shot that was.
A beautiful shot. To stand and deliver down the ground, over the bowler's head. A good shot's a good shot. Regardless of who you are, which bowler you are, a good shot is a good shot.
And it definitely wasn't a half volley from Marco Jansen. As the umpires were just having a replay to see if it was 4 or 6.
On the up, he just lofted that one over. A little bit of a check drive, didn't go all the way through with Flair just using the pace and pure timing. And a beauty of a shot it was.
It was indeed. We're still just checking the replays to see if it was a 4 or a 6. It's been given as a 4. So not back-to-back 6s by Shardul Takia. But he's gone very quickly to 24 not out. This partnership is 37. And India's lead 194 as Jansen is in again. This is Furish on leg stump. Takia comes forward and turns it to short leg. No run. I fancy 200 will be, as a lead, will be a bit of a psychological mark for India. That's when South Africa will know that they're in for a very tough chase.
Essentially, India can bat all day. They can bat all day. There's 2 more days left in this test. Bat all day, put up a really high total for South Africa to chase, and have them chase the draw.
Jansen in again to Takia, who whips this away off his legs. Beyond square leg, who dives in vain, and it's 4 more runs for Shardul Takia.
he won't be happy with that at all, Janssen. Dean Elgar, happy with the effort that Keshav is displaying, the effort diving there, running hard on the boundary, but, maybe prompt a bowling change from the caller drive end. Give Janssen a break because he's taking a bit of a beating. This is 14 runs in 3 balls.
He's bowling a bit straight, I think, because he's got like a fine third man who's off the fence. He's almost a deep fly slip, and you would think he'd be wanting to be bowling a little bit more outside off stump, closer to off stump. Does have 2 men back though at deep square leg and a fine leg boundary for the hook shot. But Takia is certainly peppering the onside in this over.
With 3 men on the boundary, you could say they want to bowl straight and short. Peterson is down there wanting, for that one just over the off stump. If they get the top edge, he's there. Can cover a lot of ground. He is a quick fielder, so I was hoping for more shorter bowling, if I'm honest, with the field set that was set. And the two fours that have come subsequently from that. I'm like, why are you bowling that full? Why bowl that full with men on the boundary?
Yeah. And we've also having a ball change here because where that ball crossed the boundary at deep square leg is where we've got some covers lying just off the field, and there's obviously some of that rain we were talking about overnight, which is collected in those covers. The ball went into the covers, and I can only presume got sopping wet. And so we've had a ball change. Marco Jansen is just giving it a shine on the back of his thigh. And he'll come in again to do battle with Takia, who's certainly winning the war at the moment. Here's Jansen, left arm around, back of a length. Takia steps back and hooks. It's in the air and straight to Keshav Maharaj at that deep square leg.
Now that is the plan that they were looking for. Bowl short, bowl at him. That's what they're looking for. Nothing full. So, and the plan has worked. Well done to Jansen. Great catch by Keshav on the rope. And a welcome wicket for South Africa. And very good batting from Shardul Thakur, taking the game forward. And we'll be a little bit disappointed with the shot he played. But great setting up for that wicket.
Yeah, I think he was playing a shorter ball, so he was always going to have a go at that hook shot. Just didn't quite get it out the middle. And Shardul Thakur is out. Caught Maharaj bowled Jansen for 28. It came off just 24 balls with 5 fours and a 6. So half an hour of mayhem there from Shardul Thakur. South Africa will be very glad to see the back of him.
Oh, extremely glad. He got a little bit cramped up for room there. But as we said, with a field set like that, that's where you want to be bowling. You don't want to be bowling full and get hit over your head or in front of square. You want to be targeting the fielders on the fence with those short balls. He is a long man. He is an exciting prospect for South Africa's future. So, let's be consistent where you want to bowl.
Mohammad Shami is coming to the wicket now as India's number 9 batsman. He's no mug with the bat. He's got a couple of Test half centuries, including his highest score of 56 not out at Lords against England earlier, last year, in fact, nearly got caught out there, and an average of 11.5. No doubt he's going to be positive as well, I think, Sean.
Yeah. He'll want to be positive. Vihari's there to anchor the innings, and, the typical batter in me will be like, go there on free arms. They'll bowl at you, yes, but go there for your arms. Maybe KG Rabada will want to get some payback here.
Yeah, it's Rabada who will continue from the golf course in with figures of 3 for 58 in 17 overs. Two slips on the gully for him. In he comes. It's good length delivery, and Vihari, who's now on strike for the next over, just turns this to short leg, no run.
KG will want to take off the main man who's been, giving South African batters a hard time, bowling and keeping them under pressure. I want to keep Shami under pressure. I can finish this innings as quickly as possible because if these two get going, you're going to have Shami having some fun. So,
Rabada in again to Vihari, who just steers this behind square on the offside past Gully. Bavuma will run from a deep backward point and do the fielding, just a single. South Africa seemed very content to give Vihari a one there because there was no one fielding in the ring on the offside between Gully and mid-off. So a very easy one for Vihari to get Shami on strike. Vihari goes to 11. 227 for 7 India, and their lead is now exactly 200.
Where they want to be. That is exactly where they want to be. They still have a recognized batter there who can control the innings, hoping he'll be a little bit more positive, have a partner there, let him build a partnership. They'll want to take this as deep as possible.
Rabada into Mohammad Shami, shortish, down the leg side again, and Shami swishes at it without making contact, no run.
I believe they'll want to get to drinks. That will be the plan. Get to drinks, just these two, and then reassess from there.
Yeah, India, the lead 200, still 3 wickets in hand. So, as you say, they probably hold the aces at the moment. Let's see what Rabada has got in store from the golf course end, back of a length, nice and straight, and Shami just defends us back down the pitch, no run.
You can hear in the crowd a little, so the few supporters that are here, the VIPs, getting behind the men in green. They're getting behind the Proteas, getting behind the local boy who, after that first strings break, has, created havoc for the Indian batting lineup.
Rabada in again, 2 slips on the gully and a point. In he comes. It's very full, and Shami flicks it away on the onside, but straight to mid-on, no run.
With this field set, with the deep square, fine leg, will the short ball happen? There's 2 balls left in this over. Will the short ball happen?
I would hope so. You'd want to see the tail end, how well he handles the bouncer. Will he have a hook? Will he get under it? Will he try and fend? Let's see, Rabada into Shami. It is the short ball, and he does hook, but belatedly and awkwardly. And it goes to ground just in front of short leg. So that will encourage Rabada, I think.
It does not look comfortable at all. Almost like close your eyes, just get your hands in the way. But still some decent control for it to land before it got to the man at short leg.
I think he was very lucky there. It was more a case of the ball hitting the bat than the other way around. Rabada in again. To Shami, it's the lifter again. And that one he did well. It was an off-stump line. He got the hands up high and just pushed it down into the pitch in front of him. So he survives the Rabada onslaught. India 227 for 7.
Oh, the plan is working. Shami's not comfortable with the short pitch deliveries. So hopefully they will continue with that plan. Keep Vihari off strike, ball to the tail. Not that they're, bad at the bat or, they don't know how to hold a bat, but it will definitely be easier, especially on this wicket.
I don't think Mohammad Shami should be expecting any half volleys anytime soon. Nothing to drive. Will be the South African bowler's mantra to him as Marco Jansen continues left arm around from the corner drive into Vihari, angled into the pads, and Vihari just defends this to mid-on, no run.
We see the field has spread. They're wanting Vihari to take the single, give it to him. Got the man at deep point, mid-off, that's very deep, very wide. Then conventional, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and fine leg with 2 slips and a man at short leg.
Jansen in again to Vihari, shortish, the bouncer just tending down the leg side, and Vihari ducks out the way. The short leg is 2 strips away from the wicket, so he's a little bit further back than usual. But good to see South Africa still attacking the specialist batsman with those 2 slips on the short leg.
Still attacking, but want to put him under pressure by putting his partners under pressure.
Here's Jansen again. This one is back of a length, and Vihari just plays from the crease on the bounce to short leg, no run.
I quite enjoy the partnership of Rabada and Marco Jansen. Rabada is very tight, very not as attacking, isn't as wayward, just consistent in a specific area. Yes, he will throw in the shorter pitch deliveries, but it gives the young man a lot more freedom to try new things, not put him under too much pressure within Test cricket. And
yeah, Jansen comes again to Hari Fuller. Hari drives down the ground, and as you said, Sean, that mid-off is very deep and very wide, so it's a jogged single for Vihari as the ball goes to mid-off. He goes to 12, 228 for 7, and Shami will have 2 balls left of this over from Marco Jansen to survive. Just running through the South African bowling figures. Kagiso Rabada, the star today, 18 overs, 3 for 60. Those 3 wickets coming in a burst of 22 deliveries that really turned things around for South Africa. Duan Olafia, 11 overs, 1 for 43. Lungi Ngidi, 8 overs, 1 for 34. Marco Jansen is into his 14th over. He's taken 2 for 64. And Keshav Maharaj, just the 1 over in the second innings to go with 1 over in the first innings. That was the last over of yesterday's play that went for 8. Marco Jansen switched over the wicket to Shami down the leg side. Shami, a little fiddle, and he's nicked it. Umpire Rasmus has given him out, caught down the leg side by wicketkeeper Kyle Verreynne.
This partnership is working. Keep these 2 bowlers on. Get through the tail. Great bowling there. Great setting up. Spread the field. Get Vihari off strike and bowl to the new man Shami. Has resulted in a much-needed wicket. Keep the recognised batsman off strike. Great bowling, Marco Jansen.
I don't know about great, to be fair, Sean. You know, it's your day when you pitch one on just outside leg stump, going further away, and the batsman gets a tickle. But so unfortunate wicket for Marco Jansen, we could say, and that's Kyle Verreynne's 7th catch in this Test match. So he's having a good time behind the wicket.
You know, the cricketer in me wants to say when you read the stats and you go through the scorecard, it won't tell you the quality of the ball.
No, indeed. Batsman can get 4 runs with a Chinese cut that just misses the stumps. A bowler can get one from down the leg side. The bowlers will tell you that that's payback for the plum LBWs that they weren't given.
You know, or occasional catch that wasn't a catch. You know, not to bring up any any hard feelings here, but you know, it's disappointing as a batter to go out like that. But you know, under pressure, Shami wants to play.
I think the one area where you can credit the bowler that delivery is that Shami was very definitely trying to get out of the way of the ball and then sort of flapped the bat at it as it passed. So that awkward line from Jansen left arm over at the right-hander's body, Shami was not liking that. And he's out. Jasprit Bumrah has come to the crease. He had 2 4s and a 6 in the first innings. Here's Jansen to him. And he swings. It's a big attempt to pull, but he's missed. And it's a dot ball through the wicketkeeper Verreynne. To end the over, 228 for 8. The lead is 201. Are we doing one more over? No, we are not. We are being substituted, Sean. It's been great. Do stay with us. We have the mighty pair of Paul Muklani and Tepo Tayena to hopefully wrap up this Indian innings.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship.
Welcome back to the Wanderers here, where KG Rabada, coming from the golf course end, has just bowled his first delivery to Vihari of his over. Just this one back of a length, played off the legs for no run there. My name is Tepo Taylor. I'm joined by none other than Umpo Mutlwane.
You make it seem there's so many Umpo Mutlwane, so it can't be none other. but I am myself.
You're
right
our
now.
you're our own Umpo Motwane. This one, good length delivery in line with leg stump. Hands went up from Kagiso Rabada, but no real appeal here. The field is looking a little bit more energetic. Two slips a gully. A man at deep points, deep square leg, fine leg, short square leg. We have a mid on and we have a mid off.
Yes, this lead is moving ever closer to the side where India will be in full control of the game. Chasing 200 on this wicket is going to be tough for the South African batting lineup that has been short of form, but most importantly, short of confidence.
Rabada coming in, third ball of the over, back of a length.
Hello.
And in line with off stump, Vihari just leans back, opens the face of the bat, and the man at deep point sweeps on the offside. He gets himself 2 runs, takes the score to 230 for 8. He's now on 14. Bumrah on the other end, still not off the mark, and the lead now 203. And that's exactly what you're talking about, Umpo. 200 runs, a lot of runs to get here at the Wanderers.
It is on a pitch that's increasingly giving you inconsistent bounce. As we look at the field here, Tipo, it's a lot more spread as Dean's looking to save a lot of boundaries.
He moved himself out of second slip. He's now at third man. And this one just going down the leg side, back of a length. Vihari tried to swing at this, but missed it. All ends up still 230 for 8.
But very interesting spell from Kagiso. He hasn't been the same Kagiso in that spell before lunch where he got those 3 wickets. He opened up the gates for South Africa. This time, he's bowling on both sides of the wicket. It hasn't been the best. And I've been worried, Tipo, because the way this team starts sessions has not been great for the past 12 months or even past 18 months, the way we've been playing cricket.
Rabada in again. This one also straying down the leg side from a decent length, just back of a good length. Vihari just watches it go down the leg side, no run there.
So Vihari being on 14, and he's been there for over close to over an hour. He's got a spread field, 1 slip. The world's tallest gully fielder in Marco Jansen. Dean is at my favorite fielding position, long stop. You've got a backward point, mid on, mid off, short leg, and the 2 fielders on the leg side for catching.
Kagiso Rabada continuing with that back of a length delivery, this time going for the body of Vihari. He gets way out of the way, even falling off the pitch, but misses the ball. All ends up at the end of the 53rd over, 230 for 8. Vihari on 14. Bumrah will now be on strike on the other end, and the deficit now 200, or rather the lead 203.
Remember, you can tweet into us at OneWorldSR. You also can tweet us in at Gorilla SR. Gorilla SA, not SR. We've got so many SAs and SRs. Also, you can send through your comments through on YouTube. People have been asking about that target. India getting themselves in a little bit more control. South Africa not starting the session really well. Marco Jansen getting ready to bowl with a long stop, 2 slips, backward point, a gully backward point, extra cover, mid off, and the 2 on the leg side.
Coming over the wickets to the right-hander, attacking the body of Bumrah as he just gets out of the way, back of a length. Tried to swing at this, but couldn't get on top of it at all. And the crowd goes, oi, as he gets a body ball.
Remember yesterday when the Indian bowlers were bowling to the South African lower order, Marco Jansen copped 1, a short ball on the chest. So this is payback time for that period late in the afternoon yesterday when the Indian bowlers just got very aggressive to our lower order.
Jansen continuing with that over the wicket line, continuing over the wickets, back of a length, a line outside leg stump. Bumrah just trying to swing at this. There are people sweeping on the boundaries all over the leg side. You're talking about the long stop, the fine leg, the deep square leg, and even a man here at deep mid wickets.
Yes,
who just moved out there now.
Yeah, so Lungi's moved out from what you would have called more mid on, 2 deep mid wicket, largely for the pull shot. I think the South Africans are trying to entice Bumrah into to coming quickly through the shot and bringing all those fielders on the boundary into play.
Marco Jansen continuing with that back of a length delivery, aiming straight for Bumrah, the bowler, for his body. Another body shot to him. And what would conventionally be defensive fielding positions to stop the boundaries are actually there to catch, because it looks like Bumrah's keen to only play one shot. He's keen to just swing at it every single time.
But the other side of the coin for the captain is that, yes, I want him to swing wildly and try to bring those fields into play, but I also need to try and make sure I don't concede too many runs trying to get these next 2 wickets for India.
2 slips, a gully, and a man of backward points. Once again, Bumrah has just been smacked on the body from a back of a length delivery, and he's coming down the pitch. Oh, it's looking spicy now. Exchanging some words here. Murray Rasmus has to break this up. It is heating up here at the bull ring.
Okay, fighters, to your corners, please. To your corners. Marco Jansen, new to international cricket, has a bit of a baby face, but he's ready for a fight.
100%. Bumrah understanding the ploy here that Marco Jansen is bowling, continuously bowling towards his body, continuously pitching it in short, but not short enough to be called one.
So yesterday, if you're on Twitter and you're looking, we tweeted a picture of Marco Jansen getting his treatment on his red shoulder after getting a short ball to the chest. He's just repaying the favor. This is why we like Test cricket, lots of pressure.
Marco Jansen in again, back of a length delivery. This one a little bit straighter. Bumrah, same shot, missing it, all ends up.
My other question to you, Tip, was I feel that this line over the wicket for the right-handed Bumrah doesn't necessarily get you the answer you're looking for. If the answer is you're looking for a wicket, I'd rather you go around the wicket, aim it at ball more into the body so you can get a lot more modes of dismissal into play. LBW, bowled.
The man at cover just moved down to long on. This one a lot fuller. Bumrah just tried to heave it onto the onside where there would have been a man waiting at long on, but misses it completely. A maiden, a very spicy maiden from Marco Jansen. The score still 230 for 8. Bumrah yet to get off the mark. Vihari, his partner, who was just left watching this, is on 14, and the lead is now 203. And you're talking about Marco Jansen coming from around the wickets, and we did see in his previous over he was getting punished from around the wickets. Eventually, he did get the wickets, but he has been a little bit expensive.
Yeah.
And right now, the South Africans aren't keen to let too many runs go.
My point is you cramp the batter for room, so you don't allow them the ability to swing, but you also bring in Bold and LBW, whereas on the other side, you're just looking for a catch.
Kagiso Rabada into Vihari, back of a length, outside off stump, just played past the man at gully. Here, a very defensive field, as everyone clapping for the good fielding from Themba Bavuma. A little bit more energy seen in the field, definitely a result of the crowd. Looks like the Northwest Dragons are here at the Wanderers.
So Duwani Jansen, Marco's twin brother, plays for the Northwest Dragons. He's played in the domestic season. He also played in the CSA T20 that was earlier this year. Had about 60 runs in one innings with the bat. Really good. He's a better batter than his brother.
So I've heard. Kagiso Rabada, back of a length, played to the man at long on and just bounces short of Lungi Ngidi. An opportunity to get Jasprit Bumrah out here. The South Africans' tails very much up at the moment.
Yes, and that's what you're looking for, a mistimed shot. He closed him for room. He's obviously coming right arm over. Bumrah looking to clear out onto the leg side. He mistimed it, a bounced in front of Lungingidi at mid-on. Unfortunate opportunity, but a half chance for South Africa.
Wouldn't have been a chance. I believe the last delivery was a no ball. Kagiso Rabada coming in again. Good length delivery in line with off stump, driven down the ground, but the man at mid-off covers. And just your fielding positions, there's a man at deep square leg, fine leg, and deep mid-wickets, a man at a conventional mid-on, mid-off, a man at points, one slip, a gully, and a man at long stop. That is Dean Elgar, the captain himself, doing the duty behind the keeper.
Yes. Just to give you a sense of where we started, lunch, India went in at 188 for 6. They're currently 233 for 6 right now. For 8.
He's about a back of a length to Jasprit Bumrah, and he sends this over the man at deep square leg. It wasn't short enough, and Bumrah just got well under it to send it sailing over the boundary. 6 runs. He gets off the mark with the maximum to take India to 239 for 8.
playing into his arc. It was slightly shorter and easier for Jasper Bruma to get underneath the ball and hook it over square leg. Not the best ball from Kagiso, but now this game has become all about ego. It hasn't become about trying to get wickets. It hasn't become about stealing. It's ego now. The South African bowlers are running faster.
Once again, back of a length. Bumrah trying to ramp this one. There's a man there at long stop that possibly would have been in play. And no run there.
It comes to the point where somebody needs to be the adult in the room. South Africans are bowling faster and shorter. There have been words that have been said. You need to calm the situation down. Somebody needs to be the adult in the room, because the one who is the adult in the room is going to end up getting through this period. You cannot afford, if you're South Africa, to concede more runs. 212 lead right now. You just cannot. You need to get a wicket or deny them from scoring runs.
Rabada in for his fourth ball. He just plays it. This does Bumrah back of a length outside off stump. Tried to ramp this over the slip cord and succeeds, but bounces once before the man at long stop. He gets a single. Bumrah on 7, Vihari on strike now on 15 in the lead, 213. And you're talking about adults, and I think the key word for today should have been control, or the lack thereof from the South Africans.
No, it's how you start. This team starts sessions really poorly.
Very bad.
And what's the point of warming up? What's the point of the plans that you discuss when you go into lunch or at the start of the day if you're going to come out and give a team 30 minutes to an hour of just lackluster bowling? There hasn't been a plan today. We just thought we could come and roll them over, and that hasn't happened.
This one, Fuller straighter as Vihari just tries to drive this. He gets a thick outside edge that goes over the man at gully, and it easily just rolls to the third man boundary for 4. 244. South Africa leaking runs here. Vihari moves on to 19. The lead moves on to 217. A little bit of a discussion happening between Lungengidi and Keshav Maharaj. Lungengidi moved from mid-on to mid-off, and then mid-off Keshav Maharaj moved to cover as the man from deep square leg moved to mid-on. Short in line with leg stump, and all Vihari has to do is guide it down to the man at third man with a very controlled hook shot. And that ends the 55th over. 245 for 8. Vihari on 20. Bumrah on 7 in the lead. 218.
Yeah, so India started this session close to an hour ago, 50 minutes ago. They were 188 for 6. Vihari was on 6. Thakur was on 4. Vihari is now on 20, but Shardul Thakur took the South African attack to bits. He said, I think it's 5 4s and 1 6 to get to that 28. He was caught on the boundary by Keshav Maharaj off the bowling of Marco Jansen. Currently, India are 245 for 8 in the 55th over. This lead is now closer to 220 than it is 218. And South Africa trying to get these two Indian wickets as quickly as possible.
Marco Jansen just delivered his first ball of his over coming from the corner drive end. It was over the wickets to the right-hander, back of a length, just played to a vacant cover region. The man fielded that, no run. He has himself 2 slips, no gully. A man at third man, fine leg, deep square leg, comes in again. This one, a Yorker length delivery in line with the stumps in the block hole, and Vihari keeps that out. Continuing with the fielding positions, deep square leg, a man at deep mid wickets, long on, no, mid on, mid off, and a man at deep cover. Not quite on the boundary, but in between what would be the one-day circle and the boundary.
Yes. We're still attacking with the 2 slips. There are some catches on the boundary, but it's now more trying to stop the runs, more trying to stop boundary balls from happening.
Marco Jansen in again. Good length in line with off stump. Played straight to the man at mid-off for no run. Still 245 for 8. Vihari still on 20.
Yes, Vihari has played a great innings for India. This 20 is going to be very valuable because he was as the wickets were falling, he just kept up his one side, enabled the non-striker to be able to be free enough, to be aggressive enough. And now those are the type of runs that India have gotten from wicket number 7, from position number 7 downwards.
Marco Jansen, back of a length delivery going down the leg side. Vihari tried to play at this, but got no bat to that. So we're seeing now Dean Algar from first slip. He's moving down to long stop. He wants to stop every single run that he can. But at the same time, it's vital that the South Africans take the wickets. But unfortunately, the wickets have come after some terrible balls, often conceding a lot of runs before actually getting the wickets. So more fielding changes
61
now.
runs have occurred since the 6th wicket fell. That was before Lags. That was Ashwin. We're now in these past 2 wickets, have cost 61 runs for South Africa, which isn't great.
A good length delivery, just sailing over the stumps. Vihari tried to guide this to the man at third man, but didn't get any of the ball. We also saw just before the delivery, Lungi Ngidi coming from a mid-on position to maybe a short on, closer to a mid-wicket region. And Themba Bavuma, who is at backward cover, has now come to a little bit more conventional, if not even short cover on the offside.
So we've got some tweets coming in that we'll read at the end of this over.
Vital for South Africa to take wickets while not conceding runs. The lead 218 as Marco Jansen comes in again, straying down the leg side from a back of a length delivery. Vihari tried to hook this, but got nowhere near it. That ends the 56th over, 255 for 8. Bumrah on 7, Vihari on 20, the lead on 218.
It's 245 for 8. It's a Armchair Cricket Podcast says the second innings runs from for Shuttle Talker might prove to be very crucial as India now lead by 200 when they may have wrapped up for 180. Can the tail wag a bit more with Hamid Vihari and get them another 25 to 30 runs? Leah says 25 to 30 runs puts India firmly on top. Armchair Cricket Podcast says a higher than normal incidence of caught behind wicket on the leg side in this second test. Is this due to a higher bounce on this pitch or due to batters trying to go for perceivably easier shots to balls that they would leave on other grounds?
Lungi Ngidi coming from the golf course end. Wow, back of a length delivery that looked like it jagged into Jasprit Bumrah. He looked like he was trying to carve this through the offside, but the ball just cramping him up for room at the end and missing it. Ball ends up. Oof, wow.
And RE_ball_sport born free says India learned nothing from the Proteas batting tactics. They are attack inclined in this match, and that is already quickly ahead in terms of scores and result prospects. It is just bad batting.
Back of a length delivery, outside off stump, a thick outside edge that loops into the air. Marco Jansen sets himself up under this and takes the catch. Finally, a wicket here for the South Africans. Lungi Ngidi gets his bowling counterpart, Jasprit Bumrah. 7 runs or 14 balls. And India now 245 for 9. What?
It's this ball rising off of the back of the length. Bumrah looking to play it to square leg. He got a leaning edge up into the air, and Marco Jansen, being the world's tallest slip fielder, catching that had to go like 20 paces behind him, but he got that nonetheless. South Africa get their 9th wicket. It's 245 to India. Bumrah out for 7 or 14 balls, spent 21 minutes at the crease with 1 6 in tow. And a really good cameo from him was what India would have wanted. And now the lost batter will be coming in, and that will be Mohammad Siraj. Who's going to look at some of the tweets here. Leah says, my predictions for Jansen's second innings with the bat, several broken ribs. That's 1, 2, at least 1 ruptured testicle, and 3 Jansen retired dead. Bowled Bumrah. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, great to watch this. The aggro on the field between Bumrah and Jansen, a few hits to the body, pain shrug, and then words exchanged, and both looking to have a word up close. Never seen Mr. Erasmus move so quickly. And Armchair Cricket Podcast says, sweet connection, just with Bumrah finally nails one deep into the grass banks behind square. Also about time, Hamid Vihari freed his arms. This Indian innings will not last much longer, one way or the other.
One thing you can't deny about this test match is it has truly spiced up as we see Mohammad Siraj come into the middle. The batsman did cross, or I believe the umpires are discussing it now. Vihari standing at the striker's end saying, no, we have crossed, but it looks like they're still having a little bit of a discussion about it at the moment. But truly a spicy test match. Marco Jansen showing some fire there. It's good to see that. It felt like the South Africans were being lulled into a submission here.
So I think it's a little bit too late to do that. This team needs, especially when you're an underdog in international cricket, you need to understand that you need to put your lines and you need to do what you can do and do it best and do it well. You can't lose games because yes, you are the lesser talented team, but on top of that, you're not controlling the controllables. And South Africa didn't control the controllables well, and they let this game slide. And that's where the frustration and the anger is coming out of. It's not coming out of a place of you are putting the opponent under pressure. You are under pressure. You're trying to hit back. There's no other way to do it but to get a little bit more aggressive. I don't like it. I think people do like it outside, yes, for TV and everything else, but it tells me of a mentality of a side that feels as though the game has slipped out of their hands.
Lungi Ngidi continuing from the golf course end, good length delivery outside off stump or in line with off stump, and Vihari just blocks that down. But Umpo, you were talking about the momentum of the game earlier in the stint, or in the first session rather, talking about Dean Algar needing to take breaks to sort of break up the tempo of the game, to sort of change the feel and the atmosphere in the field. And one thing I've noticed is that the fans are in high chorus at the moment. You can see that they're fired up. Every dot ball, every good bit of fielding, the fans are getting engaged as Lungi Ngidi continues. This one straying down the leg side. And that's what I believe has brought the fire into the players at the moment.
But you get carried away with it. Yeah. And that's essentially what the session is. India scored 61 runs for the last 3 wickets, and it's not good. You could have bowled them out for a lead of under 170 had you applied your plans, not gotten carried away with the fans in the stadium, the energy that they're giving you, and just focused on the work at hand. And now you have allowed the game to slip away, and the better teams understand that they can do this, and they don't let outside influences or things influence the way they play the game.
Field change, a first slip, a third slip, and a fifth slip as Lungi Ngidi pitches this one in short on top of leg stump. Vihari just leans back and ramps it over the fielders that have literally just come in now. Another boundary, the lead now up to 222, Vihari on 24, and India on 249 for now.
We've had a fly slip before. We've also had a third man. When the third man of fly slip came in, Lungi bowls a short one outside off. And what was the result that they were expecting? That was going to be a 4-ball all day. You're just allowing them to ramp the ball over the slips. And so these are the type of things where you sit there going, what's the plan, guys? We have no plan.
Lungi Ngidi coming in again. Back of a length, outside leg stump. They dot this one down, did Vihari, and gets a quick single. A little bit of a fumble here from Keshav Maharaj, but he can rest assured that they're probably not going to take another run. That's 250 up here for India, coming off 351 balls, 34 fours, 3 sixes, and all in 57
India's
overs.
tail has put India firmly into control of this game. South Africa just not bowling with a plan. Sometimes you just ask yourself, like, what's the thinking behind this? And throughout this day, from a bowling perspective, that's been my ultimate question. We haven't bowled to a plan. Apart from like 2 overs in the first session where we had 2 maidens, the bowling hasn't been that great. Yes, Kagiso's bowls really good spell in the midst of that. Marco Jansen's taken wickets, but if I was the bowling coach, I would not be happy with this effort from my bowlers.
Marco Jansen coming in from the corner drive end to Hanuma Vihari. Good length delivery just on top of off stump, and he just guides this to the man at third man. Doesn't take the single. There's a third man, a long stop, fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and a man at deep cover. The only people inside the circle are the bowler, the 2 batsmen, the wicket keeper, and the man at first slip. Marco Jansen continuing, coming over the wickets to the right-hander. Left arm over. This one blocked into a vacant cover region. The man at deep cover goes to fetch it. A single not taken. The lead still 223, 250 for 9. And I hear the gripes that you have here with the South African bowling lineup. Their bowling has been very inconsistent. Lots of boundaries given away. I mean, look at the run rates achieved. It's well over 4. It's 4.4 at the moment. And the problem is South Africa haven't really been putting the batsmen under pressure. This one, full length delivery. Looks like it's in line with leg stump. It's clipped to the leg side. The man fielding gets it in quickly. And Vihari does well to get the 2 runs there. Looked like Rabada was in 2 minds about which end to throw that to.
Yes, there was a mix-up in the middle. And Kagiso not knowing which end to throw it to throw it to Siraj's end at non-strikers or to throw it to strikers end. He ended up throwing it to the strikers end, but Vihari was well in. They do take those 2. India go up to 252 for 9, the lead of 225. The thing about why this performance is really disappointing from a Proteas side who have their strong suit is their bowling, is that for the past 12 months, this is the part of the game that's kept South Africa in the game and put them in situations where they could win.
Short length delivery straying down the leg side was quite a bouncer indeed. Vihari tried to hook it, didn't connect, no run.
And if you look at the story of today, the big story of today, how Bangladesh won their first ever test match in New Zealand. In these past 5 days, Bangladesh did not give New Zealand a look in. Even when they had a moment where it looked like New Zealand with Ross Taylor at the start of the day, they could come back in. They did not. They just kept going, doing what they could control, which is the lines and lengths that they could bowl. South Africa, contrasting later today, South Africa had a chance to win this game early on, open up the game and put it to bed. But they've allowed India back into the game, not because of India batting well, but because of South Africa bowling poorly. And that is the frustration that a lot of South African fans will be having right now.
Deep mid-wickets and deep cover come into the field as Marco Jansen delivers this ball. It was full straight and played down the ground. The man at mid-off picks this up, shies at the stumps, and they get themselves a quick single, leaving Mohammad Siraj with 1 ball to face. He's still not off the mark. Vihari's on 28 and the lead 226.
It's simple. It is, 69 runs ago.
Yes.
Take 69 out of that lead. That's around about 150. Right? It's 226 right now. Had you been more disciplined after lunch, been able to bowl the lines and ends that you bowled before lunch, you could be chasing 180, maybe even under 200. This has now become a lot tougher, and largely because of the lines and lengths. There isn't a plan as to how they're going to get these batsmen out. They just assume, no, if I just bowl outside the off stump, they're going to nick off.
Full length delivery, this one in line with middle stump blocked by Mohammad Siraj, gets applause from the Indian dugout. No run there, 253 for 9 after 58 overs. Vihari on 28, Siraj on 0, the lead 216, and I couldn't agree with you more. I feel that South Africa really shot themselves in the foot. I feel that South Africa actually lost this game or lost control of this game more than India took it away from them. Tons of wayward deliveries, tons of boundary balls, extras. I mean, just looking at the extras now, 32 extras in a score of 253. That's mad. That's absolutely crazy. As Kagiso Rabada comes in here, back of a length delivery on top of off stump. He has himself a slip, fine leg, man at deep point, man at deep cover, mid on, mid off, deep mid wicket. And a man here, I thought it was a long stop, but looks like a very fine third man. So a very defensive field here. It's strange, South Africa defending.
Well, you have to now, because you're not able to break this partnership. You're conceding too many runs. The lead is getting out of hand. So what must you do? Well, you have to be defensive.
Partnership's only 8 at the moment. This one outside the off stump. Vihari just dots this down to a vacant point region right next to Murray and Rasmus is where the ball stops. Deep point.
Oh, no way. When was the last time I've seen a field where you've got 6 men on the boundary? You've got third man, You've got backward point on the boundary. Rassi's moving over to extra cover to the boundary. You've got fine leg on the boundary, backward square leg, mid wickets on the boundary. KG's at long on, 10 meters off the boundary. This is unbelievable.
Continuing, Lungi Ngidi. Vihari just playing this around his hips. It was a back of a length delivery going for his body. Plays it around his hips. Suraj was keen for a single but decided against. The score still 253 for 9.
Vihari's been batting for over 2 hours today and he scored that 28, but it's very important because he's just been the guy who they haven't been able to get out. Frustrated South Africa and the other batters have cashed in. It's his first test back into the side. He may not play at Newlands, but he's really truly leaving as a pantomime villain for South Africa.
Lungi Ngidi with a back of a length delivery in line with the body and just blocked by Hanuma Vihari. And I quickly want to ask Umpo, how much of this can go down to inexperience? I mean, we saw some of the reviews that Dean Elgar has been taking here, not the best reviews. When he asked for consultation from Kyle Verreynne also not quite familiar with when and how to review. So
it's not about the reviews. It's about the way we're bowling.
No, I was just saying that's just an illustration of the team's inexperience. I mean, it shows in a whole bunch of other things. It manifests rather in a whole bunch of other things. But how many of those things can we say are all down to inexperience? And how long can we have that excuse as Lungi Ngidi comes in again? It's short, back of a length, and it's absolutely slapped in front of square. The man at mid-wicket, Themba Bavuma, could do nothing to stop it. The score now 257 for 9. Vihari on 32. The lead 230. And the Lungi Ngidi still has 1 ball to bowl and is over.
All you can do is just laugh. That ball sat up like a tennis ball to Hamuna Vihari, and he could hit it any way he wanted. He found deep mid-wicket, and it ran away to the boundary for 4. Speaking about the inexperience, Kagiso Rabat is a bowler in the side. He's played 48 matches.
Yes.
Keshav Maharaj has played 37 matches, even though he hasn't bowled one match. Lungi Ngiti's obviously played 10 matches, but he's been in the side for over 3 years. Duan Olifir's played 10 matches, but he's also played in the side for about 2 years, even though it's his first game back after 1,000 days.
Going down the leg side, a back of a length delivery here. And Vihari did very well. He was already running by the time Kyle Verreynne caught the ball. Lungi Ngidi on his haunches, very disappointed that they didn't affect the runouts as soon as possible, but didn't look like they had a real plan here. Maybe a Yorker could have worked to tie the batsman up, maybe force him to play something towards you. But he chose to go for a back of a length down the leg side. So that moves the score to 258 for 9, the lead 231.
Themba's played 45 matches. Dean's played over 70 matches. Aiden's been in the side since 2017. He's played 26 matches. There's experience around. They've seen this before. They've experienced this with Sri Lanka in 2019 when they could not dismiss that final pairing in that game.
Was it Kusal Pereira?
Kusal Pereira on the one end, who just dominated South Africa. They've seen this before, and so I'm not going to call this an inexperience because whenever they've started sessions, they've been bad. Going into sessions, they've gotten better. The question is, what are you doing before the game that makes you start so poorly?
Duan Olifir takes over from Marco Jansen from the call it drive end. He's coming over the wickets to Vihari. A good length delivery outside off stump. Just played to the leg side for no run. Still 258 for 9. Duan Olifir has yet another defensive field. Deep cover. Deep third man. Or maybe like a 45. He has a straight stop. Fine leg at 45. A deep square leg. A deep mid-wicket. A mid-on, a mid-off. And finally, 1 slip fielder. Coming in for his second delivery now, Duan Olifir. This one, a good length delivery in line with the stumps. All Vihari can do is punch this forward. Good fielding off his own bowling from Duan Olifir.
Now you can see with the energy now, it's gone. There's crowd. The crowd's trying to G them up, but they're all looking at themselves. No one's encouraging anyone. Hands on their hips. Everyone's on the boundary, not knowing what to do. And this is a situation where India can put South Africa into an even deeper hole if they continue to not to score runs from this position.
A good length delivery now in line with off stump. It gets a thick outside edge, or maybe open the face of the bat did Vihari. Runs down to the man at third man. No run. Still 258 for 9. And the question, so I posed the question to you again. You said that these people or the Proteas don't know what they're doing, or they seem to not have any answers. And how would they get these answers? Surely more experienced I'm talking about test experience heads would come together here. Marco Jansen in again. Duan Olivier in again. Good length delivery outside the off stump. Played to long off.
What I'm telling you is that the captain and vice captain have over 100 test matches together.
Yeah.
So that's enough experience. Kagiso's got close to 50 test matches. So in essence, they have the experience they need to be able to manage this. One way to do this is to force India to play on one side of the wicket, which is essentially what they're trying to do now. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get Hamuna Vihari still on strike to have to have a full over to Mohammad Siraj. Now the fields now come in and they are going to try and stop the singles. So they're going to even give a 4.
Yep, exactly that. Back of a length, and all that Hanuma Vihari has to do is just clear the inner field and get a boundary. 262 now for 9. The lead 235.
The Indian dressing room cheering every single run off the bat. Lead going to 235. Ravi Nair saying on Twitter, I know SA haven't bowled brilliantly, but they got India out for 2-2. And it looks like they'll get them out for less than 300 in the second innings. They had the opportunity in the first innings, but they just didn't bat well enough. They can't rely on their bowlers.
Joel Olivier in again. This one, back of a length, in line with the body, and all that Hanuma Vihari has to do is just bisect the fielders on the leg side, sweeping the man at fine leg and the man at square leg, bisected very nicely by Hanuma Vihari. He moves on to 40, 239 is the lead, and the score now is 266 for 9. Siraj yet to get off the mark. Partnership now of 21, and South Africa really need to take the wickets.
Yes, South Africa now have 6 balls to bowl at number 11, Mohammad Siraj. He's had that niggling injury, that hamstring. He has come out for the cause of the team to try and see how many more runs they can score. That's the type of hardened mentality you want, that type of I'm going to die for this team mentality. He didn't bowl a lot towards the back end of that first innings after he had pulled up, but he's standing out there getting ready to face Lungi Ngidi.
And it is Lungi Ngidi coming from over the wicket here. Oh, a fantastic delivery. Good length delivery, and it just clips the off stump of Mohammad Siraj. A great way to clean up the tail. Finally getting the number 11 out, Lungi Ngidi. Bowled Mohammad Siraj. He had not gotten off the mark before that, which means India are all out for 266.
And so that brings India's innings down to 266 all out. The target for South Africa now is 240. Let me take you through India's innings. It started off late yesterday afternoon on day 1 with KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal. KL Rahul was the first to go, getting caught behind off the bowling of Marco Jansen for 8 after South Africa took for about 40 minutes to get this opening stand out the way. The next wicket to fall was Mayank Agarwal. 20 runs later, he was LBW to Duan Olivier. He fended at one without even bringing his bat across, and he was called LBW by Murray Erasmus. The next batter out came through 111 runs later. The partnership that you could say broke the wind in South Africa's sails this morning. There was a Jinka Rahane out, 458 of 78 balls. He was caught Verena, bowled Rabada. The next batter out was Cheteshwar Pujara. 9 runs later, he was out. LBW Kagiso Rabada. This was the spell an hour after the morning's play that Kagiso took 3 wickets. In the next batter out was quickly with a reckless shot. That was Rishabh Pant coming down the wicket, edging it to Kyle Verena for a duck. That's when India then came to the party. Number 7 of India, R. Ashwin, 16 runs of 14 balls. He went just before lunch. Ngidi, bowled Ngidi, caught Verena. Shardul Thakur coming in, having a really lovely partnership with Hamuna Vihari. They put on 41 runs for the 7th wicket. Shardul Thakur with 5 fours and 1 6 in that innings, 28 of 24 balls. He was caught. Maharaj bowled. Jansen Maharaj caught him on the backward square leg boundary. Next wicket to fall was Mohammad Shami. He was out for a duck. Bowled. Jansen caught Verena, and 245 for 9. Jasper Brummer after scoring 7 of 14. He was caught. Jansen bowled and Giddy. Mohammad Siraj was the final wicket to fall. He was bowled and Giddy for a duck. Hamuna Vihari not out, 40 of 84, the most important 40 runs for this Indian team, as they are 1 innings away from winning a series in South Africa and conquering the final frontier. The answer is South Africa need 240. Kagiso Rabada from bowling figures 3 for 77, Dwan Olifere 1 for 51, Ngidi 3 for 43, Marco Jansen 3 for 67. We'll be back in about 7 minutes' time for the start of the new session. It's myself here, Mpumukani, and Tabo Taala. The next voices you'll hear after the innings break will be that of Sean Mayers and Jeniso.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to the Wanderers. South Africa managed to bowl India out for 239, and they are chasing 240 to win. My name is Sean Mayers, and I am joined by Jenna Searle in the box.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a good day here at the Wanderers. A lot of contest between bat and ball. South Africa didn't start out too well this morning with the ball, but India took full advantage of that. But South Africa did manage to pull it back, but not too well, because India did manage to get a lead of 240 runs.
Right, and opening the batting, we've got Aiden Markram on strike and Dean Alga with Jasprit Bumrah coming in to bowl right arm over. Right, it is back of a length and just outside off stump, and Aiden Markram just lifts his hand and let that go through to punt for no run. The field set, there are 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, a short leg, and a fine leg. Jenna, honestly, is this the score that South Africa would have wanted to chase?
I will speak about that a little bit after this ball.
Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket to Aiden Markram. It's a fuller length delivery, about well outside the off stump. Aiden just steps forward and lifts his hand up and let that ball go through to Rishabh Pant.
I don't think that this is what South Africa would have hoped for. I do think they could have done a lot better this morning in their bowling innings to restrict the Indian batters to a lower total. I do think that the South African batters, they can do it. They can. Whether they will or not is the question.
Bumrah continuing from the golf course end. It's back of a length, well outside the off stump. Aiden Markram just lifts his hand and let that go through to punt for no run. Aiden Markram still on 0, and Dean Alga not facing a ball yet, also on 0. Yes, the South Africans will be very disappointed with how they started. It took a while to break the partnership between Rahane and Pujara. So is this too far for them? And we'll get back to that as Bumrah comes in from the golf course end. Fuller leg delivery, well outside the off stump. Bumrah continuously hitting the same line, and Aiden Markram comfortably leaving that to go through to Rishabh Pant.
I think fortunately the South African batters, a lot of the batters are due for big runs. We're speaking about Rahane and Pujara being due for runs, and they certainly were, both of them scoring half centuries. So maybe that is something in the cards here for South Africa.
And we know that Aiden Markram is due for runs as Bumrah comes in. It's a fuller length delivery, and Aiden Markram just lets that through as it is well outside the off stump. Yes, Aiden Markram, we do know the talent that this young man has, but is very, very thin on runs. So he would be hoping, maybe even drawing some confidence off the positivity that Pujara and Rahane played with in the first hour this morning to, get himself up and going in the runs department. Bumrah comes in, and it's a fuller length delivery on the off stump. Gets Aiden Markram's outside edge to the third man boundary for 4. Right. Jenna, not the most convincing shot there.
No, not at all. But I do think that it's always healthy to have runs on the board to start, no matter which way they come. We often have a saying, it doesn't matter if it's not pretty as long as it gets you runs.
That is true. That is very true. And not the prettiest shot from Aiden Markram. Outside, he got his outside edge. Luckily playing with soft hands. Didn't carry between the man at third slip and gully for a boundary. Now we've got Mohammed Shami coming from the corner drive end, who's going to be bowling to Dean Elgar, coming around the wicket. He's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, a mid-off that is very close, almost catching there, mid-on, and a fine leg as well as a short leg and a helmet. Mohammed Shami passing the umpire. It's back of the length and well outside the off stump. Dean Elgar just easily lifts his hand up, covering his off stump, and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant.
Don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's one the number, world the word, and SR the letters. We have a tweet here from Temb Mazi. We need to have a serious conversation about Maharaj. What is he doing that Markram can't? It's either we add Linda or a fifth seamer, depending on the conditions.
Very interesting. That conversation will need to happen. And Mohammed Shami continuing from the caller drive end. The shorter length, back of a length there on middle stump. Dean Elgar just glancing that to the man at fine leg for a single. He is off the mark. He is on 1 run. Aiden Markram on 4. And South Africa 5 for no loss. That brings Aiden Markram on strike. The field set fairly much the same. Mid on, mid off. 3 slips a gully point. The man at short leg is now moving to regulation square leg, and a man at fine leg.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting now to see how South Africa go about this innings. Obviously, you want to get themselves in and try and build a base here for the rest of the South African lineup to work off of.
Mohammed Shami coming back in. Oh, it's a ball, it's full of ball on middle stump. Aiden Markram just defending it to the man at square leg for no run. The score remains 5 for no loss.
Sean, as an opening batter, what do you think you would do in a situation like this with the ball coming on? What would you do?
Well, the Wanderers, has a lot to offer to the bowlers. And with potentially 2 days and 2 days with 4 hours to bat, 2 days and 4 hours to bat. Wait for it. Patience, patience, patience. That is the name of the game. As Mohammed Shami comes in, it's back of a length, well outside the off stump. Aiden Markram covers his off stump and lets that go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. Score still 5 for no loss.
Yeah, I agree. I think the South Africans can take a page out of the Indian batters' books and just, be as patient as possible, as you were saying. Respect those good balls, making sure that we in, so that when that bad ball comes, we make the most of it.
Yes, the Indian bowlers will want to attack the South Africans, but this pair will be key as Mohammed Shami comes in. It's a fuller length on the leg stump. Dean Elgar just flicking this through the mid-wicket boundary, just missing the man at square leg for 4. That brings the score to 9 for no loss. And Aiden Markram on 8 and Dean Elgar on 1.
Yeah, it was lovely to see him looking a little bit more confident, pouncing on that over-pitch delivery and really leaning into it and getting maximum runs there for it.
Phenomenal shot there. Dean Elgar, it was over-pitched on the leg stump, taking his chances, and the man at square leg moves around to a mid-wicket position. Making sure that that shot isn't an option anymore. Shami comes in from the corner drive in. It's back of a length, and this time it's on the leg stump, and Dean Elgar plays it a lot squarer. The mid-wicket man at mid-wicket chases it to the boundary, and great running from these two in the middle as they get 3 runs.
Cool, great stuff from Aiden Markram there. They were really running hard. They ran the first 2 runs nice and hard and ran the third one. They jogged through for an easy 3 in the end.
Right, that brings us to the end of the second over. The score is 12 for no loss. Aiden Markram on 11, Dean Elgar on 1. Jenna, As someone who has been very thin on runs, I would like to believe that he has almost nothing to lose, that he's saying, if I do well, I do well, but he hasn't had the best run of form and nothing can get any worse. But as someone, I mean, we've both been in situations where we haven't had form. What do you think? Let's chat about what you would think is going through his mind as Bumrah continues from the golf course end. A fuller length delivery while outside the off stump. Aiden Markram just letting that go through to punt for no run.
I think for me personally, when I've gone through a dry patch of runs, it's very easy to kind of fall into a negative mindset when you're out in the middle, especially in a pressure situation like this where you're needed, where it's vital that you score runs. And I think it's just so important to try and go out into the middle with a clear mind and not think about what's happened in the past and play with freedom, because he really does have nothing to lose.
Bumrah continuing from the golf course end to Aiden Markram from over the wicket. It's fuller length, but well outside the leg stump, missing leg. And Rishabh Pant doing a great job diving to his left and saving that one for no run. Big movement there in the air. It swung in quite a bit. Bumrah getting some good purchase with this new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think that new cooker is definitely going to be a good thing to use here for the Indian bowling attack.
As Bumrah continues from the golf course end, coming right arm over the wicket, while outside the off stump, Aiden Markram just stepping forward, lifting his hands and letting that ball go through to punt for no run.
I also think that Aiden Markram, being the run machine that he is at domestic level, he can kind of draw off that and say, I am good enough to be here. I think he is good enough to be here. He just needs to prove that. And we know that in the past he has scored big runs. And perhaps today is the day.
Well, hopefully he'll continue leaving well. That will be important in this session. Bumrah continues, coming over the wicket to Aiden Markram. It's a full length delivery on off stump. Aiden just defending it to the man at mid-off for no run. Score remains 12 for no loss. Aiden Markram on 11 and Dean Elgar on 1. Yes, he is a run machine at domestic level, and this would be his time, his opportunity to make a name for himself. Say to the selectors, I'm still here, I still have what it takes, and I want to do it for my team. As Bumrah is continuing from right arm over, right, it is a fuller length delivery on the leg stump. Aiden Markram just pushing that part between the man at mid wicket and mid on for a boundary. That brings the score to 16 and Aiden Markram on 50.
Yeah, and a majority of those runs have come off a similar ball every time. The last three strokes that he's played that he's got runs off of. The Indian bowlers really just over pitching it and not really getting their line correct yet. So perhaps they just need to concentrate getting the line and length right and start asking the correct questions from the South African batters.
Bumrah coming in for the last ball of his over. It's a short ball over leg stump. Aiden Markram just ducks under that for no run. And that brings us to the end of the third over. The score is 16 for no loss. Markram on 15 and Elgar on 1. I like the way Aiden Markram is playing. He has gone out LBW quite a few times, well, playing, I would say, with a half a bat, wanting to push it too much to the leg side. It's encouraging that he's getting a full face to the bat, especially to those straighter deliveries. You know, going back and doing his homework, going back to basics, playing as straight as possible. So very encouraging, almost playing with the swing. We have Mohamed Shami coming in from the corner drive end, right arm around the wicket to Captain Dean Elgar, who that ball pitches a full length on off stump, on middle stump, off and middle, and Dean Elgar just defending that to the man at mid wicket. Mohamed Shami bowling with 3 slips, a gully, point, mid on, mid off, man in front, just in front of square, forward square leg, and not quite mid wicket, and the man at fine leg on the boundary. Mohamed Shami not wanting to give Dean Elgar any room. He's got a good average bowling to left-handers around the wicket, and he will continue his over, coming round to Dean Elgar, well outside the off stump on a good length. Dean Elgar not even moving, just watching that as it's just inside the wide line.
Yeah, I was listening to Keegan Peterson's press conference last night, and he was saying how important a role that their batting coach Justin Simmons has with them, and they've been working a lot and analyzing the way that they've gone out in the last couple of innings, and then rectifying that. And I do think that Aiden Markram has taken that, and he's worked with the coaches and really trying to iron out those creases.
Mohamed Shami continuing from the corner drive end. It is a fuller length delivery, angling in, but not worrying the stumps as Dean Elgar just steps towards it, covers his off stump, and lets that through to punt for no run. Yes, you can see that there has been a lot of work, especially in this transition period for South Africa, where they've lost a few of their more established batters in Faf du Plessis and recently Quinton de Kock. So relying quite a bit on the experience of both Elgar and Markram at the top of the order. Mohamed Shami coming in around the wicket to Dean Elgar. It's a back of a length towards the body of Dean Elgar, who he just defends into the covers and takes off with a quick single, getting it, and Ravichandran Ashwin running into the covers and taking a shy, but Dean Elgar home safe, bringing the score to 17 for no loss. Elgar on 2 and Markram on 15.
Yeah, that a little bit of a wayward throw there at the stumps from Ashwin actually looked like it hit Dean Elgar in the back of the leg, and he's rubbing his hamstring quite vigorously. Hopefully he has a blue mark to show off.
Shami coming from over the wicket to Aiden Markram, and it's on a good length, and Aiden swings away, nips away I should say, and Aiden Markram covering his off stump and just letting that go through to Rishabh Pant, who catches it almost in front of first slip. Good signs here for the two openers. The score is still at 17 for no loss. Markram on 15, Elgar on 2. The field set, 3 slips a gully point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Shami continuing from the corner drive in for the last ball of his over, coming over the wicket. It's well wide of the stumps, back of the length, and Aiden Markram just defends his, covers his off stump, and lets that go through to Rishabh Pant, bringing the end of the 4th over, 17 for no loss. Markram on 15, Elgar on 2.
Cool. I have a tweet here from Anis Mohammed, and he says, I hope it's not lost on anyone that the Proteas had to chase this exact score the last time these teams met at this ground and lost.
Oh, that's a very good to note. Thank you, Anis. Hopefully the Proteas will change their fortune and keep the series alive. Take it down to the wire. Prove the naysayers wrong. It is a team of fighters. They will be relishing the opportunity to get some much needed World Test Championship points, and they have lots of time. No need to do anything too rash. Whole day of cricket. There's a few hours of cricket, 43 overs of cricket left today, and 2 more days of cricket. So hopefully that will allow for the Proteas to go and chase down this total. Bumrah coming from the golf course end, coming over the wicket to left-handed Dean Elgar. Right, it's a fuller length delivery. Gets the outside edge of Elgar as he pushes at that, but that ball goes between the man at gully and point for a 4. Brings the score to 21 for no loss. Dean Elgar on 6 and Aiden Markram on 15.
Yeah, Dean Elgar pushed at that a little bit, but he did open the face of his bat there, just allowing the ball to go off the face there a little bit, and really just riding his luck a little bit there.
Not the best foot movement we've seen from Dean Elgar, but we do know early on in his innings, his foot movement is very sluggish. Bumrah continues from the golf course end, coming from over the wicket to left-handed Dean Elgar, well outside the off stump, and angling away from the left from Elgar. Rishabh Pant taking that for no run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. We saw yesterday how the Indian bowlers changed the angle between the left hand and right hand of Dean Elgar when Keegan Peterson was batting with him, and right arm over to the right hand of Keegan Peterson and right arm around into the body of Dean Elgar. But at the moment, they are staying over the wicket and bowling across him.
Bumrah comes in over the wicket, well outside the off stump at a good length, and Dean Elgar just leaving that alone, letting him go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. Score remains at 21 for no loss. The plan here in the beginning seems to be, let's see the movement with Bumrah. Let's see if there's movement. Let's see if, let the ball come across, bring in the slip cordon. As we see, as the innings will go on and the ball gets older, he'll come around and, squeeze, put the pressure on, make sure that Dean Elgar doesn't have any room to play. Bumrah coming over the wicket, a fuller length delivery on off stump, and Dean Elgar just opening up the face, letting the ball hit the bat, and it goes between the man at point and gully for a single. They chase it down well. The score is 22 for no loss. Elgar on 7, and Markram, who is now on strike, on 15. And the field set has changed. We've got 3 slips at gully. Point, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and the man at mid-off is almost in an extra cover position. All right, Bumrah continues. This 5th ball of this over from the golf course end. It's a full-length delivery on off stump. Aiden Markram just defending that into the covers for a single. The man at point runs around, and he does the cleaning up. That brings the score to 23 for no loss. Markram on 16 and Elgar on 7.
Yeah, we have a tweet here from Shannon, and she says, listening to my favorite broadcasting team, especially Sean and Jenna, awesome to hear an all-female team. Sean, what does it mean to you to be here at an international level and to be commentating, speaking about these world-class players?
We'll get to that at the end of this ball. This over. Bumrah coming in from the golf course end, coming over the wickets to Dean Elgar. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump. Dean Elgar just defending, pushing it past the man at mid-on, and he will get 2 runs. Great stuff there, great timing, which brings the score to 25 for no loss at the end of the 5th over. Elgar on 9, Markram on 16. Well, thank you, Shannon. It has been great. Thank you for tuning in. And I am honored. This is a privilege to be around a fantastic team supported by everybody at One World Sports Radio, as well as Guerrilla Cricket SA. And just being able to talk about cricket. And this is the pinnacle of cricket. I've never had the opportunity to play cricket. And, being around some of the best players in the world and speak and watching them play has been complete. I'm in a little bit of shock and awe.
Yeah, and you're doing a great job, so you can be really proud of yourself.
And Jenna, you are doing a fantastic job, a good future ahead for you as well.
Thank you.
We have Mohamed Shami continuing from the corner drive end. Aiden Markram is facing, and he's got 3 slips of gully coming in over the wicket. It is a wayward delivery down the leg side, full, and if anything, Aiden Markram, as it just continues with the angle, Aiden Markram, I would say very lucky not to strangle that one, but not a great ball from Mohamed Shami, who's lucky to get away with that one for no run. Score remains at 25 for no loss.
This partnership is looking nice, very even between the 2 batters, both looking a little bit more comfortable today than they were yesterday when they were batting.
Yes, this is turning into a solid partnership as Mohamed Shami continues from the corner drive in. It's a fuller delivery on the off stump, and Aiden Markram just drives that past the man at extra cover for 4. Right, that brings the score to 29 for no loss, and Aiden Markram on 20. Glorious shot.
Beautiful. That is textbook cover drive. He leaned into that. He stepped into that. The bat came down nice and straight, and it really timed to perfection.
And not having to do much, just working with the pace, all timing there. Textbook definition, as you've said. Mohammed Shami won't be too happy with that. His line and length not great. His length not great with that one as he continues over the wicket. It's well outside the off stump and moves away in the air as Aiden Markram steps across, covers his off stump and for no run as the ball goes to Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, much better length there from Shami. He definitely needs to pull it back a little bit, especially because they're getting so much purchase off the wickets. It's definitely going to help them if they can hold a good length, use the ball, use the pitch and take it from there.
Yes, these two, Mohammed Shami and Bumrah, have been getting a lot of purchase, especially with this new Kookaburra ball on the surface. Shami continuing from the corner drive end, back of a length on off stump, and Aiden Markram just gets over it and defends it to the man at extra cover. The score remains 29 for no loss. Markram on 20, Alga on 9. There are 3 slips of gully, point, mid wicket, fine leg, and man is Ashwin at extra cover.
Yeah, we have another interesting tweet here from Anis Mohammed. He says, concerning thing, if every member of the Proteas lineup scores the equivalent of their averages, they will end up 20 runs short of the total.
Shami coming in from the corner drive in. It's a fuller length delivery on middle stump, and Aiden Markram just playing the on drive to mid on for no run. That is not a bad statistic. It will be 20 runs short, but at least getting close, making this game as close as possible to a win. And all it would essentially require is everybody just maybe two runs more than their average, and this game is in the bag. Right, Shami continuing from the corner drive end over the wicket. It's back of a length on off stump, and Aiden Markram just defends it to the man of mid on, bringing the end of the 6th over, 29 for no loss. Markram on 20 and Alga on 9.
I think one thing that the fans are all hoping for is a contest here at the Bull Ring. And if each batter can reach that average that they have, I do think we're definitely in for a contest. We have a good start here with 29 for none after 6. Markram's on 20 and Dean Alga is on 9. So a good start here. As I said, the fans are really hoping that South Africa can pull something through here. And all we're asking for is some good cricket.
Bumrah continuing from the golf course end. He'll be bowling to Dean Alga. He's coming over the wicket. And that ball is back of a leg on middle stump. Dean Alga just letting the ball come to him and defending that. And the field set that Bumrah has to Alga is 3 slips at gully, point, mid on, square leg, fine leg, and a mid off. There is a change in the field. There are now 2 gullies. We've got 3 slips, 2 gullies. The man at mid off, but very close. Mid on, square leg, and fine leg. Hoping to utilize the movement and the angle that Bumrah gets to Dean Alga as he comes over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery, but Dean Alga just watches that pass him to Rishabh Pant for no run, not worried, knowing where his off stump is, not worried that will do anything. These two are leaving well. They're leaving well, looking more solid at the crease.
Yeah, they are, but it's also interesting to see how the Indian team are so supportive of each other after every ball, each man on the field clapping hands, applauding each other.
Nice, fantastic. It's what we want to see as Bumrah continues from the golf course in. It's a shorter length delivery. Dean Alga looks surprised by the extra bounce as that he just defends that to the leg side, and Aiden Markram calling early as they steal a single, bringing the score to 30 for no loss. Alga on 10 and Markram on 20.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for runs. They're looking for positivity out of that. It was a difficult shot there for Dean Alga to play as he kind of glanced that off his right hip. But Markram, nice and active on the non-strikers end and really trying to make the most of it, score as many runs as possible.
That's what we want to see. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Get them under pressure. Bumrah coming in over the wickets to right-handed Markram. And it's a fuller leg delivery. on the middle stump, and Markram manages to navigate that one as he defends it to the man at mid wicket.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit surprised there by the lack of bounce on that delivery. He kind of jumped up in the air and had to put his hands down really quickly because it didn't bounce particularly hard.
No, not at all. As you said, it's not going to get easier on this track. At that length, it should be getting Markram above the knee roll and above. But there we see it's well below the knee roll, very close but well navigated by Markram. And it seems that he is asking for a new bat.
I think that ball just smashed into the toe of his bat. Maybe just needs a spare to come down.
Oh, it's very disappointing. I know when you have your favorite stick and there's you get hit on the toe and there's a bit of a crack, or it's not sounding or feeling as good. But you do know that these days cricket bats are made of the best quality materials. These two have been batting phenomenally well. I think this is the best opening partnership we've had in this series for South Africa. So where do you see, what would Dean Elgar and Aiden Markram be telling each other? What is their game plan right now?
I think it's so important to feed off each other's positivity at this moment. Obviously, Markram has 20 and Dean Elgar has 10. So they're both going at a decent rate and they're both doing well. They just want to feed off of each other and make sure that they're staying positive at the crease and they're not focusing on the scoreboard too much. They just need to find themselves and make sure that they're getting into good positions. I think those would be kind of the conversations that they're thinking about, not letting the Indians get into their heads, that kind of thing.
Bumrah continues from the golf course end, coming over the wicket to Markram. It's a good length ball outside the off stump. Markram steps well outside his off stump as that ball nips back in, but not disturbing his off stump. The slip corner very excited, but no run there, and well left by Aiden Markram. You're very correct there. They need to feed off each other, need to make sure that they get through this opening spell. These two are the best bowlers India have, and if South Africa can get through this spell, then it could be that chance for South Africa to level the series. As Bumrah continues from the golf course end. Oh, it is a good length ball, and Aiden Markram defends that as it drops short of first slip and just bounces over them, bounces between first and second slip for a boundary. And that brings the score to 34 for no loss after 7 overs. Right, and that will be tea. So far, we have Aiden Markram on 24, Dean Elgar on 10, and they are chasing 240 to win. Currently, they need 206, and we will see you after the tea break. My name is Sean Mayers, and with me was Jenna Searle. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you after the tea break.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Could be a test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to the Wanderers for what should be a fascinating final session of this third day. South Africa needing 240 to win the second test and level the three-match series. If they don't win, and unless we have some pretty dramatic rainfall, the draw is out of the question. So basically the series is on the line. Here and now, Seppo Tayela joining me.
How's it, Ken? It's going to be a very, very spicy few sessions here. I was just standing or sitting in the media section, the media center, and having conversations about how long this game could last. Some say won't get to lunch. Some say won't get to tea tomorrow. But either way, by the time we get there, we'll have a result, and it will be an interesting result. India on the verge of conquering the final frontier here in South Africa, not winning a South African tour, not winning a series here. And South Africa want to defend their fortress, want to make sure that their fortress continues. And we're going to see Shardul Thakur open the bowling after tea. He's going to be coming from the corner drive end.
Yeah, Thakur, of course, the destroyer of the first innings with those figures of 7 for 61, the best ever for India against South Africa. He's coming right arm over to the left-hander, Dean Elgar, with 3 slips in attendance. It's back of a length outside the leg stump, and Elgar works this around the corner down to 5 leg. He's coming back for 2. It's a well-judged second, though, and a good positive start for the Proteas. After tea, they go to 36 without loss. Elgar moves on to 12.
On the opposite side is the non-strikers end. It's Aiden Markram. He's sitting on 24. The deficit now to win 204. And it's a very interesting predicament here. Literally a mirror image almost of the game in 2018 when South Africa had to chase down 241 then.
Tucker into Elgar. This is shortish on off stump. Elgar pushes on the offside square. He's once a single, but it's sent back by Aiden Markram very wisely as the fielder, I think it's Rahani, was in very quickly there.
You can see the intent here from the South Africans. They got their 36 runs in just 7.2 overs. So just look at that run rate, 4.9. And even in the Indian innings, when they scored 266, they were going at a run rate of 4.42. So runs not seeming hard to come by at the moment, as we see the man that was at a square leg go to a deep square leg.
Tucker in again to Elgar, back of a length down the leg side, and passes through to wicketkeeper Punt.
A dangerous bowler, Shardul Thakur. Someone that you feel that South Africans underestimated in yesterday's play. Yes, it was yesterday. Days just going by so quickly here. Wickets just falling in clumps.
Yeah, Tucker, he doesn't have the pace of a Bumrah or a Shami, but he's brisk enough, and he certainly attacked the stumps very well in that first innings. He's in again, right on over to the left-handed Elgar. This is off the edge, but Elgar does well to keep it down on the bounce to second slip. That delivery rearing up at him on about a middle and off line.
Very important soft hands there from Dean Elgar. It's going to be difficult. It's going to get more and more difficult to bat on this pitch, Keegan Peterson said in his press conference. And that's probably what's going to happen here as the days go on. The pitch starts to deteriorate. Shardul Thakur was even talking about a crack that he identified and has been exploiting. So that could only get worse from here.
Tucker will come in again to Elgar. fuller this time, but again, heading towards leg side, and Elga's worked this away nicely to fine leg for an easier 2 runs on this occasion. So he'll go to 14 not out and the total 38 not out. I think batting today has perhaps been the easiest of the 3 days, helped by the Proteas making a very poor start with the ball this morning. But one just feels the ball hasn't moved quite as excessively as on the first 2 days, but there are those cracks. That Rabada delivery that got rid of Ajinkya Rahane certainly jagged sharply off a crack. Here's Takira again to Elga. Full Elga tries to steer this past gully, but third slip is quickly across to cut that off. That'll be the end of the first over after tea. South Africa 38 without loss, still needing another 202 runs to win.
Dean Elgar was previously at the striker's end. He's on 14 off 19 balls, and Aiden Markram 24 of 28. So you can already see the strike rates of 73 and 68, 73.68 and 85.71 respectively are quite on the higher end of the spectrum. Just a touch slower than your conventional one-day international.
Yeah, I think South Africa have probably taken a bit of a leaf out of India's book. India were very positive today, helped by loose bowling, but their positive approach bore fruit, and we saw it with Ashwin in the first innings, as well as Jasprit Bumrah will open in bowling from the golf course end to Aiden Markram. Full, just outside off stump, Markram comes forward and pushes that to mid-off for no run. Markram in particular, he's had a torrid time against India. In 13 innings against them, he's just scored 205 runs at an average of 15.76, 94 of those coming in one innings, which I think was up here on the half out as well on that 2018 tour, perhaps not the Wanderers. Bumrah in again to Markram, back of a length. Markram has turned this nicely off his hip, and the deep square leg has some work to do. It looks like Ashwin, and they are comfortably through for 2 more runs. Markram will go to 26, and South Africa 40 without loss. That's a nice little milestone for an opening partnership. This partnership has really struggled of late. They've got to 40 today. Good work, Jeppo, hasn't it been?
Indeed, it has been good work, and these two in particular have been guilty of going out way too early.
Bumrah, and again to Markram, right arm over, back of a length. Markram gets across his crease and defends very solidly back down the wicket to Bumrah. I think Aiden Markram's footwork has been a lot more decisive in this innings, which seems to be helping him as he's on 26 not out.
Looks like the man that was at cover, Mohammad Siraj, is now moving to mid-on, and looks like Ravichandran Ashwin is moving to cover. Maybe they just swap places.
Bumrah in again to Markram, back of a length, that line just outside off stump again. Bumrah accurate as ever, and Markram again that similar defensive stroke off the back foot.
Just taking you back to when these two were batting together yesterday, or maybe not these two, but when Dean Alva was batting at the end of the first day, I could remember hearing Ashwin saying how lucky he was, how many times he was beaten. His outside edge was beaten in particular. And right now, the ball looking like it's hitting the middle of the bat relatively often. Not seeing a lot of movement here with the new ball.
Bumrah in again. This is back of a length, and Markram will get a single from a defensive push into the covers. So he'll go to 27, the total 41 without loss. There are plenty of gaps for the Proteas openers to get the ones. India using 3 slips. And just a couple of men in the covers on the offside.
We're just talking about Aiden Markram and his lack of runs. In his last 3 games, he scored 112, 7 and 17, and now is on 26. Very welcomed runs here. Before that, he scored 59 and 13 against, does that say Indian Centurion? He scored 59 in the second innings. No, I'm going innings by innings. I'm reading this wrong. My apologies. I'll correct that stat just now.
Bumrah is in now to Dean Elgar. He's coming around the wicket. This is short and angled into the left-hander. Elgar rides the bounce and gets it behind square on the leg side for another single. So that will end the 9th over, the second over after tea. South Africa go to 42 without loss, so they've added 8 runs since tea with really no alarms for Elgar or Markram. Markram on 27, Elgar on 15, 198 more runs to win. We have 38 overs left today, so South Africa certainly aren't going to be getting the runs today. And barring a truly catastrophic collapse, they shouldn't be bowled out today either. But most likely this game will be all over tomorrow, barring some really bad weather. And Takia is going to continue from the quarter drive in to the left-handed Dean Elgar. 3 slips. This is full on middle leg, and Elgar drives nicely off his legs. There's a man at deep square leg who will run across towards mid-wicket to do the fielding and keep it down to just a single.
The single's coming relatively easily for the South Africans. So not a lot of pressure being put on them at the moment, sitting at 43 without loss. 197 to win. And just looking at this performance, look at the run rates achieved, maybe we were a bit harsh on the South African bowlers, expecting that there'd probably be a lot more movement. They'd probably be exploiting the cracks a lot more. It would look like it, or we'd expect it to be more and more difficult to bat, but it hasn't really looked that difficult for either team just yet.
Tucker in now to Markram, right above the outside off side. Markram slashes, and he's got it off the middle of the bat, and that'll race away to the point boundary for 4 runs.
Oh, he smashed that. And not just smashed that, he found the gap by bisecting the fielder at point, and the man at third man, he was now moved a lot more square. He was a bit fine. His chase was in vain, but just looking at that shot, a back of a length delivery, not a lot of room for error. It was outside off stump, but Aiden Markram did very well to just slice at that, find the middle of the bat, and it raced to the boundary. 4 runs.
Such an elegant batsman, Aiden Markram, when he stands tall and has a full flow of the bat. Tucker in the game. This is full. Markram pushes forward. He's struck on the pad. There's an appeal by the Indians as the ball runs away down towards third man. No run taken, and umpire Maria Erasmus is unmoved. India considering a review, but their time is now run out.
Now you can see I've just been zoomed in here on KL Rao. From the get-go, he was saying it was high, and when quizzed or asked from his teammates about it, he kept saying, no, it's high, it's high, it's high. So wasn't really keen on the review from the get-go. A good delivery here from Shadul Thakur, the one just nipping in to the right-hander, getting through the defenses of Aiden Markram.
Yeah, it struck Markram on the back leg, which always gets a bowler excited, but above the roll, and I imagine roll probably correct, going over the top. Here's Tucker again down the leg side. Markram has stepped across and tried to work this to leg, and is struck on the pad again, and again there's a big appeal by the Indians.
And again, KL Rao not looking too convinced, this time saying it looks like it's going down leg. Shadul Thakur saying, please, Cap, please just send it upstairs. And Rashid Pant being the mediator here, let's just calm down. We don't have to send it upstairs. You're doing well. Don't give up. You can see the desperation for a wicket here. Shadul Thakur, always keen to get wickets. He said in his press conference that all he wants to do is come in and get wickets. And you can see it now, begging his captain for a review. 2 LBW appeals in a row. But let's talk about Aiden Markram's footwork. Not looking too convincing at the moment.
Fortunately, the captain not giving in to his bowler there. It was clearly going down leg side. And Tucker will try again to Markram. Fuller. Markram drives! Beaten on the inside edge this time. Oh, Shadul Tucker is really causing problems again here at the Wanderers. Aiden Markram having a bit of a torrid time in this over.
Shadul Thakur doing very, very well indeed. We'll just look at the DRS. The impact was umpire's call, and it was missing wickets for that other review.
That was the first LBW appeal going over the top.
But yeah, you can see the competitor here, Shadul Thakur, just plying his trade, making it difficult to bat at the moment. He's been really enjoying it at the Wanderers here, getting a 7 in the first innings.
Tucker in again to Markram. Foolish again. Markram is forward and struck again on the pad. This is unbelievable. And he's been given out by umpire Rasmus, and he is just going to walk off. Disconsolate. He was well forward, but once again beaten. Tucker just so good at just nibbling the ball around a bit. Not excessive movement, but challenging both edges of the bat.
Shardul Thakur is definitely the secret weapon here for India, and that sees the back of Aiden Markram. He got his 31 runs in just 38 balls. He got 6 fours in that time, and he was caught LBW by Shardul Thakur.
Well, that one was plumb. That hit him on the back pad again, pretty much on the roll, and there was nothing that was going to save Aiden Markram on that occasion. Again, beaten by the delivery coming back into him. And a promising innings by Aiden Markram ends in disappointment. Out for 31. South Africa are 47 for 1 after 10 overs.
Unfortunately for Aiden Markram, not converting. A relatively decent start here, a valuable 31 runs. Takes the deficit down. He did do a little bit of a job, but he would have definitely wanted to kick on more. He's been due a few runs for the South African team after getting out cheaply in about 6 innings in a row. Last time he scored 60 against the West Indies. From that, it was 0, 4, 13, 1, 7, and now the 31. And that brings Keegan Peterson to the crease, the half centurion. South Africa's third opener, some call it.
Yeah, South Africa's top scorer in the first innings, a breakthrough innings for the 28-year-old, his maiden Test half century in his 6th innings, and how well he played. And he was positive as well on that second morning. I expect him to do the same in this innings. 193 still needed to win by South Africa. At least they've made a reasonable start. 47 when the first wicket goes down. Captain Dean Elgar still there on 16, and it's going to be Jasprit Bumrah to continue from the golf course end. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Elgar with 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, there's a cover, a mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg. Here's Bumrah. Full on leg stump. Elgar pushes it straight to mid-on. No run.
Shardul Thakur, definitely the pick of the Indian bowlers here. Just getting a little bit, just enough movement, nipping either side of the bat. Aiden Markram for that entire over was looking in trouble. It looked like it was only a matter of time. If he survived that over, that would have been a big success for him, but fell on off the last ball, 47 for 1.
Bumrah in again to Elgar. Back of a length. Elgar in behind it and defends to mid-off, no run. So perhaps not too surprising that India have employed the services of Shardul Thakur before the other frontline seamer, who is Mohammad Siraj, who has been struggling with a hamstring strain in this test match. He only bowled 9 overs and 5 balls in the first innings. It's going to be interesting to see just how fit he is in this innings. As Bumrah comes in again, straightens up in his approach, stiff arm batsman, full outside off stump. Elgar pushes into the covers and they're through for a quick single, well run by Peterson to the danger end there as Mohammad Shami fielded well, got the underarm throw in, but missed the stumps. I fancy Peterson would have been safe though. He's very, very quick between the wickets.
It's vital that they keep getting these types of runs, these streaky singles, just to keep accumulating the total. And don't forget, you can tweet us in at OneWorldSR. We have a tweet here from Harold Siyaya saying, we don't need Linda. We need a genuine batsman, not a spinner who can hold the bat. Talking about team selection there.
As Keegan Peterson is just asking bowler Bumrah to wait until he's properly settled at the crease for his first delivery. 3 slips and a gully waiting behind the wicket. Next to wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant, as Jasprit Bumrah will come right arm over the wicket to the new man, Keegan Peterson. Outside the off stump and jagging back and keeping a bit low as well. And Peterson was flashing at it, but it zipped past off stump and went low to the left of wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant, who made a good stop there. It's interesting, there's a very straight mid-on for Keegan Peterson. He's kind of in line with the second strip away from the pitch. Mid-off in a more conventional position.
Forcing him to get most of his runs very square of the wicket on the leg side.
Bumrah in again to Peterson, who pushes forward to a back of the length delivery. He's wrapped high on the leg, stifled appeal by the Indians. But nothing more to speak of there.
Jasprit Bumrah just getting a pat on the back from Ravichandran Ashwin, it looks like. Could stand corrected, but you can see that the energy in the field is good. Indians have their tails up here. That just, do you see that dust cloud that just came up after where the delivery bounced?
Bad news for South Africa. The pitch showing signs of deterioration already. Bumrah in again to Peterson, outside off stump. He drives beautifully through the covers. He'll get off the mark with a boundary.
And that's what Keegan Peterson can do. He can definitely play his strokes. If you err on your lines, if you give him a half volley outside the off stump, he will dispatch it. That's exactly what he did through the covers. Get himself off the mark, take himself to 4, and the score to 52 for 1. South Africa getting that 50 up.
Yeah, around a minute for South Africa. It's taken them 50 minutes. And Keegan Peterson getting off the mark in very solid fashion there.
More important.
Just to go back to the tweet from Harold Siaya, I guess selection has been a bit of a contentious issue, especially with Keshav Maharaj playing in this game and only bowling 2 overs when South Africa could really have probably done with an extra batsman. But, well, they've still got 188 to win here, 9 wickets in hand, and Taco is bowling to Dean Elgar, right arm around the wicket to Elgar, over the wicket rather. Elgar pushes this into the covers for no run.
Now, you'll have to wonder about why he's actually included in the squad. He does offer a little bit of leadership as the one-day international captain. He does also offer quite a few caps for this South African side that is very, very short on caps. And in the field, you could see he was active. He was very nimble, always throwing himself to ball. So that type of attitude hopefully could rub off on the team when they look a little downtrodden.
Tucker in again to Elgar. Full. Elgar pushes forward. But he's content just to nudge that to mid-off for no run. Yeah, I think Maharaj's definitely one of the leaders in the side. Teams always like to have their leaders around. And I think maybe the Proteas misread the pitch a bit at the start of the game. They were expecting it to be a better batting pitch than perhaps it has been in recent years at the Wanderers. But that hasn't really transpired. It's been another pace bowler's paradise as Tucker, 8 wickets already in the match. Into Elgar, full! Elgar is groping outside that off stump. He was trying to push that to mid-on, and it whizzed past the outside edge, outside off stump through to Pant.
He is not looking comfortable at all, and all the while, Jasprit Bumrah just riling up Shardul Thakur, saying, "Oh, good job, great bowling, keeping him in the game, keeping him hungry." It's so good to see. This is quality Test cricket from Shardul Thakur, just squaring up Dean Elgar, getting him driving forward at that. And oh, goodness gracious, these runs are going to be hard to come by.
Thakur probes again. Back of a length, Elgar comes forward and defends off the middle of the bat. No run.
A little bit of calm in the storm. Shardul Thakur bowling up a storm here from the corner drive end.
He just bowls an excellent line, Tucker. He's always attacking those stumps or the edge of the bat, makes the batsman play and getting that movement off the pitch, often with a scrambled seam. He comes in again now to Elgar, right arm over to the left-hander. Back of a length, Elgar squared up again outside off stump as the ball nips across him. No edge though.
Deja vu. A little bit of deja vu to day one. Dean Algar living on luck at the moment. The DRS counter goes all the way to 0, but I'm not going to review that. They know that they'll probably get him later. Right now, Dean Algar just fishing, being squared up constantly as the angle just goes across the left-hander. So very difficult for him to get in line with it.
Takia is bowling a perfect line to Algar and just rearing his links. In he comes again. It's a bit fuller. Algar is pushed firmly outside the off stump. India are up in appeal for caught behind. But neither umpire Maria Erasmus nor Algar seem particularly interested in any edge there. And that will be the end of the over. Whew, that was a nasty one for Dean Algar to survive. 52 for 1. Takia has bowled 2 fantastic overs back-to-back from the quarter drive end.
Beautiful bowling from Shadil Thakur. Every single ball felt like it could have been a wicket. Every single ball. The Indian slip cordon was singing. They were up. They were jovial. Fantastic test match bowling here. He's basically a frontline bowler, taking a page out of the Highfield, the Lions book here, where they had that pace quartet operating in the domestic circuit. Similarly, India also operating with 4 quality pace bowlers. Mohammad Siraj, we're yet to see him. So Shadil Thakur's bowling loads are probably going to go up.
Bumrah continues from the golf course end to Keegan Peterson, and it's full on the stumps, and Peterson has flicked that beautifully off his toes, wide of mid-on, and he'll get another boundary.
As soon as you miss your line and your length, he will pounce on you. He will punish you. Keegan Peterson through the offside, through the onside now, through the same region. That V did very well to just play it off his pads, middled it, punched it down the ground, in fact, and got himself a boundary. 56 for 1. Peterson on 8. He got 2 boundaries. Dean Algar surviving on 17. And the deficit now 184.
Of course, this pair had a very good partnership in the first innings. They put on 74 for the second wicket. Here's Bumrah in again to Peterson. Back of the length this time. Peterson gets on top of it and steers it towards cover point. There will be no run.
Linux Lair has a tweet. They say if South Africa go on to stumps less than 4 or better yet 5 down, India are in deep doo-doo. They make a valid point there in terms of the wickets lost. You'd feel that South Africa would want to keep as many wickets in hand as possible and have the correct players at the stumps. Keegan Peterson, a key name that you definitely want to have in tomorrow.
Bumrah in again to Peterson. Back of a length, and Peterson has worked this behind square on the leg side. He'll get his single. It's a leg by. It's a leg by. No bat involved. No, I disagree, Leah, I'm afraid. South Africa only have 6 specialist batsmen.
Mm-hmm.
So if they'll fall down, that means the last pair of specialist batsmen are in. India will be well on top if South Africa will fall down by stumps. I think South Africa need to be 2 down, 3 down, maybe at a push.
I wouldn't say 4. 4 is too many for me as well.
Absolutely. Bumrah switches to around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Algar. 3 slips on the gully, it's the bouncer. And Dean Algar merely has to nod the head to get under that.
Yeah, India would be keen to get 4 or 5 wickets before the end of play today. The deficit, more importantly for South Africans, maybe if they could get it to 150, under that, that's comfortable. They don't have to go too fast, especially with Shadil Thakur operating. But at the same time, if they just stay in, increase the bowling loads of Shadil Thakur and Sirajas and bowling, that could also have an effect on the game.
Bumrah in again to Algar, back of a length outside off stump, and Algar lets it whiz past the off stump through the wicketkeeper punt. There's a lot of time still left today.
Exactly.
We have 35 overs left today, but more realistically, just over 2 hours of play. So that will probably be 26, 27 overs or so. At 3 and over, South Africa might be able to get the deficit down to around 100. And if they can do that with 8 or 9 wickets in hand, that will put them in a good position. Bumrah in again to Algar. back of a length, angled into Elgar, who works this behind square on the leg side again for a single as Ashwin comes in from deep backward square leg and does the fielding. And Elgar will keep the strike. He'll have to handle Shardul Thakur again. He's on 18, not out. Keegan Peterson on 8. South Africa 58 for 1 after 13 overs. So they're going at 4.5 runs per over. It's positive stuff. They still need 182 to win.
The game's still in the balance here. If South Africa did have 9 wickets in hand, I think that would be a miracle, in the realms of a miracle, especially with our Lord Shardul Thakur, Lord Thakur, operating here from the corner drive end. Rohit Singh saying the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, and the Lord continues from the corner drive end.
Dean Elgar on strike, right arm over to the left hand, a full driven straight by Elgar, but straight back to the bowler. No run.
Feels good about that, does Dean Elgar. Just calms down the nerves to get bats on ball.
It was a bit of a half volley from Thakur there, so not allowing the ball much time to move. And there's now a shortish cover that's been brought in. That'll just be in Dean Elgar's eye line.
The score 58 for 1.
Thakur in again to Elgar, back with it down the leg side, and Elgar just lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. No run. The mid-on is quite wide as well, so quite clearly India are wanting Elgar to try and drive to the left-hand side of the bowler. They're blocking the offside. There's a mid-off, there's a shortish cover, and to play across the angle of the delivery and perhaps get himself in trouble with an edge. Thakur in again. Shortish, and Elgar is able to work that away down to fine leg for a single.
Shardul not bowling the lines that we saw in the previous over that gave Dean Elgar a lot of trouble. You were mentioning that India wanting him to play down the leg side. Even if he did play down the offside, he'd have to play square of the wickets, opening the face of the bat and bringing the edge into play, especially with that ball coming across him.
Thakur will be disappointed with those 3 deliveries in his third over after tea. There was a half volley, a ball down leg, and then one that was a bit too short and straight. So he's let Dean Elgar off the hook a bit there.
Exactly.
He'll be bowling to Keegan Peterson for the first time in this innings. Peterson on 8. Still those 3 slips. In comes Thakur to Peterson. Foolish, and Peterson defends on the offside. They're coming for a quick single. Dean Elgar calling quickly and running well, and Peterson responded quickly too. So good way, rotate the strike, keep the bowler changing his lines. Peterson goes to 9, a total 60 for 1, and 180 needed for what would be a quite remarkable victory.
I like this from Dean Elgar. Keen to get on strike, showing that he's not scared of Shardul Thakur. He'll ride his luck as long as he can and see if he can put pressure on the bowler. Only time will tell.
Thakur stays over the wicket to the left. And Elgar driving and missing, and again Thakur asking questions over the edge of the bat there. It was foolish. Elgar was driving.
Booming drive from Dean Elgar, and it's the same old thing, just pitching in that corridor of uncertainty. Perfect delivery, nice and full. It looked like it was a half volley, but the angle just going away from the left-hander makes it that much more difficult. A little less movement.
And you see the angle of Elgar's bat ends up pointing to mid-on, so he's playing across it. Thakur in again. Similar delivery, and this time Elgar pushes, and with a much straighter bat, it goes to mid-off for no run, and that will end the over. 60 for 1 after 14.
Just looking at the way Dean Elgar was keen to get forward on the front foot, get driving, and really up that run rate. The rate achieved now 4.3. It slowed down from before. It seems that South Africans want to get runs as quickly as possible, potentially to try stay in there as the opposite of as long as possible. Minimize the amount of time at the crease, because the longer you spend, the more the pitch deteriorates.
Yeah, batting last 4th innings run chase is never easy And Kate Fox has just pointed out to us on Twitter. Remember, you can tweet us on One World SR that if South Africa do chase this down, it will be the third highest fourth innings total chase down in tests. The third highest, chase down in tests at the Wanderers. Of course, the last game here, a similar run chase as Shami in a game to Peterson, who just defends into the covers, no run. The last game here between South Africa and India, South Africa had the same sort of run chase and finished, I think it was 63 runs short. A tougher pitch to bat on. That one was actually reported to the ICC for being substandard, but never an easy task chasing anything over 200 in the final innings of a test match, and especially when it's such a high quality attack as India's coming in at you. Shami will bowl right arm over, but Peterson's not ready yet.
It looks like he just has a few insects, a few muggies, as we like to call them here in South Africa, just flying around his face. They are the absolute worst. They can get in your eyes, they can get in your nose, they can get in your mouth, your ears, all the orifices. So you want to make sure that they are out of the way.
3 slips, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As Shami into Peterson. This drags back. Peterson manages to keep it up, but then it bounces behind him. And he managed to shuffle his legs and just stop it from going back onto his stumps. So Mohammad Shami nipping the ball back into the right-hander again.
Good to see Mohammad Shami operating. Tends to be the go-to guy when India needs some wickets.
Yeah, everyone raves about Jasper Bumrah, rightfully so. But Mohammad Shami is really world-class as well. And he comes again to Keegan Peterson, back of a length, moving away outside off stump, and Peterson shoulders arms.
Beautiful day of Test cricket here.
Just the clouds building up a bit to the east. But no threat of rain just yet, as Shami will come in again, right arm over the wicket to Peterson. Back of a length outside off stump, and again Peterson allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Shami's got himself 3 slips of gully. 3 slips, a man that's backward point, almost like a backward point gully hybrid. Quite deep for a gully, but not quite square enough to be a point. They have a cover, a man at mid-on, mid-off, man finally at mid-wicket, and then at fine leg. So a 7-3, 6-3 split.
As Shami comes in again to the right-handed Keegan Peterson. Back of a length, Peterson pushes us into the covers, no run. Keegan Peterson, impressive stroke player, easy on the eye, but it's been good in this innings that he's got a couple of lovely drives away for 4, but good to see him also employing the services of the no shot at all, the leave. Very, very important shot on a surface like that, like this, just forcing the bowlers to come to him a bit more.
Mohammad Siraj has moved from close mid-wicket to one on the boundary, maybe just giving the single away on the leg side.
Shami in, Peterson pushes forward, it goes behind square on the offside, smartly fielded though, and there'll be no run, and that will end Shami's second over of the spell. South Africa 60 for 1 after 15 overs. Captain Elgar on 19 not out, Keegan Peterson on 9, and still 180 runs required for South Africa to win this game.
Every run counts here, Ken. Every single run counts. Not only scoring runs with boundaries, but quick singles are also very, very important. And for India, they also need to make sure that they keep it tight, keep the batsmen playing forward. Shardul Thakur will probably still be operating here from the corner drive in because he's been doing very well against Dean Elgar.
Against everyone, basically.
Everyone.
He's having a wonderful test match. 8 wickets in the game already. career best performance from him, and the best ever for India against South Africa in the first inning, 7 for 61. As Tucker comes in again to Dean Elgar, right arm over to the left-hander. This is angled into the pads this time, and Elgar pushes it to mid-on. Bumrah fields, no run. 7 for 61, also the third best ever figures at the Wanderers, equaling the figures of one Matthew Hoggard for England against South Africa here in 2004-5. That was a remarkable spell of bowling as well. Also in the fourth innings, not also, it was in the fourth innings of the match, won the game for England as Tucker in again to Elgar, back of a length this time, and Elgar works this through mid-wicket for a single.
Very good for Dean Elgar that he gets that type of single. Just get a little bit of control in the battle here between him and Shardul Thakur. Shardul Thakur has been keen to get his wickets, keen to get anyone's wicket. He won't discriminate, but he's been ever so close with Dean Elgar, especially constantly missing the outside edge of the bat, changing his lineup a little bit here. So Dean Elgar may be the victor at the moment, but the game's not over. Still 179 to win, 61 for 1.
Tucker perhaps just lulling Elgar into a bit of complacency, and then he's going to slip in the one that goes across him. Elgar getting used to feeling bat on ball. Might just play at it when it's not really necessary. Anyway, it's Keegan Peterson on strike now to Tucker. This is foolish. Peterson comes forward on off stump and defends to mid-off, no run.
Interesting fielding positions, not just the 3 slips. There's no gully, but the man behind square is way on the boundary here for Keegan Peterson, almost like a very square third man or a backward point, a deep backward point. There's a man at fine leg, a man at cover, mid-on, mid-off, and mid-wicket.
That deep backward point is interesting because there are batsmen who you feel might give you a catch there, batsmen who like the uppercut. I don't think Keegan Peterson is one of those batsmen. As Tucker in again to full. Peterson pushes this to mid-on, no run.
I also want to know what line is or length you'd expect here with that field placement out there. You'd expect, or I would assume rather, that he'd go back of a length to use that person as a catcher, because Keegan Peterson looks like he scores most of his runs in front of square. So yeah, we're just seeing the man who was backward of square point now going to a little bit more square, a little bit more conventional, deep point.
Tucker in again to Peterson. This is angled in on leg stump. Peterson works it. It's got past the mid-wicket, but Bumrah has moved quickly from mid-on to cut off any thoughts of a single.
Scramble seam delivery here from Shardul Thakur. Yeah. That was the replay to Aiden Markram staying very, very low. So I thought it was this previous delivery.
Yeah, Tucker sort of flicks the ball out the fingers almost to create that scrambled seam. He's coming in again now. Right arm over to Keegan Peterson. Back of a leg, just outside off stump. It's a good leave by Keegan Peterson. The ball just shaping to come back in, but passes safely outside off stump, and that will end the 16th over of the innings. And South Africa are 61 for 1, 179 runs still required for victory.
Dean Elgar sitting pretty at 20 not outs. Peterson at 9 of the non-strikers in. Jasprit Mohammad Shami rather. Jasprit Bumrah is going to be next to him there at mid-on. Mohammad Shami operating from the golf course end.
He has 3 slips with him. There's a man at a conventional square leg just in front of the umpire, and he's now walking to just behind square. And Shami will come over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. That's wide outside off stump, and Elgar has nothing to do with it. On the offside, there's a mid-on, a cover, and a backward point who's almost a gully. Fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, you'd assume that the South Africans would not be keen to play any shots unnecessarily. Have ample time, do they? But at the same time, how much time do they have? Really, with the pitch deteriorating, you don't want to stay in there too long. Just watch conditions get worse and worse to bat on. So a balance here for the batters.
Sharmi into Elgar, full,
Free.
angled into the pants, and Elgar has clipped that away through mid-wicket for a nice relieving boundary for the South African captain. He'll go to 24 not out, and total clicks on to 65 for 1.
And that's all you have to wait for as a batter. Just wait for the one bad ball and dispatch it. You don't need to do anything fancy. Don't go fetching any deliveries you don't need to. But Mohammad Shami just giving him a bit of a half volley on the leg side, and Dean Algo doing what lefties love to do when the ball's on their pads.
And immediately we're seeing a fielding change. It's taken one of the slips out of play, that shot, and he's going to that mid-wicket position.
A bit of pressure here.
Plug that gap. Sharmi in again to Elgar. Back of the length, nipping away outside off stump. It's a good leave that by Dean Elgar.
Sensing a little bit of control here. You know, when the field moves, especially when it becomes a little less aggressive, taking out a slip, you're in control because that is a defensive move here. Don't want to be conceding too many runs to India. A lead now of 174. South Africa just need 175 to win at 65 for 1. So they still have 9 wickets in hand, and they have ample time to get the runs.
Sharmi in again to Elgar. Back of the length, Elgar pushes it down on the pitch, and they'll come through for another quick single. Good running again between these two. Rotating the strike. Elgar goes to 25, and the total 66 for 1.
Very valuable runs, a very valuable single. Every run counts. Also very smart running, putting pressure on the bowlers. Constant left, right. Makes it difficult to find your lines here. And a player like Keegan Peterson can punish you if you err. So very, very good tactics employed here by South Africa. We're just seeing the man that looked like he came from third man coming to a leg slip for the right-handed Keegan Peterson. Also has a fine leg. Probably going to expect something down the leg side here.
Sharmi in again to Peterson on middle and off, and he pushes forward, and it goes into the covers for no run. India trying some zooty field positions against Keegan Peterson. He defied them for nearly 3 hours in the first innings, so perhaps just trying something different, probing, just trying to see what will work against the talented right-hander. Leg slip now goes away.
I was about to say, because there's a very big gap open in front of square, and we've seen how Keegan Peterson drives.
Sharmi in again to Peterson, back of a length, angling away, and Peterson does well to get behind it and push it into the covers. No run, and that's the end of another tidy over. South Africa 66 for 1, 174 still needed for victory. Elgar's on 25, and Keegan Peterson is on 9 not out.
Very interesting situation we have here. The inning starts with Dean Algar and Aiden Markram putting together a decent partnership, a 47-run partnership, 3 away from 50, before Aiden Markram was caught LBW to Shadil Thakur. Dean Algar still remains there, 25. Keegan Peterson came in afterwards and is now on 9. Shadil Thakur, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 12. Shami, none for 18, and Bumrah, none for 35 in his 7 overs, while Thakur and Shami bowled 5.
Thakur has Dean Algar back in his sights from the quarter drive end. 3 slips, a shortish cover, a pretty square third man. He's almost a deep backward point. Mid off, mid on. There's a man at fine leg and a man at deep backward square. Here comes Thakur around the wicket now to Elgar. Pushes forward outside off stump. That ball just nipping away, angling in and then nipping away from the outside edge through the wicketkeeper punt.
Another period of survival here for Dean Algar. Heart and throat moments for South African fans. He's not fun to watch when he's doing this, but at the same time, he survives so many of these that beat the outside edge. He's a very lucky batsman, but how long can you call it luck? And when do you start calling it skill, survival skill?
Tucker in again to Elgar. This is angling into the pads, and Elgar works this through square leg for a single. Yeah, I think particularly on that angle that Tucker's bowling, right arm around the wicket, he's going to be angling it in towards Elgar and trying to get it to nip away like he did with that first delivery. So what Elgar will be thinking about is covering his off stump and just trying to play inside the line as much as he can. Cover off stump, play the line as if the ball is going to keep coming in. And if it nips away, you just hope that it nips away enough that it misses your outside edge, exactly as what happened with that first delivery of the over. Keegan Peterson now on strike against Tucker with a short catching mid-on in place. It's back of a length outside off stump though, and Peterson has chopped this away through gully. There's no third man, so he will get a welcome boundary. That takes him to 13 not out, and the total 71 for 1.
Mayank Agarwal and his fellow slips were just watching that ball before they realized, oh, there's no one there to fetch it, leaving that third man region vacant with a very square, actually a backward point now, a deep backward point, in fact. Keegan Peterson only has himself 2 slips, which is very interesting. We're aware that he gets most of his runs in front of square. So there's a man at cover mid-on, mid-off, and mid-wicket, that catching mid-wicket you're talking about.
Tucker in again to Peterson. That one takes off from just back of a length on or around off stump, and Peterson had to drop the hands very quickly. That was a brute of a delivery from Tucker.
It's a joy to watch Shadil Tucker. There's always action in every single ball. Love to see it. Goodness gracious. I don't know what that jumped off, but Keegan Peterson was expecting it not to bounce that high, and if it got a little less bounce, it would have found the outside edge. Fantastic bowling here from Shadil Tucker. Just down the line, that corridor of uncertainty. Beautiful, beautiful.
Finding the cracks, I dare say. Shadil Tucker, and he comes again to Peterson. This is Fuller on leg stump. Peterson drives, but a nice save by that man who's, well, you could call him a straight short mid-wicket or a short mid-on, Chiteshwar Pujara.
A very good field sets here from KL Rao, doing well to mitigate the runs scored here by Keegan Peterson. You don't want to leak too many runs while you're trying to get him out.
Well, we saw a boundary to third man in this over, and it's a real bugbear of mine, this business of no third man. We'll continue with that after this delivery from Tucker to Peterson, full on middle leg. Peterson digs it out to that man at a straight mid-on. 9 boundaries South Africa conceded in the first hour this morning.
Hectic. 5
of them to the third man boundary. So I will just leave you with that little gripe. Whinge and moan as Teppo and I will now hand over to the very powerful team of Jenna Searle and David Midgley. South Africa 71 for 1, 169 more to win.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look.
Welcome back to the Wanderers. First ball of the 19th over, and Mohamed Shami bowling from the golf course end. It's just a bouncer that Dean Elgar is able to get out of the way. 71 for 1. Peterson on 13. South Africa's captain Dean Elgar on 26. My name is David Midgley. Alongside me is Jenna Searle. Good afternoon, Jenna. What have you thought of this session of play so far post-tee?
Good afternoon, Dave, and good afternoon to all the listeners. This session post-tee has really looked uncomfortable for the batters. They've really struggled.
Shami in again, right arm around the wicket. Oh, and South Africa's captain has a ball that just nips back into that off stump of his from a length, but he just contorts his hands out the way there through to the keeper.
Yeah, but the South African batters have managed to stick it out, and they have built a nice little partnership of 24 runs with Keegan Peterson getting 13 of those, and Elgar has contributed 26 to the overall score of 71 for 1 after 18.2 overs.
Yeah, good to see from these Indian bowlers really making it difficult for South Africans in the home conditions for the South Africans. Full and the Yorker length, and Dean Elgar just bangs that into the ground. A couple of comments from the YouTube channel. Don't forget, you can go find us on YouTube, One World Sports Radio. Like this video. Don't forget as well, you should subscribe, ding the bell so that you know that when we are going live, we're going to be with you through the South African men's summer, and we will be bringing you every single moment. Michael Christoffel says, great commentary work. You guys definitely draw us into the action. Great work, Ken, and the rest of the commentary team. Shami round the wicket to South Africa's captain. He's played a hard drive from a foolish length and beats the bat of the left-hander Dean Elgar through to punt. South African batters really not having the answers to any of the questions that the Indians are posing here.
Yeah, not yet. They don't have any answers so far. But I do hope that if they manage to stick out this period now before the end of the day, that maybe tomorrow we can come out with a positive energy. But we need to have a little bit of positivity out here now.
Yeah, somewhat ominous clouds hanging over the ground, but still bathed in a glorious sunshine. Around the wicket, and it's another Yorker, and Dean Elgar just squeezes this into the ground. This has been great stuff from Mohamed Shami. It's a maiden so far. He's got one ball remaining in his sit, and he's yet to pick up a wicket. The only one to pick up a wicket is the Shardul Thakur, who, Jenna, really was a fourth seamer. He was a spare, if you will, coming into this test match, and he's really just taken things with both hands and dominated.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, that first innings, he took 7 for 61 and 17.5, which was really glorious for him and for the Indian team.
3 slips and a backward point in play. Shami to the South African captain. It's one that clefts him in twain. But South Africa's captain is able to leave that one to dot into the ground. And 19 gone, 71 for 1. It's a maiden. Peterson on 13, Elgar on 26, and this partnership with 24. Thakur 8 from the game so far, and he'll definitely be chasing a 10-fer to be added to the honours board here in the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. But South Africa, their batting woes continue. They have an opportunity now to really dig themselves out of trouble. But when it rains, it pours, Jenna, because South Africa, in their own conditions, have certainly been outclassed by this Indian bowling lineup. You wouldn't have thought that it would be as much of a chasm between the two bowling lineups, but South Africa might claim that the absence of Heinrich Nortje would have changed things, but you've really not seen that, because India have certainly trounced the South Africans in terms of comparison bowling quartets, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. We have a change of bowling here. We have Mohamed Siraj coming in from the caller drive end. See if he can be a bit of a change and break up this partnership that the South African team has created.
2 slips, deep point, deep backward square leg, fine leg out. And this is into the body of South Africa's right-handed number 3, Keegan Peterson. He just guides this backward of square. They're going to run through for 2 as this is collected almost at a third man region. And he moves through to 15. South Africa 73 for 1. It's just a difficult time for batting as a South African when you're facing, Bumrah and Shami on its own, let alone Mohamed Siraj and Shardul Thakur, who are just tightening the screw ever so slightly every single over. Mid off, mid on, a catching cover and a catching mid-wicket as well. Siraj into Peterson. He just climbs up and dots that backward of square, and the man at second slip does the field, and they get through for 1. 74 for 1.
Yeah, it's definitely looking up, I suppose, when we look at the scorecards over the past 3 days. Individual scores from players in both batting innings that we saw on the first 2 days were quite low. And then the innings this morning, we saw a couple of higher scores from Pujara and Rahane. So this start that South Africa has made is definitely better than we've seen so far. And hopefully that can continue.
Raj now with his 3rd ball to Dean Elgar, and this is into the body of the South African skipper. He's really not enjoyed the stuff into his body, and he just defends that full and straight delivery, really. Not as full, maybe a length delivery, just defends that one. So there's a deep backward point, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and those are the people who are out, and there's catching on either side of the playing surface. As well as Midorf and Miron in 2 strips. Just having a look at what Maria Rasmus is maybe chatting to some of the players about, maybe saying, come on, let's get on with it. We're behind here. Let's make sure we're not dilly-dallying too much. Siraj, this is a length ball outside the off stump, and Dinago just shoulders arms through to wicketkeeper punt.
Yeah, we still, South Africa still needs 166 to win, and we do still have about 2 hours left of play today. Overs left today are 28. And then 2 days after that for the South Africans to get that. You as a batter, David, how would you go about trying to get the score?
I'll give you this one after this ball rather, and into the hips of Dinaga. They run quickly for the first as this goes out to deep backward square. They are not able to get through for the second. It's 75 for 1, and Algo is now on to 27. The time is your ally. Certainly, spending time at the wicket. Keegan Peterson spoke in his press conference about the fact that it's not been simple to feel like you're confident enough to say that, okay, now I'm in. And that is exactly what every batter's done. We've seen batters getting 50s and then being dismissed quite soon after that. So you have to bat long and not think about what the score looks like, but just get yourself as close as you can. You've got 2 and a bit days. Siraj into Keegan Peterson. He just guides that out to backward of square on the offside. They're going to run through for 2 here as the balls collect just inside that third man boundary. And that concludes the 20th over in the South African innings. 77 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 18. Dean Elgar on 27. They need 163 more runs to win. And this game is finally poised. It would be the 4th highest run chase ever if they are able to chase this down. It's not necessarily the most fluid ground in terms of being able to score runs in the 4th innings, but certainly South Africa can take that opportunity. Sabir Khan on YouTube is saying that he is quietly confident. I'm not sure whether he's confident of an Indian win or a South African win. And don't forget, you can also tweet us at OneWorldSR. It is an opportunity for you to engage in the conversation, and Jenna's waiting for your thoughts. She's thoroughly enticed by what you may have to say. Deep backward square and a fine leg, as well as a very wide gully. He's almost a short third man, as well as catching man in the covers. And Midorf and Miron with 3 slips in place. Mohamed Shami round the wicket to Dinelga. It's a full ball. He just punches this into the ground. A defensive shot. No run on offer for him there. Jenna, South Africa have had batting woes year after year after year. When it rains, it pours, and when it's dry, it's a drought, because there is no seeming middle ground for South Africa. They'll score 600 against Sri Lanka here in the previous season, and then they struggle to put together 250. And you might imagine that after this delivery, that South Africa are struggling and will continue to do so with the bat. This is full and on the line of middle and leg maybe, and it's just defended out to Miron. You might think that it's frustrating for the casual fan to just see how the high highs and the low lows have been plaguing the South Africans in terms of batting.
Yeah, I do think that as a fan, it is difficult to watch this kind of cricket when you're in a low. It's very low, but it is important to understand a couple of things about a batter.
Right on around the wicket, Mohamed Shami into South Africa's captain. He squares him up and just beats the man at a 3rd slip on the bounce, but it'll be collected nicely by Priyank Panchal, who is on the field at the moment as a substitute fielder.
So yeah, I think from a personal perspective, as a batter, it's really difficult sometimes because you're not in control of what you get.
Mm-hmm.
And bowlers can bowl extremely well on a certain day, and you can be nowhere. Whereas on another day, they can bowl exactly the same, and you can be all over them. You can be on top of it. So it definitely is, whatever comes is what I can give.
Shami halfway through the 21st. He's into Dean Elgar, and it's one that's cut back into the left-hander. He just defends that on the front foot, and it doesn't go much further than the first strip adjacent to the playing one we're on. So no accident that these two are under pressure from the bowlers, and they definitely have everything ahead of them in terms of a possibility of an Indian win or a South African win. These two are going to be crucial. They've put together 32, and this game is in the balance. Shami round the wicket again to Dean Elgar. He just punches us back up the wicket, and Shami does the fielding off of his own bowling. 79 for one ball remaining in the 21st South African over. Peterson on 18 and Dean Elgar on 29. South Africa are having a horrible time, but India are really just dominating, and they have done so away from home for a couple of years now. It's really just good to see. We saw their famous win in Australia, and they're on the verge of their first South African Test Series win. Dean Elgar facing up to Mohammad Shami, who's coming around the wicket. It's just pushed out into the offside from that last delivery. It was a length ball on the line of off stump, and that is the end of the 21st. 79 for one, and Dean Elgar wants a change of sweatband inside his helmet.
Yeah, I think it's also important for fans to remember that yes, we do want to see competitive cricket all the time, but when you've lost senior players out of the team, it's difficult for the rest of the batters to kind of come together and to regroup and reform. I mean, I think that's kind of what has happened, where Quinton de Kock hasn't really been an active role in our batting lineup, and him as a senior player. I think the other batters have taken a little bit of strain from that.
Certainly, it's a challenge, and I presume it's a challenge that South Africa is going to have to worry about for some time to come. And as we change overs here, these two 32 together, what would you imagine would be South Africa's ideal score at the end of the day's play? It looks like there's going to be a change here from the caller drive end. Or Ashwin is going to replace Mohammad Siraj. He's got 429 wickets in Test cricket, so really one of the great spinners of all time. But they'd love a top-class performance from him. South Africa, what would be an ideal score for them, needing in the next 2 days?
Yeah, so I think for today, I think they should obviously try and keep the score ticking over and try not to build too much pressure on themselves. But I do think that wickets in hand is crucial going into overnight. We definitely don't want to lose this partnership. And if we do, we definitely don't want to lose more than 3 wickets today.
Deep point, deep mid-wicket, deep... it's kind of a fine leg position, and there's a man out of the helmet at forward short leg. Ashwin for his first ball in his spell, and it's just defended off the back foot by Keane Pearson. Spinner's not really playing the role that either team would have hoped to be the case. I mean, Keshav Maharaj bowled, I think, 3 overs in the game so far. Almost a thanks for coming award. Ashwin into Keane Peterson just gives himself room to cut this away through that point region, and they'll get across for 1. Doesn't frustrate you, Jenna, to see that Keshav Maharaj hasn't been used more and really hasn't played a role in this Test match? You could have had another batter, or you could have had another seamer. Siraj now going down to a long on position, and there's a man swooping in the covers with slip, forward short leg, man at extra cover, deep a backward point, mid off and mid wicket. Ashwin round the wicket, and this one squeezed away to the left hand of the first slip, and they're going to run 2 here as this one goes down to third man. Dean Elgar on 31 now, 82 for 1.
Yeah, it is a little bit frustrating that we haven't seen Keshav Maharaj bowling too much, but I don't think that the conditions suited him. So, it is disappointing not getting to see him bowl. And as you said, we could have, or South Africa could have had an extra batter or an extra seamer. But I don't know.
2 slips round the wickets now, and he just defends that one. Does Dean Elgar? They brought in that second slip because the previous one was guided wide of second slip towards the third man. So there's 2 slips, backward point, sweeper in the cover, extra covers. mid-off, long on, and mid-wicket with fine leg in as well. That one's just beaten the bat of Dean Elgar. It was maybe on off stump and just maybe straightened a bit, slightly nipping away there. This ball not turning prodigiously here, but we can't forget that we're actually still on day 3. This game has moved at such a frenetic pace. You would imagine that it's day 4 or 5, but not to be the case. Ashwin around the wicket for his final delivery, and this is into the pads of the left-handed Dean Elgar. He just squeezes or squirts that away to the onside where a vacant forward short leg would have been, and that is the end of the 22nd. 82 for 1. Peterson on 19 and Dean Elgar on 31.
Yeah, so Dave, I think I would have to turn that question over to you and say, in Keshav Maharaj place, who would you play? Would you have an extra batter, and who would that be? Or would you put an extra seamer in, and then again, who would that be?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because you want to be able to take 20 wickets as cheaply as you can. At the same time, though, South Africa's batting struggles have really been a cause for concern. To bring in somebody for a test match and expect them to do wonders with the bat is a difficult thing. I would say you bring in a bowler and then you ask him to do the job with the ball. He must do the job with the ball. Change of bowling. Mohammad Siraj from the golf course into Keegan Peterson just leaves this one outside the off stump on a length, no run. I'm just trying to think of who's in that squad. I know Glenton Steerman is in that squad, and he's yet to have a test debut. You also don't want to blood a new fast bowler, or 2 new fast bowlers in the case of Marco Jansen. He's not. It's not his debut, but certainly he is new to Test cricket. So you don't want to have 2 new seamers with quite a strong Indian batting lineup. Siraj, only 6 runs conceded so far. This is short and pulled away hard. That's a massive shot from Keegan Peterson. There was nobody there at deep square. There was only a man at fine leg, but that was well played. He just timed it so well.
Yeah, that bad ball definitely got the punishment there from Keegan Peterson. Just leaned back and full outstretched arms, and he just hit that straight over square leg for a 1 bounce for.
Perfect shot from him. 86 for 1. That puts him into the 20s. And South Africa now with this partnership of 39. Mohammad Siraj doesn't want to allow the number 3 for South Africa to get away too quickly here. Like I said, he's only conceded 10 runs, but in 1.2 overs, and he just wants more of it to be able to keep them quiet. This one dragged down the leg side, and easy take for Rishabh Pant. Would you have picked a batter instead, or would you have gone with the seam option?
I would have actually gone with an all-rounder option.
Okay.
In the form, perhaps, of Vian Mulder again. I don't think he did anything terrible in the test at Supersport Park.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe bringing Marco Jansen up to that number 7 position.
Siraj, right arm over the wicket to Keegan Peterson. And just leave this one outside the off stump. It was one that nipped back in. Keegan Peterson will say it's a good leave, but the moment it hits the stumps, you just say, what a howler. But his fortune smiles upon him. So you say you bring Marco Jansen up to that 7th position and then have Vian Mulder at maybe 8.
The other way around, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that there's, obviously, while the top order of the South African batting lineup,
Mohammad Siraj, right arm over for the 5th ball, and it's a copy and paste, a ball of a length and just going through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, while the top order of the South African lineup hasn't done particularly well, I do
barring Keegan Peterson,
yes,
with his 60 in the first innings.
Yeah. I do think that it's important to allow them a little bit of time to bat together, to allow them to create those partnerships together, instead of just throwing someone new into the mix there and mixing it up.
Certainly, South Africa haven't played red ball cricket since that West Indies series. This one is a better one from Mohammad Siraj. Keegan Peterson just getting in line of that off stump of his. It's a length delivery and just defends that comfortably. 23 gone, 86 for 1, 23 for Keegan Peterson, 31 for Dean Elgar, and this partnership with 39. The score still remaining to win, 154. And We are edging ever so near to the close of today's play. Play is suggested to close at 5, but there is an option of an extra half hour, which you presume that they would take. But our very own fearless leader, Simon Gear's father, Dave Gear, suggesting that there may be between 2 and 10 hours worth of rain tomorrow. So we might have a washout. This one of Ashwin into the pads of a decent length of Dean Elgar, and just tucks this away to the onside square of the wicket, and they get through for 187 now for 1.
Yeah, while the sun is still shining here at the Bullring, the clouds are looking a little bit dark, which isn't a very good sign for cricket.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. Sabir Khan on YouTube saying slowly chipping away here. Go Proteas. He's clearly a fan of the green and gold. Right on over now. Here comes Ravi Ashwin into the pads of it. Was a foolish delivery and just popped up out the track. And Rishabh Pant not collecting it. And so they're going to get away for buys as Maria Erasmus holds his hand aloft with an open palm to signal the buys. Just the second extra in this innings after 23.2. South Africa had 20, or if not more, because when I left commentary last, it was 20. And so it was just a shocker from South Africa in terms of extras, and mainly coming through buys and wides. That one is just left alone outside the off stump by Dean Elgar. Not worried about the one that maybe goes back into his off stump and just leaves that alone. Another one from Ashwin, and this time he decides he's going to get a big stride in and squeeze it into the ground for a defensive shot. 23.4 overs gone now, 88 for 1, and still 152 required in this innings for South Africa to clinch victory. That one is much straighter on the line of middle and leg, and he defends that, and there's a shout of "oh" from all the Indians around the bat. 2 slips, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, Mrof long on, or long-ish on, and catching cover, and catching mid-wicket rather, as well as a man at deep backward square. That one's just left alone outside the off stump, and everybody has a bit of a deep breath as we now call for drinks. So, Jenna, who has surprised you in this Indian lineup? I mean, Shardul Thakur is an easy one because he's just come in and blown the South Africans away in their own conditions. Who has, to you, surprised you in this Indian lineup? Because they seem to be well ahead of the South Africans.
Yeah, I don't think I would say surprised. I think I expected this quality Indian fast bowling attack to come out here and to make waves and to prove how good they are. So I definitely wouldn't say surprised. And all 4 of the seam bowlers have really shown who they are and really produced some good stuff out here. So yeah, I wouldn't say I can pinpoint a single one, but I have been impressed by the overall bowling performance of the Indian team.
Yeah, certainly, and it's they're batting as well in the Ajinkya Rahane and Cheteshwar Pujara today that each got a 50 to their name. They've been struggling for a number of innings. I was chatting to one of the statisticians for a fellow broadcaster, and he was telling me it was something like 20 innings since either of them had gotten a score of significance, towards that milestone of 100. And so the questions around their selection are certainly loud and certainly warranted. But not only that, the question about who would replace them has been floating around. But you can't replace experience, and particularly with those two, they've scored runs for India on a number of occasions, and form is temporary, but class is permanent, and they've showed that today with a fighting knock. I just wish that there was a little bit more for them. If there was to be 100, I think I spoke about it off air at the Supersport Park match, the first test, that I'd love to just see a Virat Kohli 100, just to break that duck. His last 100 coming against Bangladesh, I believe, in 2019, and so he'd want to just shake that hoodoo over his head with Virat Kohli, but not part of this game as he was suffering from upper back spasms. 88 for 1. We're still in that drinks break. 24 overs gone. Keane Peterson on 23. Dean Elgar on the inverse on 32, and this partnership with 41. Dave Gear, the father of weather, if we could call it that, says, weather update, locally tuned weather models are suggesting light overnight rain and small chance of light rain between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. And Friday will provide patchy light rain. Should be more than enough time for the South Africans to chase down the score. So it's not a matter of the game being interrupted by rain. It's more about whether the South Africans can continue to fight. But these Indian bowlers have been bowling so well. Crucially, in red ball cricket, pressure comes from dot balls, and pressure comes from the ability to dictate how the batters respond to that question that you ask them. And I wonder if South Africa, it's always easy to look at hindsight and say, well, what if with Anand Milkir in the squad? What would that have looked like? I mean, he has been probably one of the best bowlers for South Africa in all formats, and so you've got to live in the what if, because that's exactly where South Africa find themselves. They find themselves almost plugging gaps. Dwan Olivier, who probably maybe was ready in terms of his performances at 4-day cricket, but well undercooked in terms of Test cricket, and so just throw him in the second game because you just felt that Wiaan Mulder wasn't cutting the mustard, and so he comes in, and although Dwan Olivier has bowled well, he hasn't wowed anyone. He's really been lackluster with his performance so far. Just a real thing, real concern for South Africa in terms of their fast bowling stocks, which is really not the case for the Indians. Siraj now from the golf course into the body of King Peterson and cuts him in half. He really didn't like that. It hit him in the hip, and he'll just have to walk away to square leg and rub it to get rid of that pain. It's never enjoyable getting hit there in that midriff, but even less so when you get hit on the crest of your hip. I think it's, everybody has those thigh pads, but when it gets hit just above there, it's like punching a rock almost. Jenna, it's never enjoyable getting hit ever, but particularly in that area.
Yeah, and they make thigh pads to protect you, but the ball never seems to hit the thigh pad. It only ever seems to miss.
Never. Siraj into Keane Peterson's length ball, but it's wide, and so he's able to open that blade, and it'll go down to the deep point region where Mohammad Shami does the fielding. Or is it Mohammad Shami? We don't have the binos with us, but he's certainly done the fielding down there at deep point. Everybody changes direction now, 89 for 1 after 24.2. When I mean they change direction, Murray Erasmus making his way to the other side of the strip or the square, because now Dean Elgar, the left-hander, is on strike, and everybody's moving around and shifting things. Siraj is going to continue over the wicket, 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point, catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. This one is about a 6th, 7th stump outside off to the left-hander, and he's only too happy to oblige and ignore that one.
Yeah, just speaking about the inconsistency of the South African bowlers, we have a tweet here from Armchair Cricket Podcast, and they say India bowlers are being inconsistent, not being able to string together a bunch of good overs. South Africa, led by Elgar, are making hay, scoring at +/- 4 to the over on a tough 4th innings pitch with a bit of variable bounce, where run-making should have been harder.
Siraj in again, and it's a veritable copy and paste delivery. It's a length ball outside that off stump, but it's well outside, not really troubling Dean Elgar in that corridor of uncertainty. The key is, yes, they are going at 3.6 to the over, but you score quickly, you present opportunities for dismissals. And if India just get one, if they get one to stick in somebody's hand or one to carry, I think you're going to very quickly see how the game will shift here, particularly since there's about an hour and 8 minutes left of the day's play. Elgar facing up to Siraj, and again, it's one that goes well wide, and Cheteshwar Pujara at first slips just moving out the way there, so that Rishabh Pant can collect that quite comfortably. Dave Gear saying he would never say 12 p.m. for midday. What would you say? Is it not 12 p.m.? I mean, maybe I've done something wrong, but Random Fan on YouTube is saying, are those back spasms real, or was he quietly dropped? I seem to think that they were genuine back spasms, but maybe I'm just optimistic about the honesty of people. 89 for one ball remaining in the 25th. This one is a lot tighter to that stump of Dean Elgar, but he still leaves that outside the off stump. 25 gone, 89 for one. Peterson on 24 and Dean Elgar on 32.
Yeah, Dave, as a coach, just speaking about that, as players being dropped, how would you go about telling a player that they've been dropped? Obviously, we want to tell the truth as much as possible to grow people. But sometimes you have to kind of lay it on a bit quite thick. And in the past, I've had coaches kind of lie and not really be to the point about the reason why I'm being dropped. I think from a player's perspective, each is different. But also as coaches are different in the way that they kind of hand that information over to the players.
I'll get to that in a moment. Ravi Ashwin here, slip and short leg in place. He comes right on over the wicket to Peterson. He just stands on his back foot there and just defends that up the wicket. Random Fanboy, I actually want to rather answer your question at the end of the over because our Ashwin's going to go through quickly. Random Fanboy is saying that Wiaan Mulder's been disappointing, no 5 for 50, but Ashwin in again and it's on off stump and Keegan Peterson just gives himself room and they're scamper through for a single through the point region. Random Fanboy's forgotten that Wiaan Mulder in that Sri Lanka series that I was talking about earlier did pick up a 5 so he has done enough with the ball to continue his selection, but the problem is that his batting hasn't really come to the fore yet, and it's almost always the case with senior all-rounders that the batting overtakes the bowling. So if you're patient long enough, you'll see reward. 2 slips, 2 Dean Elgar round the wicket, and this is a Midland leg, and Dean just defends that back up the wicket. There are, like I said, 2 slips, a backward point in the field on the offside, as well as a deep cover and an extra cover. Mid-off, very wide mid-off and long on in Mohammad Shami. Round the wicket, floated this in and it's full, and he tries to beat Hanuma Vihari there at a catching mid-wicket, but not able to squeeze it past that man. There's also a deep backward square. None of these boundary riders are actually on the boundary. They're about 5 or so meters in from the rope. This one is well wide and no challenge for Dean Elgar, and he just leaves that one outside the off stump. It was a good enough length, but not really challenging him, perhaps trying to lure him into a reckless stroke. 1 ball remaining in the 26th. It's 90 for 1. Round the wicket, round the wicket to Dean Elgar. He just dots this to the onside. That's the end of the 26th. Peterson on 25. Elgar still stuck on 32. He's yet to get a run in this long drought of his, but 90 for 1 in this partnership's worth 43. Answering your question about how do you discuss players being left out of a squad, to me, there's 2 scenarios in which you will drop a player. 1 is conditions don't suit, and 2, they've not met criteria that you've set out. And I think the biggest way to avoid confusion and concern and frustration from a player when it comes to there's nothing you can do if conditions don't suit. If you get dropped because conditions don't suit, fine. I can as a player, I'm sure you can understand. Listen, you're not the right person for the job. Siraj for a new over into Keegan Peterson. Again, he's hitting that midriff, and again, no run for him there. When a player is dropped because they haven't met targets that you've set with them, you've got to ask, well, what were the conversations before the season, and what have the conversations been along the way to say, okay, I needed you to do X, Y, and Z coming into the season, and in this format, I need you to do that, and that format. And so a player has clear, unhindered ideas of what their goals are, and they work with you on those goals in terms of the team plan and their own goals for the season. Siraj right on over the wicket. It's a foolish delivery into the pads of Peterson. He just squeaks that away, a square of the wicket on the leg side. They're going to run hard for 3 here possibly. And Dean Elgar was so excited he threw his gloves down. He was carrying them in his hand, but threw them down a third of the way, well, 3/4 of the way down the wicket. Now has to go and retrieve them. So if you've said to a player, I want X, Y, and Z from you coming into the season, and then during the season, if they're not meeting those goals, you say to them, listen, X, Y, and Z is not being met. We agreed on this at the start of the season. And then you get to a point where you say, okay, I need you to perform in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. You give them a large margin. You don't say if you don't perform in the next game, you're out. You rather say, I need you to perform in the next 3 to 5 games. And then if they don't, you say to them, okay, cool. Look, we spoke about it. You just haven't had the rub of the green, and then you get dropped. So then the player doesn't have to guess as to why they're being dropped and that somebody else is being selected in front of them. So clear communication is a key in all of that. This one is a shortish, and Peterson just tucks this away off his hip. He doesn't get hit this time, and it goes to a deep backward square where Vihari does the fielding. They get through for 1. Peterson now on 28. Elgar still stuck on 32. It's 93 for 1, and South Africa need 147 more to win. Does that answer the question? That gives you a bit of peace as a player?
Yes, it does. That was actually very well answered.
Thanks. I tried to answer the question as diplomatically as possible. Deep square, fine leg, and deep backward point. Are your fielders out with 2 slips and a gully? A cover fielder, mid-off and mid-on. Siraj to Dean Elgar. Tries to go across him with this angle, but it's a bumper this time, and South Africa's captain just looks out to deep square after ducking underneath that one. So 93 for 1 with 2 balls remaining in this over. Elgar is certainly going to hear a couple of words here from the Indian players here, reminding him that he's been stuck on 32 for a while, and he is feeling the pressure. He faced over 100 balls for not much in the first innings, and so he'll want to just break that duck. This one is a length ball outside the off stump, and Dean Elgar is just too patient. Is too patient for Siraj as he lets this go outside the off stump. But some of the frustrations that Siraj will have will hopefully work in Dean Elgar's favor in order to try and push him to seek the magic ball. It's very much a test of wills and to see who's going to be patient enough. Don't forget, as we end the 27th now, with Siraj a right arm over the wicket to Dean Elgar. He's got 2 slips waiting and leaves that one again outside the off stump. There's a hand on head there from KL Rahul, but I don't think he can be too upset with that. Over 32 is what Dean Elgar finds himself on. 28 for Keegan Peterson. 27 overs gone. The partnership worth 46. 93 for 1 is South Africa's score with 147 runs to win. So you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's at the number 1 World SR, or alternatively find us at Gorilla SA, GURILLASA. We want to hear your thoughts about where this game is going. Where's your proverbial money? Where are you thinking that their victory is going to come? Will it be South Africa to really fight back and switch the narrative of the series, or will it be India to claim 9 wickets on the back end of this series, or this test match? First ball from Ashwin in a new over. He's only conceded 5 from his 3. He's defended up the wicket to the right arm off spinner. He's in again, and this is floated this time and hit Keegan Peterson on the pad. There's a shot, and he's been given out. Keegan Peterson looks at Murray Rasmus and says, "Where's that hit me?" But Umpy is too qualified to miss out on that one. There's a question around DRS. Is he gonna go up? I don't think there's enough time for him, and he's gonna have to walk. South Africa's number 3 after scoring 62 in the first innings has to go. There's a wicket here, and he's gone for 28 from 44 deliveries. Just 4 fours to his name. Could there be late drama here? And also, most importantly, will we see a night watchman come out?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who comes in now. But that is a very disappointing wicket for the South African team. South Africa definitely did not want to lose that wicket, and it definitely not to break that partnership that was building quite nicely. That partnership made 46 runs, so it was close to reaching that 50 milestone, but just wasn't meant to be today.
Yeah, that like you said, that partnership was a vital one for South Africa, and late wickets here is going to be an interesting twist in the tale. We're anxiously awaiting the body that pops out of that tunnel, the famous tunnel at the Wanderers. It looks like it is indeed Rassie van der Dussen with those famous long sleeves of his as he comes out to bat, number 72. So there won't be a night watchman. It is still an hour to go, so it would be truly challenging if we were to see a night watchman. But he's also feeling a bit of pressure. 12 matches, 650s, he's averaging 32.9. His highest score coming against England here in 2019, 2020. He's feeling pressure because he's not done poorly, but he's not wowed anyone, and South Africans still have that memory fresh in their mind of an AB de Villiers type character really dominating the game from number 4.
Yeah, I do think that it's difficult when you're being compared to somebody who is so great in the game. But I do think that he just has to kind of come in here with a clear mind and not think about the critics and not think about everything else that is going on. He just needs to play his game and not fall into a hole here trying to play something that he's not good at.
Ashwin with his tail up here. There's a slip in place, a forward short leg, and it looks like there's a man who's going to make his way to Teswa Pujara is going to leg slip, a catching mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, deep backward point, deep backward square, and somebody lurking out there at a deep mid-wicket, perhaps for the sweep. I know Rassie van der Dussen is indeed a fan of that, and so they are looking to pick up 2 here, which means India would be right on their way to securing victory in this second Betway test as part of the 3-match Freedom Series. They come right on over, does Ashwin, and just defending off that back foot from that delivery on the line of off stump, maybe middle and off, but not really receiving a whole lot of turn is Ashwin, but certainly his control is what picks up his wickets. He's in again, and Rassie van der Dussen, almost call him R van der Dussen, but Rassie van der Dussen just defends this, and it goes on the bounce to the right hand of the man under the helmet. But Jenna, it was plumb in front, and he can't argue, can Keen Peterson?
No, he definitely can't. And I think that Rassie van der Dussen has the right idea here, lunging forward and kind of stopping the ball in his tracks before it gets any turn.
Ashwin, more float, and that's gone to the man at leg slip. I think it's just bounced agonizingly short. So close, that could have been a second Indian wicket. 1 ball remaining in the 28th. Van der Dussen yet to get off the mark, but what a delivery. A little bit of turn, catching the bat, and leg slips could have been in the game here.
Yeah, there's definitely that question. Do you lunge out and try and get to the ball? Do you wait for it until it's finished turning and you play late in the crease?
Deep point moving now very fine, but about 20 or 30 meters in from the boundary. Ashwin to finish the 28th, and Rassie van der Dussen just puts this one to bed in that ground in front of him. 28 gone, 93 for 2. Elgar is on 32, and Van der Dussen yet to get off the mark. And don't forget, you can always tweet us at OneWorldSR. But you've seen a bit of a tweet there. We're just responding to one of our co-broadcasters here, Vera Peterson. He said, what did he say there?
He asked if South Africa was on their way, and Guerrilla Cricket SA replied and said, yeah, we definitely believe in jinxes. We shouldn't try this in the One World SR commentary box because you will not be very happy with that.
No. Jinxes for who? Seppo's less of a jinx man than I am, and so certainly you either you believe it or you don't, and interesting to see whether or not South Africa are on their way here or all done. Jasprit Bumrah now from the golf course end will replace Mohammad Siraj. No let up here for the South African batters. Dean Elgar on 32. He just needs to break that. Otherwise, there's going to be 2 new men at the crease. Bumrah, right arm, round the wicket into the South African captain. Leaves this off a length outside the off stump. She on YouTube says, Kohli doesn't strike me as the type to go quietly. And a random fanboy is saying, Rassie, the bat spinner. It does remind me of Nick Knight or Mackay Tini or famously Mark Boucher, who would just spin their bat in the hand for a bit of concentration and rhythm. Arvind S. I'll give you his comment after this. Bumrah round the wicket to the South African captain. He just defends that off the back foot and doesn't get a run for it. He says he wished South Africa had won the toss and batted first. Both these test matches could have been a completely different story. There is so much wear and tear on the pitch that South Africa are likely to fall short. I seem to agree with him, but there's nothing you can do now about the toss. You get the rub of the green or you don't, and so you have to be able to respond whether or not you win the toss. That's all great teams are able to respond to that. Bumrah in again, right arm over the wicket. And that one nips back into Dean Elgar, but it just goes over the top of off stump, no run.
I think it's interesting to see now, earlier on in the day, the right-hand bowlers were bowling over the wicket to the left hand of Dean Elgar, but they have subsequently changed to bowl around the wicket, trying to kind of come into a different channel. They're bowling a different channel to him than they were, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, certainly looking for those wickets. They're not worried too much about the score yet, with 147 more to win. Bumrah into Dean Elgar, and it's a bumper, and Dean Elgar just leaves that one over the top of his head. And 93 for 2. He's still on that 32, that 32, that 32, that 32. You might, if you're involved in betting, I wonder how your odds would be if you were to ask about Dean Elgar on 32. He's been languishing is probably the better word on that 32. It's almost like a hoodoo for him. Bumrah round the wicket into Dean Elgar. He pushes out into the offside, and he's finally gotten that run. He's going to get 2 here with the possibility of a third. It was a full delivery. He just pushed it out to a wideish mid-off, a long-off position, and he gets 3. So finally, with a cheer from the team here, they've gotten him over that bit of mental block, and he now goes to 35. 96 for 2, and the partnership has some runs as well. Rassie van der Dussen is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think it's very brave for somebody to be stuck on that 32 for so long and not to then try and do something flashy, but just to wait for that bad ball to come, lean into it, and make sure that we get a full face of the bat, which is exactly what he did there.
Bihari gets a lid. He's going to go in and forward short leg, deep backward square, fine leg 2, slips in a gully, backward point, mid off and mid on. You will hear the sounds of Mpho Mutwane and Sean Mayers at the end of this over. Legendary commentary team will take you through to the end of the day. Don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. And Jasprit Bumrah is a little bit frustrated with Rassie van der Dussen. He's taking a lot longer than he needs to, according to the Indian fast bowler, and flailing his hands and saying, "Come on, hurry up. I don't have all day for you." The famous bat spin that Random Fanboy was talking about has just been showing there. And Bumrah at the top of his mark, 96 for 2, right arm over the wicket. It's short, and it's a short arm jab, fine on the leg side, and Mohammad Shami does the fielding at fine leg, and that is the 96 for 2, or 97 for 2 rather. 29 overs gone, and Van der Dussen is off the mark. From myself, Dave Midgley, and Jenna, so we'll see you later in this test match, but in the meantime, it's time for a change in commentary.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark.
Welcome back. You're listening to Mpho Mutwane and Sean Mayers as we'll take you through to the end. Ashwin with 3 fielders around the bat, 2 Rassie van der Dussen. He bowls one straight on with the arm outside the off stump. Rassie just pokes at that one out to the offside for a single. Score goes up to 98 for 2 at the end of that. Rassie is on 2. Dean Elgar is on 35. Hi, Sean.
Good afternoon, Paul. And what a day of cricket have we had.
This game is moving very quickly. It's ebbing and flowing into who's going to win. 2 slips to Dean Elgar. Ashwin comes around the wicket, and this one coming into the left-handed batter to Dean Elgar, who plays that off his pads down to the leg side for a single that takes the score up to 99. Dean's on 36. It's a very intriguing period of play for South Africa. These 2 batsmen aren't the most prolific run scorers. They're very good from a defensive perspective. Getting the momentum of this chase going a little bit forward is going to be quite key for them. Ashwin to Van der Dussen. Van der Dussen with 2 fielders, 1 short leg and 1 leg slip or leg gully. He plays this ball turning into him on that off-stump line down in between the 2 of them. for no run. He's also got a slip as well. That's Rahane. It's a fuller length ball darted in to the pads. He defends that by bringing his bat down to make sure that the ball does not sneak through.
And can you really call it ebbing and flowing? I think it's been, almost at rocket pace, given the things that have happened today. It's been a phenomenal day of cricket, and Rassie van der Dussen and Dean Elgar at the crease may want to be playing a little bit more positively.
Ashwin into Rassie, who's taken an off-stump guard now. This ball straightening off the surface. Rassie's getting squared up a little bit more. But the ball goes out to the offside. The offside is vacant for us. He's just got slip. He's got backward point, third man, wideish, and he's also got mid off on the offside. But on the leg side, that's where the magic happens. After this ball, this time Rashun coming around the wicket to the right-hander, but he aborts that one. Gives me time to go through the fielders. He's got leg slip, short leg who is forward. You've got mid-wicket who's catching. You've also got the three fielders on the boundary, long on, deep mid-wicket, as well as square leg. Around the wicket into Rassie van der Dussen across the right-hander. And it's a full ball that Rassie just defends back out for no run. End of that over, 99 for 2. Rassie is on 2. Dean Elgar on 36.
That was a fantastic field set. It's turning, so Ashwin is assuming they will play with the turn.
Mm-hmm.
So put the men right there under the lid, put them under pressure, encourage them because it's turning. Encourage them. Take me on the offside. If you manage to get the runs, good on you. But more likely you're going to miss, or you'll miss time.
And I think that's the one thing that South Africa found themselves, especially chasing these slowish totals on hard wickets, a little bit harder because they get stuck in trying to defend their way to the total and not necessarily wanting to try and move. Look for some easy singles that you can find. Bumrah from the golf course end, back of a length to Dean Elgar with 2 slips and a gully. Dean plays that out to the offside for no run, away from his body a little bit, which is where Dean's deficiencies may have been throughout international cricket, just playing that ball that goes out wide, but no run there.
Dean Elgar and Aiden Markram were the typical example of what you need the South Africans to be doing. Constant rotation of strike, leaving well, defending well, and pouncing on the loose ball when and if it happens.
Bumrah in, he's got a catching cover as well. This one goes across Dean Elgar, right arm over the wicket to the left-hand Dean Elgar, who just lifts up his hands and lets the ball go through to Rishabh Pant. 2 slips, a gully, catching cover, mid-on, mid-off. You've also got the fielder at backward point on the boundary. You've got fine leg, backward square leg to complete the field. The plan is to try and get the ball as across Dean Elgar as possible. There's not a lot of runs to play with for India. I feel if South Africa go into the end of the day with just 2 down, they may feel like they have a chance. Bumrah in again to Dean. This one's a lot straighter on Dean's off stump. He plays it out to the leg side to mid-way to the field at mid-on for no run.
Looking at this plan, they want to bowl back of a length. It will carry. They trust that it will carry to the slips or to the keeper. And with the angle, this third man is wide, almost like a deep backward point. Very, very wide, deep backward point. So they don't mind if it goes too far and he plays that shot.
Bumrah into Dean Elgar, short ball, and it ducks underneath it, and it takes a massive effort from Rishabh Pant to come across and try and stop the ball from scoring, from going to the top corner of the goal. He does that really well, as he prevents a lot of buys there, or would be 4 buys from that. Still 99 for 2 South Africa, and this partnership is worth 6. We've got about 17 overs left. I don't think we're going to get all 17 left in today, but India will want to get as many overs at the South Africans as possible tonight. Bumrah in to Dean Elgar, still right arm over, and Dean cops one in the helmet on the side of the face. It reared off a good length, and Dean was surprised by the bounce and it hit him in the helmet. Craig Govender is out into the middle. Dean is not going to be down for a 10 count, but he's probably going to still be a little bit groggy.
That does not look good. That doesn't look good. Hopefully he's okay. We're hoping he's okay. These days helmets do have special modifications to ensure the safety of the batters, but Bumrah is not a guy that bowls very slow. And if he's bowling that length, he's putting some effort into it. And, good on Dean. Dropped his hands. I hate to say it. He dropped his hand. He's taking one for his team. Yeah. So, true team man there.
It's a courageous game because you are told to watch the ball all the way through. He did that, but he didn't have enough time to get out the way. And it's the inconsistent bounce. This one on a good length, rising up to head height. Whereas previously those balls on a good length were coming even more across Dean's belly button. You'd assume so. It's a different mindset now. Obviously, batting with inconsistent bounce, and something the South Africans have to deal with batting second. I know throughout the test I've been talking about the other side of the toss that maybe I would have put South Africa into bat, but knowing that batting last on the Wanderers is tough. I think it was a good toss to win for KL Rahul, because the way this pitch is played, it hasn't been as dangerous as the pitch in 2018, but it has some of those elements in it. Hard to bat. South Africa is chasing 240. It's it can be really tough to bat, and it's been throughout the test match. Bumrah into Dean Alga after he's had his moment with the physio. It's a short ball over Dean. He ducks underneath it. End of that over 99 for 2.
Well, here's the plan. Bowl short. Those are 3 short balls in a row. They want to attack. They want to get this wicket, especially with the clouds building up, as we've seen every evening. There are some showers, so the clouds are building up. The cloud could go in front of the sun, creating some bad light, because I don't think we will get through the 16 overs. So, put him under pressure now. Put him under pressure whilst the light is an issue and before the stadium lights go on.
Yes, that is true. Should be in the next couple of minutes before the stadium lights come, because you've got a lot of cloud cover. I think the light's not a problem right now, but it will become a problem as the sun sets through that. Ashwin around the wicket to the right-handed Rassie van der Dussen. He bowls one full outside the off stump. Rassie comes forward and plays that out to Shami, who is fielding at mid-off. 3 fielders on the offside. Slip, backward point, mid-off. I'll give you the leg side fielders as Ashwin bowls another one to Rassie van der Dussen. This one's a lot straighter on middle, and straightens coming in with the ankle because he's still around the wicket, and Rassie just leaves that. He lets that go. Well, he pads down to that essentially, and letting you know that the line was outside. Leg stump, no run there. He's got a leg slip, 4 short leg, catching mid-wicket, and 3 fielders on the leg side on the boundary. This ball is fuller, a little bit of extra bounce outside the off stump, and Rassie plays that a little bit surprisingly, but very controlled, out to the offside for a single. That brings up South Africa's 100 for 2. Rassie van der Dussen on 3, Dean Alga on 36.
Great ball there from Ashwin, and Rassie trusting that he knows where his leg stump is on the line, padding that one away, because most spinners come from around the wicket to search, create that angle, bring in the LBW a lot more.
Ashwin into Dean Alga, who pushes this one out with 2 slips, and Ashwin still around the wicket to the left-hander, pushes this one to the catching cover or extra cover for no run. He's got a backward point, extra cover, a man on the sweep on the offside boundary. As Ashwin bowls this one on off stump, Dean plays that out to the leg side for no run to the catching to the mid wicket. You've also got mid on, as well as square leg on the boundary. Ashwin's probably going to float this one up. He does, but Dean decides to defend that on the front foot for no run to end that over. It's 100 for 2.
played it great, soft hands, and didn't overcommit going forward.
Sean, can I give you some little bit of deja vu?
Mm-hmm.
South Africa played India in 2018 here at the Wanderers in that pitch that was deemed not fit. The target South Africa had was 241. The target here is 240. South Africa started off really well. Not really well. They were 1 for 5. Aiden Markham was out when South Africa was at 5 runs. Hashim Amla and Dean Alga carried on batting for South Africa up until 124. South Africa were 124 for 2. And then South Africa were all out for 177. So it may look easy that, no, they've got all the time in the world, but with the good bowling attack, this mentally strong bowling attack, the deterioration of the pitch, the inconsistent bounce, batting does get harder in the 4th innings. And once you start getting wickets, they can fall in clumps. So if South Africa managed to win this, it would be a massive monumental effort as Bumrah comes in from the golf course and back of a length on off stump. Rassie defends that off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. 2 slips, gully, backward point, mid on, catching mid wicket, mid off, as well as 2 fielders on the leg side, fine leg and square leg.
And a monumental effort can be done.
Mm-hmm.
It can be done. We've seen the unlikely, the underdog, bat his way, bat a weight class above him. So it's possible. It's possible.
Random fanboy on YouTube says 100 down, 140 to go. Bumrah into Rassie van der Dussen. It's a short ball and Rassie pulls this one down to a fine leg. Great stop by Mohamed Shami, fine leg with his foot. A la Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe Manchester United need to look for him to see if maybe he wants to play for them. 2 runs coming off of that. So I've got 102 for 2. Really controlled pull shot from Rassie under that short ball.
Yes, wonderful shot. And Rassie looking very comfortable with the short ball. And navigating it well. Maybe a little bit of misdirection from Bumrah, but it seems to be in control against the seamers compared to the spinners.
Yes, and the chief destroyer in that innings for South Africa, for India in that innings in 2018 was Mohamed Shami. He took 5 for 28. So it's still in India's half of the game as the deficit is now 138. This one's a lot fuller and a lot straighter. Rassie having to play that on the front foot and straighter past the bowler for no run.
Fantastic bowling here from the Indian attack. They will want to maybe take another wicket before the tea break. And looking at the field set, we've got a man just in front of square on the boundary.
That gully's been taken out and he's been put
at would say a backward square leg, but he's about 20 meters off the boundary. And then we've got a very fine leg. Short ball.
It looks like it. This one is down the leg side as a back of a length. Rassie played that off his hips. Very fine to that fine leg fielder for a single. Yes, you've got that man sitting there catching. India have always played well in this over. They had the square leg conventional. They've also had fine leg conventional. Then they had a man creating a triangle in the deep, standing 20 paces in front of them, about 30 paces in front of the boundary line at a backward square leg. More catching, yes. But he's now back into the left-handed Dean Alga as the gully. You don't have the same plan to Dean Alga, where he's only got 2 fielders on the leg side. Bumrah right arm over to the left-handed Dean Alga. This one's a quicker ball on a good length, and Dean letting that go through across on the angle for no run. Dean's got a short extra cover. He's also got mid on, mid off, 2 fielders, a square leg on the boundary, fine leg, as well as a sweeper on the offside at the point boundary in this Bumrah over.
Back of a leg. The plan is back of a leg.
Yes.
They want him to play at the ball.
Bumrah coming in to Dean Alga from that golf course end. It's not back of a length, it's actually shorter, and Dean ducks underneath it. Rishabh Pant is giving everybody a goalkeeping masterclass right now, going for top corner balls. He's saved that ball from being extra buys, and that ends the over. 103 for 2. And you have, it's after 33 overs. Alga 36, van der Dussen 6. XI on YouTube says, get it down to double figures with still 2 wickets down, and it's on.
I agree.
Remember, you can send in your tweets to us at OneWorldSR, OneWorldSR, that's WORLDSR, or at GorillaSR, at GorillaSA, GUERILLASA, as well as on Twitter and on Facebook. We are live. Remember, we're covering this entire test series. We'll be in Cape Town soon with a Cape Town crew. Ashwin about to start his over. He's got a slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg to Rassie van der Dussen. He comes around over the wicket to the right-hander, bowls it full outside off stump, and Rassie drives at that one to Siraj, who makes a valiant effort at backward point, and a single has been taken, 104 for 2.
That was some great fielding and diving from Mohammad Siraj, who hasn't bowled too much.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't bowled too much in this innings. I would say his hamstring is still niggly.
Mm-hmm.
Wanting to save him for the next test. Potentially he won't play. I think it's very likely he won't play the next one.
Ashwin over the wicket to the left-hand Dean Alga with the 2 slips. This ball's on leg stump. Dean just defends it out back to Ashwin for no run. Shardul Thakur's warming up, so we could get some magic from the magic man this test match. Straight on that middle stump, Dean Alga comes forward and defends it back to the bowler.
They want to break this partnership down. They don't want these two to get through to stumps. They want to end this partnership.
Random for Fanboy says, yes, leave 8 wickets. This ball is on that leg stump line, a little bit shorter. Dean flicking that 2 square leg. Mohammad Siraj is being made to do a lot of work on that hamstring as he comes around on at square leg to field that 2 runs to the South African cause. 106 for 2. 134 needed to win.
He's covering a lot of ground there. Ashwin maybe bowling a little bit too straight to Dean Alga, wanting it to turn a little bit too much.
And now he's come around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Alga. This one is on the money on that middle stump. Dean just defending that back to the bowler. It's a lot fuller in length, and he's darting it in on that last one. Last ball of Ashwin's over, getting through very quickly. Ashwin into Dean. This one defended. Dean comes way outside the off stump and smothers the ball. If there any other turn, Ashwin's looking to there's some foot marks outside the left-hander's off stump, and he's looking for that. And Dean defends it out to the offside. End of that over, 106 for 2. So Africa need 134 to win. Rassie is on 7. Dean Alga is on 38.
Mohammad Siraj is leaving the field. I would say he's not coming back on for the rest of the day. He will probably want to, with all the movement he's done, want to get some treatment as soon as possible, work on his recovery so that he can bowl tomorrow, so that they aren't consistently a fast bowler short. As this pitch deteriorates, as we know, it will get harder tomorrow.
Yes, on Twitter, Random Fanboy says, yes, leave 8 wickets and 100 runs for tomorrow. That's a very good analogy, but after the scorecard that I shared with you, South Africa were needing 240. They were 124 for 2, 144 for 4, and they still could not make it in with a team that had Aiden, Hash, A.B. de Villiers, Faf, Quinny de Kock in the side. So it's not as easy as it looks. It's hard to bat on here. The Indian bowlers are bowling really well, and you'd think you get the pressure released whenever there's a change of bowler, especially even now. Like Ashwin's bowled some pretty decent overs. It's not as though he's making the batsman bat very easily. So Keegan Peterson getting out to him. So there's that other side to it, as we see Shardul Thakur get ready to bowl from the golf course, and where he's gotten a lot of joy in this test match. Right arm over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen, 2 slips to him, and this one goes out to Rishabh Pant on the back of a length for no run as Lassie lets that go. It's 2 slips. You've got a shortish extra cover. You've also got mid-on, mid-off. You've also got mid-wicket right in, as he's actually now moving out with moving out to backward square leg as well as fine leg. You've also got the fielder at third man, more backward point on the boundary. that catching mid-wicket is back in again with Shardul Thakur is wanting to bowl straight to Rassie van der Dussen. That is good. That was the back of a length. Rassie defending that high on the bat, on the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. I think the plan here is to just bowl on the top of off, test Rassie's ability there. There's also the chance of a short ball getting pulled out to that trap at square leg, as well as a fine leg.
Well, the plan to Rassie almost his entire innings has been bowl short at him, cramp him up for room, make it as difficult for him as possible.
Shardul Thakur outside the off stump, and this one is a good length. Rassie lets that go through, no run. There's no need for him to play that one, which is uncharacteristic so far, because what India and Shardul Thakur have done throughout this entire test match has to make the South Africans play at every ball. You need to make a decision at the point of impact as to what you want to do.
Yeah.
Whereas allowing batters to leave the ball, they can get into a rhythm of, okay, no, they're letting me just, coast a little bit and let the pressure ease a little bit. Thakur into Rassie van der Dussen. This one's outside the off stump, bouncing out to keeper Rishabh Pant. Ella Mazai says, I remember Ponting's Australia chasing 296 at the Wanderers in 2006. That was a really strong Australian side.
Yeah, it was. Ponting's pull definitely helped him on this, on a quick Wanderers surface. So, yeah, can't complain.
I remember that Australian side with Ponting and all those, and McGrath and all those really amazing cricketers, as Shardul Thakur comes into Rassie van der Dussen. This one is coming into the body. Rassie had to, it was a back of a length. Rassie had to just fended that one away from the body. Looked quite uncomfortable doing that, but they managed to get a single. There's not a lot of slip fielders or gully, and so it's an easy push out behind that slip cordon for a single.
I think the plan is you make Rassie play at everything. Make him feel comfortable, because what we've seen is he's not scoring very quickly. Not that he's been scoring many runs in this series, he's not scoring very quickly. So he's unlikely to take the risk. So bowl it back of a length, bowl it short, cramp him up for room, make sure that line is still at off stump. Right? It's still in that off stump line, even though it may go over. Put some doubt in his mind, because he has been in a situation where he left one and it hit him and it hit his stumps.
Thakur coming around the wicket to Dean Alga, who gets a ball that's spearing into his pads, and he plays that on out to the leg side for a single. End of the 35th over. South Africa 108 for 2. It's 132 needed to win. Van der Dussen on 8, Dean Alga on 39.
Yeah, these two need to make sure that they get through. They need to make sure they get through, but I'm not sure that we will have too many overs left today to get through to the 12th over, but they need to stay in there. Keep rotating the strike. Don't put themselves under pressure by just blocking and leaving. Keep looking for the singles.
Yes, and that's the thing. And looking at that match in 2006, Australia needed 292. And they started off. They lost the wicket without any runs being taken off. Then they were 2 for 33. Ponting was that one out. But then they had a monster partnership of 165.
Right, we've got Ashwin coming around the wicket to Dean Alga. It's a full straight one, and Dean just defends that, and the man at short leg picks it up, does all the fielding. Ashwin's field to Alga, one slip, short leg. Short third man, extra cover, a deep mid-off, regulation mid-on, mid-wicket, and a wide fine leg. Rassie van der Dussen just on the field, adjusting his thigh pad just before Ashwin comes in from around the wicket. Oh, it's back of a length, good ball on off stump. Dean Alga just waiting for the ball, defending it, and the man at slip cleans up for no runs.
And in that game in 2005, Damian Martin and Michael Hussey, as Ella Mazai speaks on YouTube, won them the match. 165-run partnership won them that match.
Ashwin coming from around the wicket, it pitches on middle, and Dean Elgar pads it. I don't think that was going to threaten anything, probably missing a leg a little bit going on with the angle. So nothing to worry Dean Elgar about, and probably a little bit high. Ashwin continuing from the corner drive in from around the wicket. And it's a fuller length delivery, which Dean Elgar just defends with the outside of his bat, just opening the face a little, and he's going to slip. The man at short leg is now at silly point. So he's just in front of the bat. Ashwin coming from around the wicket. It's a full one just outside the off stump, and Dean Elgar has crunched that through the covers to go to the extra cover boundary, where a diving stop has managed to save the fall, but the great running from the batters, and they get 3. The score is now at 111 for 2, which is a Nelson. If you're a South African fan, I suggest you lift your feet up.
This is going to be very tough.
And if you're not a South African fan, if you're an Indian fan, right now, I suggest you leave him on the ground. We have an injury out at...
that is number 16. That is Mayank Agrawal out there, who was fielding that, and he's hurt himself. Oh, that's not good. That is not good at all. He's tried to come up, and he's now a little bit gingerly. Priyam Panchal is now on the field for him as a replacement.
All right. Rassie van der Dussen is facing. There is a slip, a leg gully, catching square leg, mid-wicket, along on mid-off. Wide third man, backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket.
This will give me time to go through a tweet. Mary McDougall says, loving the commentary, making the first day back at work much better. Do you think the difference between the two teams this series has been India's bowling or batting? I feel South Africa's bowling has been very average, yet we have not conceded many runs.
All right, Ashwin coming from over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It's a full-length delivery on off stump, and Rassie van der Dussen does well to just keep it out, defends it back to Ashwin, bringing the end to the 36th over. We're still on 111.
I think you need to look at this series in the context of where the two teams are. India have played an entire year of test match cricket coming through all of it. So they are ready, they are fit, they've been winning games, they've got all this experience behind them over the past 5 years. They've been building up to this. South Africa, on the other hand, short of game time. Last time they played test cricket was 6 months ago. They've been playing white ball cricket. And the one strength you'd think South Africa would have in the bowling, and you think they'd slightly be equal to India, has been eclipsed by the fact that this Indian side has been playing test cricket regularly throughout the year. So the bowlers, even from a talent perception or perception perspective, like, oh, KG is better than all these bowlers, or Lungi is still up there. From an application perspective, the South African team is actually a step below this Indian side. And I do think it does come down to the bowling.
Taco coming from the golf course end. It is a back of a leg delivery, which rises up on Dean Elgar, and he didn't look comfortable padding that one away.
Did that hit him in the head?
I think the umpire is checking, but I think it was on the glove. He's taken off his gloves very quickly.
Because that was a rib snorter, if there ever was one. Dean's now having to navigate this period, getting South Africa to close in like 18 minutes. But then on top of that, they're bowling shorts to him after being hit. And this is why India's bowling attack is better than South Africa's. I think the difference in this series is because even with Shardul Thakur, who you think is a first change bowler, he's just keeping up the pressure from Bumrah and Shami, or Bumrah and Ashwin, and then you've also got obviously Siraj in there, but they're making it work and they're just keeping South Africa honest.
Shardul Thakur coming over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It's a fuller length delivery, and he gets the inside half of the bat and inside edge to the man at deep square leg for a single, brings the score to 113 for 2. Dean Elgar on 43 and Rassie van der Dussen on 9. They have been more
aggressive. They've been the competitors, and as you say, keeping the South Africans honest, making sure that they have played regular Test cricket. They are the #1 ranked team in the world for a reason.
Yes.
And this is why they have depth. They want to remain the #1 team in the world. They want to change what happened at
Yes,
that
we're going
Test
to have a
run.
break and play. Craig Govender's coming on. And that's essentially where the series is. You have a team on top of the world, trusting their bowlers, having learned from coming to South Africa many times, losing and losing. And the one time at this point in time, 2018 was very close when they came down here. It was very, very close. It was closer than many people think. And then you kind of thought the next time they come, they are going to win. And this Indian team has won in Australia this year, or in 2021. They've won in England. They lost the World Test Championship. That was probably you would call that an anomaly. But then they came back. They played after the World Cup. They've played New Zealand. They are fit. They are ready. And the South African team, how long have we been saying over the past year and a bit that KG doesn't look right? That KG looks a little bit off. That, you know, the person who's bowling the best, Anuk Nokia this year, he's out. But you've also got guys coming from the domestic circuit who are now, we're seeing, aren't doing that well on pitches that are the pitches that are the best for bowling at this level. So it's not necessarily a rebuilding exercise for South Africa. It's just that the part of the game that would give them the best advantage, they are second best at. And the gap between them is very wide. I thought it was a lot closer at the start of the Test series, but having watched these first 2 Test matches, it's very wide. It's chalk and cheese. And it's going to take a lot to get us back to where we used to be, those glory days. But right now, in this Test match, the fine margins of this Test match come down to the bowling. I think they come down to the morning spells on day one, the morning spells this morning when South Africa were off color and they just looked like they wanted to spray it everywhere, and also after lunch today when India had a 150 run lead and you could have just broken through because they were 6 down. And it's those moments that India are able to recognize and put pressure on South Africa consistently, whereas in South Africa, when you go to change bowlers or even your strike bowlers, they're just not giving you the pressure that you want.
Shardul Thakur continuing his overcoming right arm around the wicket to Dean Elgar, who it's a good length and aimed at Dean Elgar's hips, which he just parries away to the deep square leg boundary for 1. The score is 114 for 2. The lights have come on and they are starting to take effect. They came on during the break in play. The light isn't so great. I don't think we'll be out here for too much longer, given how these bowlers are bowling. And Shardul Thakur aiming for the crack, as he calls it. There's a crack there. Shardul Thakur coming over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen, and it is a good length as well, about middle to leg stump line, and Rassie just plays it off his hip to the man at mid wicket. The field is 2 slips, a deep backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep fine leg.
The moment Dean Elgar was getting treatment on his hand after that short ball from Shardul Thakur, that's why we had the break in play.
Yes, Shardul Thakur coming from over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It's a good length ball on off stump, and Rassie just defends it, gets on top of his toes, just defends it over the ball to the man at cover. Score remains at 114 for 2.
Random fanboy says bowling speeds have been slow on both sides. There's a lot of reasons. It could be fatigue. It could be adjusting into actions, adjusting to lines. There's a lot of things that these guys are working on. And it's very tough because obviously the bowling loads need to come up. You also need to find the right rhythm, and when you're not bowling at the right rhythm, bowling a little bit slower.
Shardul Thakur coming over the wicket. It is a full length delivery, well outside the off stump, and Rassie just steps forward, raises his hands, and lets it go through to punt. That's the end of the 37th over. It's 114 for 2. Dean Alga on 44. Rassie van der Dussen on 9. And let's also remember, it's the end of the day. A lot of these bowlers were batting not so long ago. So, Shadu Thakur was there. He had a quick fire swashbuckling innings. And, all the other bowlers were there. Bumrah had trial by fire with Marco Jansen. And making things interesting. So we must also remember that, bowling speeds may be low, but I don't think that will be the case tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so good night's rest, knowing that you can lead India to the first series victory will do bowler's job a little bit better.
Mohammad Shami coming from the corner drive end, comes around the wicket to Dean Alga. It's a good length, and Dean on off stump, and Dean Alga just defends that for no run to the man at cover. The field set, 2 slips, a gully, a deep point, man at extra cover, mid on, mid off, a deep square leg, and those are the fields. Nobody catching anymore for Dean Alga.
Look, I think he's set. I think the South Africans are just trying to, or the Indians are just trying to get him to play as many balls as possible.
Right, that is a fuller length delivery. Dean Alga just opening the face a little bit as he defends that. The man at gully does the cleaning up, and the 2 batters decide against taking the quick single.
I think the plan here to Dean is to bowl as straight as possible, get him playing as much as possible in and around that off stump. You've got your slip fielders there and your gully ready for the edge, but outside of that, they aren't looking to get him to get him play uppishly in the air, in and around the bat.
Mohammad Shami coming from around the wicket again. It's a shorter length delivery, and it hits Dean on the upper arm. And he just moves his head out the way, looking a little bit uncomfortable, wearing the ball a few times. Unfortunate job of an opening batter, and not comfortable with the shorter deliveries, but seems to want to take it on. A fighting innings here.
How many times have seen Dean Alga do this, wearing balls on the body, getting hit, fighting for the cause of South Africa.
Mohammad Shami coming from the corner drive end around the wicket to Dean Alga. It's a short ball again over the leg stump. Dean Alga just ducks under it, and Rishabh Pant doing the cleaning up for no run.
Most important thing for Dean is that he's not out. He knows he has a job to do. He knows that he needs to take his team to the end of play and then come back tomorrow morning, fresh plans, and try and take this team as close as possible to that finish line. That is the plan, and that's the plan that these 2 need to employ. Earlier on, we were talking about them trying to rotate the strike. Now it's about surviving the last 10 minutes of this day.
Shami coming from around the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery on leg stump, and Dean Alga just guides that to the man at fine leg for 1 run.
That was on off stump. That was honing on off stump. A little bit of an inside half of Dean Alga's bat. Mohammad Shami knows that he was nearly in there, but Dean Alga managed to get that out to fine leg.
Score is 115 for 2.
Warren at W. Davis says, no chance we get Alga eligible for England and knock a decade off his age.
England's opening woes, make South Africa.
England's batting woes.
Yeah.
And I know South Africa's in trouble, but England's like, that could be something else.
Maybe a good plan to have England and South Africa play a series soon.
The other problem about this is that I think South Africa's best asset has been underutilized, and that's the bowling attack. So I'd be very wary to say, let's play England. And then you realize that the level that England were playing or were failing at isn't the level that you're playing at.
Mohammad Shami bowling a good length on off stump. Rassie van der Dussen just getting on top and defending it. Shami fielding his own bowling. And that's the end of the 38th over. The score is 115 for 2. Alga on 45 and van der Dussen on 9.
Because if you look at both teams, South Africa and England, the bowling attacks are largely similar. But the reason why England's nest batters are failing, I think they're coming up against an attack similar to what South Africa's coming up against India in Australia, that does not give you an inch. This bowling attack of Australia, even with the first change bowlers, they weren't giving England anything. And that's that mentality that Australia are building, similar to India, where they are just at that level where they are playing great cricket. They're batting well, they're bowling well, and they just are winning games. And they're playing a lot of cricket matches. And England have played a lot of cricket matches. South Africa haven't. So it'd be weird to say, hey, let's play England.
Takur coming over the wicket to Dean Elgar. It's on a good length, about leg stump, and Dean Elgar just guiding that one down to the man at third at fine leg. Score is 116. That puts Dean Elgar on 46.
Yes, Dean in the 40s. This milestone might not feel too important to him, largely because the cause that he's fighting for is to get South Africa the next 124 runs to win. It may not be off of his bat, but he needs to tell himself that if he doesn't do it, he needs to be the one to do it, because you can't necessarily say, I've got guys behind me to do it. You always need to try to take responsibility for these types of run chases.
Takur coming over the wicket, and it's back of a length, well outside the off stump. Rassie lifting his hands and letting the ball go past to Rishabh Pant for no run.
Yes. It's massive 7 minutes for Rassie. He hasn't had the greatest of series, hasn't had the greatest of years. And so it's something that he knows and he'd be really keen on. Just to give you a sense of the balls that both have faced, Dean Elgar's got 46 runs of 118 balls. Rassie van der Dussen, 9 runs off of 30 balls. It has been very slow. You just need to be very adamant and careful that you don't get yourself into a rut.
Takur bowling that one just outside the off stump at a good length. Rassie van der Dussen trusting. He knows where the off stump is. Lifts his hand and lets that ball go through to Rishabh Pant for no run.
What would be nice is be a little bit of gamesmanship. Rassie taking a little bit longer, walking to square leg and coming back, slowing down, making sure that the next over that comes from the caller drive end is the last over of the day.
It's a great idea. Takur coming in from the golf course in over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It is a good length, well outside the off stump. Rassie getting across, lifting his hands and letting that ball go through. No run.
So that's really good ball from Takur. Just keep it outside the off stump. I'd like for you at this point in time of the day to make the batter play. Let them defend. Even if it's a back foot defense or front foot defense, let them defend. Let them know that there is a risk that the ball could do something if it comes off the bat, rather than letting them just leave outside the off stump. That's any criticism I had for Shardul Thakur, who's had an incredible test match.
Shardul Thakur comes from over the wicket, bowls a little bit strays with his line, and it's a full ball on a leg stump, which Rassie just skates the edge to the fine leg fielder for 1 run. Scores 117.
Thakur's had a great 12 months. He was man of the match in the test in Sydney in Australia early in 2021. And in this match, he's taken 7 wickets in the first innings. He's also taken another one here. His batting has also been very handy to help India get a little bit more runs through. So he's a really strong candidate for man of the match. An incredible 12 months for this young Indian bowler.
Shardul Thakur coming over the wicket. It is a good length ball, but didn't bounce as much as Elgar would have thought it would. And he just managed to defend that ball on off stump for no run. At the end of the 39th over, the score is 117 for 2. Elgar is still on 46. Van der Dussen on 10.
Yes, and it's really, that ball is just a sign of the inconsistent bounce on a good length, just dying. On that off stump of Dean Elgar. Did well to dig that out. Now you've got Mohammad Shami coming in to bowl. 2 slips. They're bringing in some fielders, and now you're asking for the catches. Rassie's got a lot of people coming in. Backward point, square leg. You've got catching mid-wicket. You've also got extra cover who's close enough to catch.
Shami over the wickets to Rassie van der Dussen, and it's a full ball. Rassie outside the off stump. Rassie plays and misses, doesn't bounce too much. Pant showing that it doesn't bounce too much by being on his knee, and there is no run.
Fearless Cape Fox says the Protea Fire run chase at the moment is a lot of Bon Jovi about it. Halfway there and living on a prayer.
Some good music there, but
He also says similarities. New Year's Test match Johannesburg in SA Test match history. So only the 5th New Year's Test match in Johannesburg.
Shami coming over the wicket. It's a back of a length ball. Well outside the off stump. Rassie just letting that ball go past.
In the previous 4, South Africa have won 3. They've lost 1. 1906 they won. 1910 they won. 1914 they won. 2021 they 1914 they lost. 2021 they won. And 2022 question mark.
Well, if South Africa can get through to stumps, there's a possibility. There's some hope. Shami continuing from the corner drive in over the wicket, back of a length on off stump. Rassie van der Dussen just defending that. Shami doing the fielding. Score remains at 117 for 2.
It's a really good ball from Mohamed Shami, getting Rassie to play at that ball. That's what you want. The first one, he was fishing outside the off stump. That's on Rassie. You can't be doing that. But this next one was on off stump. Rassie had to play at that. You've got to test his off stump. Rassie, throughout this, I think it's in June, he got a ball that cannoned into his off stump and reared off a length and coming back into him. So you got to remind him, that he always needs to check.
Over the wicket, and that's a short ball which Rassie pulls to the man at fine leg, and that brings him to 11 and the score to 118.
There was a leg slip there for the plan. But Rassie controlling it really nicely past that leg slip down to fine leg for no run.
Mohamed Shami coming around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Fine leg going down to the boundary and square leg going as well, 20 paces off. As Shami comes around the wicket, it's a full length delivery, angling in and just missing the off stump. And a sigh of relief for Dean Elgar, and a hopeful slip cordon that was too close to the off stump, and the score remains 118 for 2.
Dean coming around, obviously with the angle coming into him, coming onto off stump, thinking of playing at that, but he moved his bat out at the last moment. Nearly got probably a thickish inside edge onto the stumps, or if not, going back to the keeper. Good presence of mind so late in the day, because normally at this time you would lose concentration. You could get balls like that, and then you find yourself out because just of a little lapse. But Dean is well clocked in. The clock has turned to 5:30. And Denise says on Twitter, "It's the hope that kills you," has now become my sporting mantra. I think for a lot of South Africans, it is the hope that kills you.
Right, there was talk of a fielding change, and there hasn't been any as yet.
Final ball of the day.
All right, Mohamed Shami coming around the wicket to Dean Elgar. It's a good length ball on off stump, and Dean Elgar just defends that to the man at extra cover. That brings the end of the 40th over. The score is 118 for 2. Dean Elgar on 46. Rassie van der Dussen on 11, and South Africa still need 122 to win with 2 days left in this test.
Yes, that is very true. That brings the end of the day. We're coming back tomorrow for an even more intriguing contest to see who's going to win. You could say it's in the balance. I still say India is still slightly ahead, but we'll figure it out towards the end. Let's take you through what happened in the day. India started on 85 for 2 with a lead of 52, 57, I beg your pardon. What ensued was that you had a partnership of about 70 odd between Ajinkya Rahane and Cheteshwar Pujara. 20 years of cricket, Indian cricket coming together, just putting South Africa under pressure. South Africa were very wayward at that time. It took them an hour to get their first wicket of the day. That wicket was of Ajinkya Rahane. Him and Pujara put on 111 runs for that stand, for that third wicket stand. Rahane was out 458. Pujara also was out for 53. Hamuna Bahari hanging out with the tail. He scored 40 runs, but it was the tail. R. Ashwin, Shardul Thakur, R. Ashwin scoring 16, Thakur scoring 28 of 24. Jasper Bruma with some nasty blows of 7. South Africa having 33 extras. India ending their innings just after lunch, or about an hour and a bit after lunch, on 266 all out. They set South Africa 240 to win. The South African chase started off well with a 47-run partnership between Aiden Markham and Dean Alga. Aiden looked, as always, very good. 6 fours in his 31. He was LBW. Shardul Thakur playing around a straight ball on middle. Keegan Peterson was the next man in. He carried the bat. He carried on batting to took the score for South Africa to 93, where Keegan Peterson was then out. LBW to Ashwin for 28. Currently at the crease, Rassie van der Dussen on 11 and Dean Alga on 46 or 121. These two are going to have to bat very long tomorrow morning to help South Africa go through. The final stat line, the state of play is South Africa 118 for 2. They need 122 more runs to win the second test here at the Wanderers. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to bring you all the news and everything, all the ball-by-ball coverage for that morning session and probably even a bit into lunch. But thank you very much for joining us. Remember, please do tell your friends. Please do follow us on YouTube at One World Sports Radio. Please do like and subscribe, and also just let everybody know that we've got ball-by-ball coverage happening here at 1WSR.com. Thank you very much to all our valued listeners and everyone who's tweeted us. Thank you very much, Sean, on your time with us over the first 3 days of this test match. We'll be having a lot more of you coming into this cricketing summer. But for myself and Sean and the rest of the One World Sports Radio team, all I can say is goodbye, good night, and lesale kakahiso.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Could be a test match 100 for the great man.